All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to J Sports. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. Press that post notification bell so you never miss another one of these live streams. We should not have too many more to go. I know today we will then take a break from live streams and we will just do regular videos for the weekend, and then we will be on jury verdict watch. So you guys can expect all of that. They just went over jury instructions. I was trying to get this set up. I realized that I should have woken up earlier, but they are going over closing arguments now. So it'll be Johnny Depp's team going first. I'm pretty sure Ben Chu will possibly be taking care of this part. We will find out together. But let me make sure it's actually playing. Hold on a second. There's a problem. Yeah, this should be it. Unless I let me find the actual tab. I thought I had it. Okay, let's check this out. Okay, no. Turn off Bluetooth. So I guess it didn't want to send me the actual video when I, you know, so it just didn't work. I'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and share this. There we go.
It's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting.
Back to who's the one running away.
Oh, there's
yelling or
audio.
anything. We split
They denied video.
most times. When
So
I'm supposed
Camille's
to
making
be
the closing
responding,
arguments.
and nothing
I know I
is
started them a little
thrown or
late,
hit
so
or anything.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would clod Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave.
That was early in the trial.
You heard from Mr. Depp about how often
yeah,
Ms.
this
Heard
is like
would
week
berate
2,
him,
week 3 in the
insult him,
trial.
and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger. And
we know that to be
out on
true.
his face.
Don't believe any of the lies that were told during
You
this
heard from
trial.
Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started
Is
because
firm
Ms.
but
Heard
not
was enraged
condescending.
that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in
Her
his
team
will.
is going to have to match energy
Just
on that, I
a
think.
month after getting married. When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
That's right.
Is the word relentless coming up?
It's not to get you mad. It's not to get. It's just.
And now she's gonna show that. This is perfect.
They've woven in the audio so well.
In Australia.
Great mix of the audio here.
I lost the tip of my finger. At least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to.
Remember this argument.
To
He
No
went to
Dennison's
5
Day.
bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
We're working it out.
Only
That's
does the expert
escape the
witnesses.
fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day, and he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Ms. Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself.
Bring in the photos.
You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Ms. Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he
Those
saw and
F-bombs,
documented
girl.
injuries on Mr. Depp.
Drop them.
A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up,
This
fucking
is a
cunt,
skill.
and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Ms. Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who
I
testified he saw
appreciate
Ms.
that Depp
Heard
is not
throw
trying to
things at
stare
Mr.
down the
Depp,
jury.
a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Ms. Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp. Scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one.
Everybody works on closing, I think, in this team. Depp's team has worked really well together.
You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Ms. Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely.
This is
You also
getting
heard
into
from Ms.
her
Roberts that she witnessed
put
Ms.
downs
Heard
of Johnny Depp.
clawing and grabbing at
Like
Mr. Depp,
it's like
grabbing
her
his hair,
her
trying to pull him back to
narcissistic
her.
ways.
Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Ms. Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings, admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp.
Remind them of the
You
evidence.
heard Ms. Heard admit
Yep.
to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clock.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
He was behind the door, remember. He was behind the door. She was trying to kick it down.
Good use of
No,
audio.
I'm sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to
I didn't mean.
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you.
I meant to hit you.
I did not
You
do
hear
this
that?
thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
God, no, I
punch me in
don't
the
want to
head
hit you with
in
the
the
door.
door.
I want to
didn't-
hit you myself.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
I'm
hit
selfish.
You.
I wanna hit you
But
myself.
it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted. And
She just reacted.
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
Uh-oh.
And I
didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't
This is
Ugh.
great use of
hit
audio.
you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not
Oh,
punching you.
I was hitting
Babe,
you.
You're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even
That's
a lot
'cause
of
he
times
never
it's been
punched
around
her.
a long time. I know. Yeah.
No,
I-
when you fucking have a close
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine.
I
did
was
not
fucking
hurt
hitting
I
you.
did not
That's what she
punch you.
said.
I was hitting you.
She said it, not me.
How? What am I supposed to do? Do this?
Nobody else did.
I'm not sitting here
Amber
bitching
Heard
about
admitted
it, am I?
it.
You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
So he's a baby.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Did you start
Johnny.
physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Oh, she did start a physical fight, and he's a
Yes,
baby
you
for
did.
not
You
wanting
did
to
the
take
right
her
thing,
punches
the big
and
thing.
take her
You
hits.
know what? You are admirable.
Good.
Take a
use.
minute to
That's
really
great.
think about what you just
Audio.
heard there.
That was awesome.
Quote, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you.
Hmm.
I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard.
Oh my
on that
God, we wouldn't
recording.
even be here right now. Depp would be in jail.
Let's play one more.
There would be charges
Let's play
filed.
one more.
Let's play
Camille.
one more.
Get it?
Oh,
Oh shit! The Joker laugh.
oh! I didn't play
is
this
so
for you.
uncomfortable.
No.
This is not good.
I
I don't like this. This is her taunting him.
I'm sure she's crying.
This audio is.
No, you're right.
This is uncomfortable.
I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else? What else that you do? Oh, come on. Steve. Come on. Lay it on me. What else? What else are you thinking you want to add?
Wow.
This audio
Like,
is.
what you want? Oh, no, I want to know.
Get out, you
I'm gonna wait. Go get it.
Oh God, this is
Wait,
uncomfortable
is
to
there
hear.
no other place for you to run in your 15 and a half years to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does. Go. Run away.
This is the real Miss Heard, the one in the audio recordings, not the one you saw in this courtroom.
Fake crocodile tears.
What you didn't hear
All
on a
the
single
lies.
recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard. You didn't hear it.
That's
It
right.
doesn't exist.
It doesn't
didn't
exist.
happen.
Get it, Camille.
And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Miss Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault.
Their strongest claim.
Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles,
That's right.
particularly with drugs and alcohol.
He
Ms.
didn't
Heard
deny
will
it.
not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot
She's
deny
the
what
one who
you heard on
introduced
those
him to like the
recordings.
cocaine thing. She's the
As much as Ms.
one
Heard
who
and her
would give him
lawyers
the
have
whiskey
tried to
glass.
make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence.
They did. They tried to make fetch happen, Camille. They did.
They
By
did
April
do
and
it.
May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Ms. Heard's 30th birthday party, because
She
a
lost
meeting
her
with his
shit.
new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Ms. Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp
It's
both
all
in this
about her.
courtroom and on audio recordings that Miss Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed.
There's the
I
poop.
wonder who.
Miss Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect.
Oops.
For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Miss Heard. He was done. And when Miss Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Miss Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Miss
Not
Heard
only
struck a blow
financial
against
support.
Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any
She
physical
demanded
blow
a car.
she
She
had ever
demanded
landed.
a house. She
When she
demanded
walked into
this.
court
She demanded that.
6 years ago
Blackmailing
today,
him
on May
to
27th,
not file the restraining
2016,
order.
It's a good
to
argument.
get a domestic violence restraining order
This is
against Mr.
great.
Depp. She did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face.
That's right.
The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Miss Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him.
That's right. And with the
Ms.
photo,
Heard
with
denied
the
alerting
TMZ thing.
to
It's a
the
good
TRO
argument.
filing in this courtroom.
Yep.
But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on.
She will
and that
turn
Ms.
to the
Heard would
right.
Pause. She would pause
That's right.
paparazzi.
Get it, Camille.
Who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines.
Oh,
Uh
Ms.
huh.
Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine.
Oh.
But somehow, these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover
I
of
bet you
People
she
magazine
literally didn't
1 month
and
later.
had someone else do it.
That's
That She
right.
literally didn't give it to them. That she had someone else give it to them. That's my guess with these photos. I think she was right. I didn't give it to them. No, you gave it to someone to give to them.
In the end, she walked
Exactly.
away
Same.
with $7 million without any tax liabilities.
Oops.
She
There's
said
the
she
7
was
mil.
donating
There's the
to
donation.
charities, the ACLU, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
Just
The ACLU,
remind them about
they got less than $1 million from her.
pledge versus donate.
And the
Pledge
Children's
versus donate.
Hospital,
You
they
gotta say
got
pledge versus donate.
$250,000.
Pledge versus donate. Go, go,
But that
go.
didn't stop Miss Heard from telling the world that she donated everything. Because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of
Come on.
perjury that she had donated it.
No. Go to
Miss Heard
pledge.
tried to tell you
Go to
that
pledge.
pledge
Yes.
and donate mean the same thing.
Yes. Go, Camille.
She claims
Go.
she hasn't given the money
Go.
because she was
Yes.
But you've heard on
We went over that on
contested
Get the
evidence
Memo
that she has
We
the
went
money
over
for
that
13 months
on my
prior
other channel.
to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her
Prior
pledge
to that
and
lawsuit.
actually donate the money.
13 months
She
before
didn't.
that lawsuit.
She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. It was
Oh,
Ms. Heard who
she
fired the
went
first shot after the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit.
The timing's so helpful.
Not
Thank you
only
for a
does this
timeline.
contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations,
you gotta give a
it
timeline
contradicts
here.
her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life,
There you
that
go.
she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone.
Yep, that's what she said yesterday.
Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies
Ooh.
upon lies.
Oh man, this is powerful.
Lies upon lies.
Lies
That
upon
is Miss Heard's
lies.
narrative.
Jeez.
That's a good line.
And she did say that Johnny won't leave me alone. I want to move on.
She's like, put it on the Danish TV video. Put it on now.
Even on
There
the
eventually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said
You
all
know.
this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7
We're
million.
professionals here too, Camille. We
People
got
were
you.
saying this is all
We know
about
what
the
it
money,
is.
But then you did something.
but she wrote all the
twisted that
op-ed.
whole
She
argument. What
struck
did you
first
do
with
with that money?
litigation.
$7
Yeah, that's trying to move
million
forward.
in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American
Right.
Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in
And they're
legislative reform.
co-conspirators,
Right.
by the
And-
way.
Well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never
I
heard
wanted
of.
nothing.
Oh, that's a brilliant piece of audio. I've never heard that
When you
before.
catch Miss Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies. So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case.
Uh-oh.
Miss Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster
Oh,
and
yes.
that she is
Get
a
this.
public figure representing domestic abuse.
Mm.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Miss Heard. And they were designed to shock you and
Also
overwhelm
said she was
you,
playing the role of a lifetime.
which you have.
You got to get to that
We
sexual
told you that
assault
this
thing
would be a
because
performance,
it was a
the
lie
role
and you
of
need to
her
show them
lifetime,
that.
as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Miss Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Miss
That was on the bingo
Miss
card.
Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified
The
that
tears.
Miss Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting.
Oh,
You saw it.
man.
Miss Heard sobbing without tears,
Sobbing
while spinning
without
elaborate,
tears.
exaggerated,
Yes.
fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about, she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this
This is
man
great.
as a domestic abuser and a rapist.
Oh.
She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times. Countless times over the entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse.
Huh, but we've never seen
There
it.
are
Same
no
photo,
medical
but, you know.
records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims.
Yeah, there's
Ms.
no
Heard
photos.
had medical professionals at her disposal.
True.
Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Galati.
No
And yet,
tears,
there's nothing.
no med records,
No medical records.
no mountain of
Ms.
evidence.
Heard
No
took pictures
reporting.
all the time.
Exactly, no amount of evidence.
Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping.
Just all lies, baby, all lies.
I really want her to say not a mountain of evidence, just a mountain of lies. I will fall over.
Pictures of cocaine. Pictures of property damage.
Hmm.
Pictures of herself.
No pictures of
No
serious
As an
pictures
injuries.
of
actress.
injuries.
She was photographed all the time.
Yeah, literally walking down the
Where
street.
are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes?
Where are they? What about her vagina? The vagina got injured on
Ms.
that
Heard
rape.
also took audio
apparently.
recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her?
Yes,
Where are
where?
the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse?
That's right.
There are none.
Where?
What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen.
Yeah,
A
because
video
he just
that,
lost
based on the testimony you heard
like
from Morgan
$600
Tremaine,
million.
taken
former
when?
TMZ employee,
Was taken when?
Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ
Hmm.
right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp.
Because they own copyright.
The video. Oh. I thought it was going to be the video.
Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence.
That's right.
Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for,
Bring it.
quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for physical violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults.
I like how she tied
Mr.
that
Depp
together.
is apologizing
That
for
was
the
very
words
good
he
right there.
used.
I like that. I like how she tied that together.
Unlike Ms. Heard,
This is so
who you heard
coherent.
apologizing for physical violence
Brilliantly
in
tied
multiple
together.
audio recordings. You have never heard that from Mr. Depp
It's a good argument.
Yep,
because he never used physical violence
never.
against Ms. Heard.
She did
That's why they
against
keep
him.
talking about the sexual violence headline because that is their
Ms. Heard
strongest
told
claim.
you that Mr. Depp started abusing her
That's right.
right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath
Under penalty of
differently
perjury.
to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp
Yeah.
before he ever laid
It
a
was
hand
magic.
on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic.
Huh.
She
That's
wants you to
odd.
believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately.
Like right when he
The
asked
good
her out,
times
he
she has
gave her a
testified
freaking
to
smack it
about
to the
repeatedly
face.
in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said,
Ooh, the knife.
hasta la muerte, until death.
Thank you.
There
way
you
the man
announced that,
who
go.
Camille. It
supposedly
was
would get
fucking
drunk
glorious.
and high and beat her.
Huh. So why would you give him a knife? I went over this on my
Ms. Heard
channel, Get
admitted
the
to you
Memo.
during this trial
You guys should
that
look
Mr.
up all
Depp
those
always
videos
wears
because
big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her,
With the rings in full
hit
view.
her,
in full view.
punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained
By
if
metal.
this was true.
By
Not one.
big cut metal, by the way.
Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards.
Photos.
This is what her face looked like afterwards. Also, the internet has pointed out that looks like an iPhone 4.
Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose,
Nope.
but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like.
I don't see a.
She said Danish every single time. I don't know if
don't
anyone
see
told the
a-
legal team it was Dutch, not Danish.
I don't see any bleeding. She said
And this
it
is
was
what it looks like.
bleeding.
She's like, photo. Photo.
I love Camille's argument because it's like, here's an audio, here's a photo,
These photos are powerful.
here's a this. Yep.
And they've got time. And they don't need to show the rings. He's sitting there with his
Ms.
hand
Heard
up by
told
his
you that
face.
there was an
The jury
incident the
sees
night
it.
of the Met Gala
Mhm.
in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken.
She
Ms. Heard
felt.
didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries.
No, she
The
didn't.
photographs were taken of her the following night,
Yes.
and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face.
Because it healed. It's magic. She used
This
Amica
is
cream.
absolutely the truth. They cannot play testimony. I saw that question. I was going to pull it up. They cannot play testimony. They can only play things admitted into evidence.
Yeah, I wish they could play testimony, but you know this judge
Ms.
has
Heard
a double
testified
standard. So
that in
you know.
January 2015,
double
while she
standard.
and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress.
It's a great dress.
It's a beautiful dress, but I don't. Someone tell me. I don't see injuries.
I like that she's taking a minute to pause, to breathe. Her pace is not rapid
Ms.
fire.
Heard testified
Heard's
that after an
team is
incident in
rapid
December
fire.
2015,
And it
she had
hurts.
2 black eyes, a broken nose.
This helps the
and chunks
jury
of hair missing.
fully take in the
The
argument,
assault was
fully take in
allegedly
the evidence.
so violent
And if they're
that there
writing
was
notes
blood
like this,
left all over
they're
the
able
pillows.
to take their notes peacefully
Depp
and
had
not try
broken
to
the bed
rush,
frame.
rush, because Rottenborn's gonna like,
Pictures were taken of that
throw a
bed
bunch of
frame.
shit at them 3 times at a time.
Talk about the knife. Talk about the knife. Talk about
And
the
in
knife.
that
Go to the
picture,
knife.
there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed.
Aha!
Oop, there
And that
it
picture fails
is.
to capture the bloody pillows.
Huh. I wonder. Where are the bloody pillows? And you know, if I had an abuser, I would not give the
Oh, yeah.
knife
If
to
Amber
an
Heard's like,
abuser.
address this, address that, their
and here's
team
what Ms. Heard
can't
looked
change.
like on the James Corden show the next day.
They're
Oh,
closing now. They cannot change their closing now. They have a plan.
here's the James Corden appearance.
Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or 2 afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described.
I just can't see them.
That's what she
That
said.
means they're not there.
Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident.
That's right.
But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent That's the question.
That's
Are
what the
they
jury's asking
consistent
themselves.
with the
Mhm.
brutal assault and serious
she's gonna
injuries
explain
Ms.
it
Heard
to
has
them right
testified
here.
to?
She's got to explain it.
Or
That's what the
are
internet's
these
asking
injuries
itself.
more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him?
2 hours total for each side. They have to break it up appropriately.
Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and
she's
raping
going-
her with a whiskey
She's
bottle.
going deep into this.
She's
She
not
claimed
shying
that she
away
had
from it.
bruises on her face,
Rotten
cuts
Board
all
shied
over her
away
arms
from
and
it.
feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault.
This is why you need a female attorney to deliver this closing.
And what did Ms.
A
Heard say
female
she
attorney
did?
can bring this
She went
better
upstairs,
than a male.
took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep.
Went to sleep. I would have been at the hospital.
The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors
She was
her
raped.
husband had written on in paint using
Oh,
his
here we
amputated
go.
finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom. When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury,
This
you
was
heard
on the
from
audio
Mr.
they couldn't
Connolly,
play.
Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd, all of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard. And no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment.
Yeah, you get raped with a
You
bottle.
also heard from
You're
Ben
bleeding
King.
from your vagina. You got
He also saw
sliced
Ms.
up
Heard
feet.
right after this alleged incident.
How are you not
flew
going to
home with her
report
to Los
that
Angeles.
medically or to the police?
She
And
testified
also,
that Ms. Heard
Johnny
didn't want
Depp
to leave.
is going to do
That
that
she
with
said,
a broken
I can't
finger?
leave, I can't
And
leave.
the doctor
It will
said,
be the end if I leave.
That was powerful testimony.
He also
It is.
testified
but
that once
the
they did
doctor
leave for
even
Los
said, yeah, he
Angeles,
can't do
Ms.
that
Heard
because the
asked
cast
him
would freaking
if
break.
he ever got so
see.
mad, he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw
This is
Travis
so
McGivern,
good.
who also testified he observed no injuries,
I'll be right
and her
back, ladies and
personal
gentlemen.
nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no requests for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard. Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia, the broken vodka bottles on the ground, and trails of blood drops on the floor, and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area.
Yep.
And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around, not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised.
I love that they brought up the acting coach
swinging a
again.
bottle around. You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom. where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs.
I like that
Whitney
she's
is
going to
the
bring up
only
these
witness that you heard
contradictions.
from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the
And
only
even then-
witness other than Ms. Heard who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia,
Just
her
incident by
testimony about the
incident.
staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened.
The jury should just be listening. Truly, they might
Mr.
write notes.
McGivern testified that it was Ms.
They might
Heard
just
who
listen
threw
if
a
they're
can at Mr.
captivated.
Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp.
They can, but it should be limited and it
Ms. Heard testified
is
that Mr. Depp was able to
not
get his hands in her
in good
hair,
form.
yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's 2 middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury, but these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that, like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation.
Oh, there we go.
These 2 photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file name, but they are visually different.
And the
One
jury can
shows
see it with their plain
significantly
eye.
more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second.
She got into the
It's
hairs.
impossible. Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th. And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face.
It was interesting seeing those photos saved for rebuttal, and there they are. I like that she said fresh-faced and not without makeup. It's much harder for them to
The
argue
mountain of
about.
evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything.
Oof.
It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt,
Smart.
Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Erin Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colbert, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine,
This is
Officers
great
Melissa
what she's
Steins,
doing here.
Officers Tyler Haddon,
Smart. Smart.
Officer William
smart.
Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence
Shows that it's not her
shows
story.
that it's not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague
Ben Chu.
and my friend, Mr. Chu.
And Mr. Chu has become all of our friends. Mr. Chu is going to be talking about the law now that they've talked about the facts. Never have I ever had to switch microphones in the middle of a closing argument, and I'm thankful for it. I was always loud enough to be heard in the back, but I never had to do this on TV. Oh, Dennison is there in the front row. This court looks like a packed house today.
It
now,
is a
they
packed
have
house.
argued
That
the
was
facts. Ben Chu is
perfect.
going to argue
That
the
was
law,
absolute
and he's going to tell the
gold
jury how to walk through these jury
by,
instructions and match the facts.
Camille.
I'm so glad that Camille Vasquez included the "it feels uncomfortable to believe someone would lie about this. It doesn't feel good." And I think that's one of the things they had to address in this case.
They did.
Because it doesn't. Believing
Thank
that,
you, Camille.
that someone would
Logistics are not
lie.
our strong suit.
It's tough. Logistics have been your
thanks to
strong
all
suit,
of
Ben
you,
Chu.
truly,
You've been
for taking so much time
a
over
very
these
good
last
team.
several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward
I like that they brought the
physically
facts
in this
first.
courtroom, some
and now the
from
law.
a very long distance.
You bring
to
up the
tell you
facts, you
the
bring up the
truth.
lies, you bring up the
And
truth,
to finally,
and now
after so many
you have
years,
to tie it together with how do you
correct the
apply this
record.
to the law and how do
As
you
Ms.
read those jury
Vasquez said,
instructions our way.
you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary.
Whoa.
We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father,
Understand that.
either stood up and
Never
took
hit back.
violence, or he retreated
Never.
from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house, so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to
I like
Los
that legal
Angeles
teams
with
have
his first love as a young man, planning to
designation.
be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy when he was escaping, and he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean
I'm surprised
franchise.
we're going through early life
Fame
and not
came
going
with
through
challenges to
the law.
Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky
I think to
to
save
be
their
thrust
seats.
into the limelight
I'd like to see
pursued
what
by
they're doing here
paparazzi,
because
and to have
I would
even
just
his
go
very
straight
name
into the
become a
law. I
brand.
wouldn't
But
go
he
to
did his
early
best
life.
to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all,
Oh,
and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people.
that's right.
Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom
Kate
he spent
Moss.
14
Okay, camera.
years together,
Can we look at
and
Ben
with
Chu?
whom they had
I want to watch him
their
argue.
children.
Thank you.
Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp
No
raised a hand
woman
to her in his
ever.
58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 17th.
It was a great way to comment
27th,
without commenting.
2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen,
Well, Me
you
Too was
heard
a
Kate
fraud
Moss
to
2
begin with.
days ago
It's
testify.
always been a fraud.
This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding ever.
It is.
very
It is a good
private
argument.
person testified that Mr. Depp never abused her and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you. when
Objection,
she
Your
su-
Honor. That, Miss, sure.
That just. So you can object during closing. It's generally bad form. It has to be something egregious like misstating the testimony. He's saying it misstates the testimony. This is argument. He's allowed to argue that she lied. I've seen some of you asking if attorneys have to stick to their kind of script in closing. No, they can say whatever they want within the
Ladies and
ethical
gentlemen,
bounds.
as I was saying,
As I
Ms.
was
Heard
saying.
lied to you twice when she suggested to you
the
that
face.
Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago
Ben Chu's not going to be rattled by it,
that
though.
Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of.
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified
It's
to.
exactly
We
what
just
she
discussed that.
testified.
Oh, we can fight
Thank
this
you.
out right now. Ben Chu's like, you want to
Go
go?
at it.
You
wanna
want to
go, bitch?
Come
Ms.
at me,
Heard
Roddy.
and her lawyers have spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never
I'm
claimed
glad he's
to
bringing
be
this
one.
up.
He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him
Also
deny
in
it.
that fight,
We told you that.
Ben Chu's
in
the
opening
iceberg.
statement.
Mm-hmm. You
He
don't want to
owns
mess with
his
Ben
law.
Chu,
bro.
who's
He admits to
kind of
them.
got the facts on
He
his
told
side.
you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not abuser, as Ms. Heard claims.
He said the only person he
And
ever
he did
abused
not
is
and
himself.
does not deserve to have his life, his legacy destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a
Poeticness.
Literally
world of
today.
difference
This is poetic.
between having
What a
substance
coincidence
abuse
that closing arguments are on the
problems
27th.
and being a physical abuser. Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why. And you know that
Difference between
wasn't
being
true.
a substance abuser than an
Then,
abuser.
years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those false accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did.
Wow.
Man, that was great.
And make no mistake,
Wow.
Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has
Unlike
admitted on
Mr.
the
Depp.
audio tapes you've heard of this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them. She has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You
Go.
have heard
Get
from
it.
several of
Talk
the
about his
people
kids.
in
Please
Mr.
do.
Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes.
Isaac
about
Baruch.
Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends who appear for him.
Huh.
Mr.
Oh.
Baruch told you
Oh.
how Mr. Depp and his family had
That's
been,
a
quote,
difference.
They came for
completely
him.
wrecked,
They
unquote,
came.
on Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has
Wow.
lost nothing less
Less
than
than everything.
everything.
Nothing
because
less
of
than
Ms.
everything.
Heard's
And
lies.
you heard that friend
Nothing
argument?
less
Amber's
than
friends didn't come
everything.
for her. Johnny's did.
You heard
Understand
about
that and
Mr.
what that
Depp's
means.
children.
Perfect. Oh,
Jack and
yes.
Lily Rose.
Go.
His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016.
Since they were at school.
And then
Even
Matt,
going
when
shopping.
that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp
Yep.
has millions of fans,
Typed out
people
and then put on
who
a
have
legal pad.
who grew up watching
somebody's
him on
handwriting's that good.
21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Miss Heard
This is
mock on one of the tapes. that was played to
incredible.
you.
She did.
Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. or
Yep.
Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people. And those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp.
That was clear. That was very clear.
I mean, look
Fond
at the
memories
fans
from
who
childhood or
are
adolescence
constantly
or adulthood.
screaming for
And
him.
to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she
Needs
said,
to get into the law
Mr.
here.
Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does.
He does
No
without
matter
being
the
aggressive
outcome
or
of this trial,
condescending.
There are people who used to look
It's a
up
good
to him
tone.
who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man.
Yep.
Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy.
It's in the description in the mods.
Mr. Depp
Put it in the
spent,
chat.
in fact, a
The chat's
lifetime
going fast.
building
There's
his
almost
reputation
200,000 of you here.
as
So.
one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the
And
world.
liked.
You heard evidence from
That's
Jack
key
Wiggum,
right there.
who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the
Oh,
Caribbean.
here we go.
Might be getting into
franchise.
damages and asking for money.
For $22.5 million. But as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the
Correlate the
testimony you heard
damage.
by Mr. Wiggum, quote,
Bring it
after
together.
the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of
this is
Hollywood
great.
and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allocations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many,
Undeservedly
and
so.
Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so. Me Too is an important movement.
No,
glad
it's
they're
not.
A
addressing
movement
it.
that Mr.
No, it's
Depp
not.
supports
It's a
and believes
fucking
in.
fraud. Come on, Ben
It's for
Chu.
true
Come on.
survivors of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. But as you heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim, and Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say, Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship
Yep,
with
address the
Mr. Depp
stairs.
for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward
We don't know
to
that.
say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs.
That's
And
right.
you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marks testified,
This is important
quote,
right here.
when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late.
That's
unquote.
exactly right.
Everyone else with
Keenan
ADHD
White,
feels
who
seen.
has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. White is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was.
I didn't remember she
sometimes
said
late
Johnny
to
ended
set.
it. Thank you, chat.
He was canceled
You all are so wise.
because Ms. Heard falsely accused him
200,000
of domestic
brains.
violence and sexual violence in the pages of the Washington Post. on
There you
December
go.
18,
Again, the sexual
2018,
violence headline is their
repeating the
strongest
prior lies of
argument,
May 17,
and they
Yes,
need to
it is.
keep
2016.
bringing it up.
And as you saw at
We need to
trial,
keep
Ms.
bashing
Heard
that sexual
published
assault
the op-ed
argument.
on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms.
She
Heard's
wouldn't
publication
leave it
of the
alone.
She's still
op-ed
posting post-it notes.
coincided
The
with
desk
the
is
release of
littered
her
in purple Post-it
major
notes.
movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights. And in that op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp.
Yeah, I just
Now,
haven't
she
seen the
didn't mention
sketches.
his name. She didn't have to.
But yes, there is a sketch artist in
Everyone
court. I hope those get
knew
shared on social media or
exactly
somewhere we can
who
share them.
and what Ms. Heard was talking about.
Of course.
Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr.
It
Depp.
was about Depp and
Oops.
others.
But she couldn't
It was
deny,
about Depp and
and
others.
this was yesterday, that
That's
this
right.
was at least partly about Mr. Depp.
That's right.
The
That's
op-ed
right.
obviously is about Mr. Depp. And the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative an attorney,
Some of the most powerful
stating that
testimony.
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed, and that
Oh.
they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp.
I think we're all on the same page. with
Specifically,
what's
Oh,
the
yeah.
ACLU representative testified,
Easy,
among
easy.
other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote.
I think it's easy for the jury to find.
This is
Ms.
perfect.
Heard's claim that
Number
the
one, to
op-ed
say
is
that the
not about
ACLU are
Mr. Depp
co-conspirators, and
is
number
just
two,
another one
just
of
to
the
show
many,
that this
many
was
lies.
about Johnny Depp.
In
And
fact,
she
what you have
said the
seen
op-ed
time
that I
and time
wrote.
again
That's why I
through
wrote
the
the
course of
op-ed.
this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility
No, she
for
does not.
anything.
It's
And
perfect.
she has an excuse for everything. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter.
Oh,
And Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words.
mm.
So Tom, let's please
Mm.
take a look at the words she used in her op-ed.
Let's take a look.
Oh,
Tom.
yes.
Exhibit one.
Let's do
And
this.
this is getting into the law. This
Come
and
on,
which
Benchu.
headline,
Ms. Heard published in December 2018.
that headline
2 years
is their
after she
best
first publicly
path
accused Mr. Depp of being an
This
to
is-
defamation.
on May
this is it.
27th, 2016.
Like Emily said.
The title of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing
I
domestic
thought it was good
abuse.
acknowledgement, but it's
And I
fair.
felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's
Three
allegations
statements.
against Mr. Depp. And taken collectively, their message and their implication
Richard
about
Marks
Mr.
came
Depp
out and said,
is clear.
I'm surprised that he didn't mention
i.e.
this.
that Ms. Heard
They wouldn't even
is a
touch this story if
survivor of
it didn't even
domestic
contain
abuse,
anything about
and
Johnny
Mr.
Depp.
Depp is a perpetrator.
remember
Notice
that
they're showing the
testimony.
digital version. I bet you Team
The
Heard will show the
context
print
In the
version.
rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise, unquote. Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean.
Yeah,
That-
she should be
The
passing
ship,
against one of
the
the attorneys,
Titanic, is
not
Mr. Depp.
closing.
And Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him.
I'm going to talk
That's
about this at the break,
precisely
Danielle.
what Ms. Heard was saying
It's
in the
significant.
op-ed. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016.
When she filed the
As
TRO.
Ms. Vasquez said, that was 6 years to the day. That's when his
So
life ended.
weird.
That was
Did it
6 years
6 years
ago
to today?
this day.
6
When
years
Ms.
ago
Heard,
today.
on May 27th, 2016, walked into
wow.
If
court
the jury comes back today, it's
with
going
her
to have a very
public-
universal
with her
feel.
publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp.
Gotta
of
keep
abuse.
hammering away at this.
As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her
Maybe in
title,
rebuttal.
supposedly, quote, spoke up against sexual violence, unquote. Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away from the title in particular. That's true to form. She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear.
There you go. Get
Ms.
to the
Heard didn't have
instructions.
to personally write
Yes.
any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp
Republication.
through implication in the Washington Post. And let's please, Tom, turn
Come on, Tom.
to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
Let's go, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank
the
you.
tweet.
The tweet, baby.
Ms. Heard, as you all can see on the screen,
4 hours total. Each side
retweeted
has
the
two.
article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post."
Thanks, Tom.
Ellipsis.
I published this. Oh,
Unquote.
man.
Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence," unquote.
Yes, it does.
Prominently
Yes,
featured.
it does.
Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else
Hit a link.
does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary,
Nope.
she's proclaiming it. And at the same time,
This is important to lay out
Ms.
for the
Heard
jury.
posted this tweet. She posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, "I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights," unquote, aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp.
Yes,
In the wake
it
of the
was.
Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, "a public figure representing
They said
abuse."
roll of a lifetime a lot in
And she was
opening.
once again casting
like
Mr.
that they're
Depp as the
closing that
villain
loop.
in her drama,
Yep.
the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case,
There we
you're
go.
going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So
Give
I'd
them the
just
roadmap.
like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that.
Give them the roadmap.
Tom, would you please?
Yep, put it
fill
up.
out the special
Put it up,
verdict
boy.
form
Now
so
you
that
guys are
everyone
going to get to
can
see the special verdict form, and he's going to walk through how they are to decide this, giving them a roadmap. Look, when you're back in
A little
the
bit
jury room,
hard to
this is what
read, so maybe-
you need to focus on. This is what you need to do, which also, if this jury's
Mike, please
inclined to
blow it
come
up.
to a quick verdict, he's going to tell them how to do it. Hey, this is all you
Oh,
need to
thank you
do.
very
It's
much.
just one form.
But you will
Check these
see
boxes.
here the first page of the
Hey,
verdict
pull it back
form
up.
relating to Mr. Depp's
Checkmate.
claim for defamation against Ms. Heard.
Tom.
There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating. I promise, just once more here. 1, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath."
Right, I
That
fixed
has
the
to
mic so it
change,
wouldn't peak.
unquote.
Sorry, y'all.
2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote.
2 hours covers
3,
all of it. Ooh, ooh.
I had the
Here
rare
we go.
vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote.
This is what they have to
Now,
turn
there are
back into the
7
judge.
questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's
Walk them through it.
questions, I think, but 7.
Each
as to
statement gets its
statement.
own form like this.
1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement
Yes, look
have
this
a
up.
defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 5, was the defamatory implication
This is an
designed
uphill
and
battle, and he's
intended
walking them
by Ms.
through
Heard?
all these
6,
questions.
was the
And then he's going to
defamatory
tell them how to
implication
answer it.
conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Your Honor, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or
Mhm.
with reckless disregard as to the
He's
truth?
showing them this is what
Ladies
these
and
words
gentlemen,
mean.
the evidence clearly
This is
shows
the
that
definitions.
answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes
You need to answer
all
yes
of those
to these questions for
which you
each
should,
form.
we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp
That's
is
right.
entitled.
Respectfully.
In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money
Damages.
that constitutes fair compensation for Mr.
I
Depp's
wonder what
pain
number
and
he's going to throw out
humiliation
for them.
This is the
inflicted by
damages.
Ms. Heard's defamation.
Will it be 50 million or will it be less?
But while Mr. Depp certainly is
Will it be
entitled to
less?
monetary compensation,
He doesn't care about the money. Do it.
There you go.
This
Go,
case,
go, 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 go. Get it, get it, get it.
Mr. Depp has never been about money.
Yep.
This
There
case
you
for
go.
Mr. Depp has never been about money.
He doesn't need
Nor
it. Doesn't
is
care.
is it about punishing Ms. Heard?
Hmm.
It is about Mr. Depp's reputation.
We don't care about punishing
Freeing him
Ms.
from
Heard.
the
It's
prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years, and it's 6
That's
years
right.
to the day.
They don't have to discuss
The
damages.
most
They could come back
important
very
questions for Mr.
fast.
Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are
He's giving them an
questions
out to come back
2,
very
3,
fast.
and 4
Yes.
on the verdict form.
yes, he is.
Ooh, smart.
He wants them to come back tonight or Tuesday night.
He's giving them a
preferably
way
tonight.
to decide this case very, very,
Very fast.
quickly. He doesn't care about the money. You only have to answer these questions on the verdict
And while
form.
Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, thank you.
Love you, Tom.
Were the statements about Mr. Depp? Yes. 2 points here. 1,
2 points
when
for
the
Gryffindor.
ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I
Or
think you'll
Slytherin.
remember this.
Draco Malfoy slayed this
They
case.
pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2, after the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that, that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So
Get
the
it.
USA Today interpreted it that way,
They sure
and
did.
so did many other publications. They
Yes.
got exactly the implication
They
that
knew.
Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended.
Yes,
Thank
tie
you.
the ACLU to this. Co-conspirating
Tom, if you would
a-holes.
please pull up plaintiff's exhibit 409.
Tom is the MVP of this
and
trial. Let's just
411,
be
if you could
honest.
put
The
them
tech
side by
has
side.
been pretty flawless in a very,
Yes.
very tech-heavy trial,
And this was expected.
and that's
This is
critical.
what they wanted.
He's getting
There
paid
had
a lot of
been
money
a
to be
lot of
this good.
press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed
Reminding them about the press.
about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no notice.
They have 2
ex
hours
parte,
total.
meaning Mr. Depp's
They have to
lawyer was
decide how to
not
use it,
informed,
but they only have
and
2
he
hours
was
total.
already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour.
You see, we
Huh.
changed the lock stab James Franco over. Just saying, they
On
could decide
June
this today.
27th,
She
He
had
gave them a way to do that.
2016,
James Franco.
With a
He gave them
purported
She
an
had
hour
mark
James
on her
Franco
face.
to
over
get this
and
done
cheated
fast.
with him
Everyone knew exactly
and changed the locks. I
who
guess
and
she
what
tried
Ms.
to.
Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring
And she
Mr.
knew
Depp.
that he would be on a
Let's take,
European tour and got
questions
a
2 and 3 next, if we can.
ex
The jury
parte
must be
restraining order.
unanimous. I like how they're walking
Ex
through
parte.
Were each
the
of the
elements and the
statements
facts
false?
that match.
Yep.
And did the statements have a
The word elements
defamatory
matter,
implication
and you got to tie the
on Mr.
facts
Depp?
to it.
Again, the clear answer is yes. The statements understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of
Yes.
the press conference.
Show the jury how to get what you
Keep it
want.
Walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016 clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard, and it's come forward in this case, shows that those allegations are false and despicably false. Mr. Depp did not physically
Despicably
abuse Ms. Heard.
false.
He did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these
like his
horrendous
delivery.
and false allegations,
Reasoning minds.
this
Reasonable
case
minds
is
can
about
differ.
telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard.
What a woman can do to a
It
man.
is about
I don't know.
This
restoring
is
his
despicable.
lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for.
He must be
is.
almost done.
And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community to the fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him.
Him getting choked up just
You
totally got
heard
me
from
choked
Mr.
up.
Depp yesterday
Did you hear that in his voice?
that he has been carrying
Wow.
these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back
Wow.
pretty stoically and living them with them for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false.
Utterly false.
We ask you to
I
please
love it.
return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him
We
his name,
implore
his
you.
reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break.
Morning break. Yes,
At this
please.
time, again, this case has not been submitted to you yet. We will continue with closing arguments. We come back, so do not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
I absolutely heard him get choked up, and it got me choked up for sure.
Man, this case
a-
means a lot to
Not
Johnny
an
Depp's
overly
team.
done emotional. It wasn't a huge emotional play to the jury.
Yeah.
It was a moment where he took a breath so that he didn't overdraw that moment to the
It
jury.
is.
Come back at 11:05.
Perfectly done here.
Okay, sure.
Two items of
Perfectly done.
business, Elaine. All right. Well, we're going to get to some questions while they approach at sidebar. We're going to leave the camera up, but I absolutely felt that and his passion in fighting for his client. Absolutely
That's
felt that
absolutely
from
true.
him.
Ben Chu
And,
is
you know,
absolutely
he's
passionate with
been
this
fighting
case.
for someone for 6 weeks,
6
but
weeks,
really
but even
for
longer than that.
years. And
Years
so
and years
I
of
absolutely
knowing this person.
felt Ben Chu on that.
And of
I've
course,
been
he's
there.
going to get
I've
attached, and
absolutely
he's
been there when
going
you're standing
to
in court going,
fight with
"Oh my
passion
God,
for Johnny
I can't
Depp.
do this right now because I don't want a judge to sanction me for my face." And with that, we are going to get into some questions. KT Money said 7 million would be more poetic, or 57 million would be more poetic than 7 million to equal the divorce settlement. Also, Camille Vasquez is a boss. She might be the daughter of Zorro. She might be. Antonio Banderas
I think
and
so.
Catherine
'Cause
Zeta-Jones.
God
I love
damn,
that.
Camille killed it.
She is
Ben
definitely
Chu
the
was a
cross
little
boss.
boring to
I
me,
have
but that's
loved
kind of how law
watching
is.
how she does her closing.
She absolutely
I
killed
had
the
always
closing.
bullet pointed my closing.
For
It's
sure.
interesting to see it so written out, but the multimedia presentation needed other people to have cues. I've never had a team. Their team works together amazingly. I love the way he walked them through the verdict form. Ben Chu just gave this jury a path to come back today. They talked very much about this being the 6-year anniversary of Amber Heard
Yep.
getting that TRO. I think in a nod to not only how far they believe their client has come, a nod to how long the last 6 years have been for him, but a nod to the jury of we are the ones who don't want anything. I wanted nothing but my name back. I want to be vindicated. And it gave them a road to not have to fight over damages if they don't agree on damages. They have to be unanimous on liability,
Exactly.
and they have to be unanimous on
Let me hold on a
damages.
second.
But Ben Chu just gave this jury a path to get there very quickly. And you're seeing Johnny Depp congratulate his lawyers. They are taking a break, and then we will get into Amber Heard's closing. And then I imagine they will take the lunch break and then do the 2 rebuttals, which should be quicker, and then give it to the jury with a few hours. The jury can deliberate as long as they want tonight. Will we do a verdict watch stream? Sure. Look, my hair's done. We're just going to do it. I was on TV in New York this morning, but my hair's already done. So we're just going to do a verdict watch today. The judge will generally alert the media if there is going to be a verdict and when it will be read. and if the jury has left for the night. She reminded the jury that they don't serve dinner, but said that they can deliberate into the evening as long as they like. So the jury could.
Let me just mute this real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Camille Vasquez's argument was absolute gold. Gold, ladies and gentlemen. She went into, here's why Amber Heard's a liar. She abused him. Let's play these audios of it. That Joker laugh, I get the heebie-jeebies. I literally get chills. Just thinking about it. Let me move on to another audio. I didn't deck you. I fucking hit you. I did this. I did that. And I'm just using the words of the audio, so don't get mad at me. This is bizarre. And, I mean, this is crazy. And you can see it. So, you know, she said, hey, there's mountains of lies. There's mountains of evidence about that. There's no injury photos. There's injuries of Depp sleeping, of doing drugs, of drinking alcohol, of doing cocaine, and doing this and doing that. Where are her injuries? They're not there. Look at this photo when she appeared on James Corden. Look at this photo from the Met Gala. Oh, the first year of marriage was magic, like nothing she'd ever had before. And all of a sudden, she deletes those good times, erases them, go right, and just goes to you know, oh, he abused me since the very start. Would you go out with me, Amber? Yes. Boom. Was it like that? Was it like boom, punch in the face? I mean, that's what I would have to ask, right? So Camille was absolute perfection, just like the whole trial. She's absolute perfection. They couldn't break her. I didn't hear one objection during her argument like I did with Ben Chu. Now with Ben Chu, he was boring to me, yes, but he was trying to go over, look, here's the personal, here's this, here's that. Now I'm going to show you how to walk through the jury instructions. And you know what? I was kind of like, just do that the whole time. Go over how the law works. I think I kind of like the way he did it here. Because number one, I'll explain Emily's thing in a second. But number one, he didn't make it so long where he spent the entire, 30 minutes going over that whole, or hour or 30 minutes, whatever it was. I think they split it into 30 minutes each. They didn't split it up into, or they didn't make it go so long into the jury instructions. That's not what it was. That's not what it was at all. In fact, he made it maybe 10 minutes long, 10 minutes, just going over the jury instructions, the questions on the form, the 7 statements plus the 3 allegations in the op-ed. And he said, you need to check this box, answer this and answer that. And by the way, we don't care if you give Johnny money. We don't give a damn about that. I'm not even going to give you a number. I'm just going to show you how to deliberate and get it to us quick. That's what I care about. We just want to fix his reputation. We want to give him his name back. And that is absolute amazingness, because Amber Heard's team is going to go, well, she deserves $100 million. Obviously, he defamed her. Obviously, she didn't write the op-ed and you can't defame. But as was testified and as the law goes, it doesn't matter. I can give someone else. They can write the op-ed, but it's about him. It's about, right? So it's still published, and she bragged about it. And she said she wrote the op-ed. She said that yesterday in her testimony. That's what she said. I wrote the op-ed. Okay, now that we know that, thank you, Amber. Now we know that you wrote this op-ed, and we have that in evidence. Boom, boom, boom. Ladies and gentlemen, it's absolute perfection. So, look, I mean, yes, he gave them an out. We don't have to fight over damages. All he said was check those boxes. These guys want damages. You see? Great.
For their client. Let's
now,
see.
why can I not think it?
Is Amber Heard writing so much to journal this for a book or memoir? I don't know. Obviously, can't get inside the mind of someone else. It feels like stress to me. But that's because that's what I do. When I want to remember something, or if I'm feeling something, she can't express emotion It might just be a way for her to let it out. Again, it needs to move. My thoughts is it will be a way to try to make money after this. I don't know. If he wins money, though, that money will go right to him. So maybe not. Question, is this why Rottenborn left out sexual violence during Redirect the other day? I thought it was very, very telling that Rottenborn did not ask Amber Heard on Redirect if she was a victim of sexual violence. It was telling. I was like, oh, he went through abuse after abuse, emotional, physical, on and on and on. What he did not say was sexual violence. And I think the jury, if they do not believe Amber Heard, can find the headline was the defamatory part. We will never know what they decide other than their verdict. We will not know how they deliberated. Oh, thank you guys. I don't know where we're at on the binger. Oh, 555. There we go. On the back end, we're at 556. So for all the 200,000 of you here, if you'd like to subscribe to my channel, I guess we're on the road to 600,000 or something. Will we get there today? Who knows? Would that be insane? Yes. But if you want to, support the channel, go ahead and do the things. I thought it was telling that he left it out. Very, very telling. They did not capitalize on that and mention it yet. I don't know if they will or if they'll save it for rebuttal and say that Amber Heard on the stand has not said when asked by her attorney. But it might be just step away from that as quickly as possible and just leave it be. Y'all are doing things. Look at you. Chat, you are so great. You are so wise. You have pointed things out that I forgot that Kate Moss, so much has happened in this trial. I forgot that Kate Moss said that Johnny Depp ended it. And y'all are like, he ended it. And I'm like, chat, thank you for having my back, as you always do. This community makes me want to cry literally on the daily.
Yeah, I don't know why he ended it with her and with Vanessa Paradis. I bet you that lives in his head. Like, why the fuck did I let go with Vanessa? Seriously. Yeah, that whole where Rottenborn yesterday, I forgot to comment on this on the stream yesterday, and I'm sorry about that. I felt sorry for myself. The fact that Rottenborn didn't even go into that, right? Like the fact that Rottenborn didn't even go into the sexual assault and said, Amber, did he sexually abuse you? He knows it's false, and he doesn't want to give Amber's team, I'm sorry. He doesn't want to make Amber's team look even worse. Give them an opportunity to look bad because that means Johnny Depp's team can dig further into it. So, absolute perfection on Rottenborn's part. Well, not perfection, but hilarity, because it's like, wow, hilarious. It's he didn't want to go over it because he knew his client was lying. And Johnny Depp's team went over it because they know that Amber Heard is lying about it. And, yeah, I mean, it's just great.
So thank you. Did you get your muffin for closing? We had a lot going on this week. And we have cupcakes in the house, but we do not have muffins. My husband, though, is on his way to go grocery shop, so maybe muffins will appear, but I don't know. I am still hoping for muffins, but no, not yet. It's been a busy week. My oldest graduated from 8th grade this week, so it's been a really busy week. Okay, let's go to these. I'm going to go to my Twitter if you guys want to follow me there at the Emily D. Baker, but this is to look at this photo that I shared on Twitter because it's the easiest way to pull it up. Yes, it's a little blurry. Apologies, all the apologies. I'm sorry that it's blurry. But this is the verdict form. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all of the elements of defamation? Answer yes or no. If you answer question 3, no, go to number 4. If he hasn't proven it, it's like go to the next page. If you answered yes, please answer yes or no to the following questions. Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that the statement was made or published by Heard? Easy yes. The statement was about Depp? Easy yes. The statement was false? They're going to have to talk about it. The statement has a defamatory implication. Yes. The defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard. Yes or no? And that, again, if I'm Team Heard, I'm arguing that that headline was not designed by her and that everything else is true, because all of the other stuff about domestic abuse, you could see the jury going, this was an abusive relationship. But when it comes to that headline, they are going to have to say, was the headline and the implication of the headline designed and intended by Miss Heard? There might be room for discussion. If I'm Team Heard, I am arguing that point. I mean, after you argue that it's not false. They got to argue that first. The defamation implication was designed. Due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. Did it convey a defamatory meaning to literally the world? And they told the world, Team Heard, that justice for Johnny Depp is a thing. They told the jury that. Total happy planner fan. Total. Yes. Yep. Total and complete. What is the difference between a cupcake and a muffin? Delicious frosting is the only real difference. I think that cupcakes are muffins with good life choices because they get the frosting. All right. So if you answer yes to each subpart of the question, answer the following question. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? So they have to get to yes on all of these, and then they have to get to actual malice. So if they answer
And
yes
I love
here
how
and
Ben
yes here,
Chu
then that is a win.
defined
if they answer
actual
no here,
malice.
you don't go any further. If they
He
answer yes
defined
here
it for
and
them.
no
What
here,
does actual malice
then
mean?
you don't
With
get
the
a
intent
win.
to ruin Johnny
So
Depp.
it will be very interesting
exactly.
to see how
You
they
have to
decide.
define those
All
terms
right,
for the
let's get
jury,
back
because
to a
then
few
they're
more
going to
of your
go,
questions.
no, I think
Y'all
malice
just
means
gone
this.
and
I think
blown up my
malice means
subscriber
that.
count, so
Well,
thank
guess
you for-
what?
thank-
Ben Chu
thank you
said it
for
means this.
doing the
Now
YouTube
they have a
things. I
central
appreciate it.
claim, and they can
Thank you
either
for
agree with it
appreciating
or
the cursey
disagree.
words and the
But the
YouTube
point
things.
is, there is a claim now.
How amazing have
A central definition.
question. All right, I'm trying to read. How amazing have you been talking us through this trial? I'm just doing what I enjoy, but I hope that you enjoy it and it makes sense. Turning something that was ugly in the public domain into something that we've all learned and healed from. I really, really feel seen, Catherine, and I hope that's what we've done. I know that our community has very, very heavy ties to trauma, to abuse, from being othered. And I have always wanted to create a space where we can have our own little corner of the internet for just a while to talk about the law, maybe have some snappiness, but not be disrespectful, not be dismissive, and not be exploitative. And this trial talks about real heavy stuff. And to be able to talk about that and experience it together in a safe space is absolutely what I wanted to create with this community. And the outpouring of love for that, for all of you taking time to connect with each other in the chat and to find a way to watch this in a safe way where it's not triggering for you, is so important to me. And it's why when other things are going on in the world, I'm like, I know there's other stuff going on in the world that is very hard to process and heartbreaking and horrible. And it makes me want to just yell, things are not happening. But we are here to talk about this case and know that we're not going to go, off the rails to something else. We're just here to do this. And so many of you have reached out and said that this was the way you could just kind of unwind from everything going on and know that we're just going to be talking about this and whether or not Elaine can figure out how the fuck to use a microphone, because that is what we're here for. So thank you. Here for the truth said, incredibly emotionally draining and physically exhausting this whole thing has been hearing Ben Chu genuinely emotional, saying he wants to teach his children that the truth is worth fighting for, speaks volumes. It does. It's powerful words, powerfully delivered with true emotion. It hit me immediately through the screen. I don't know if it will hit the jury or the audience. It might. It hit a lot of us in the chat, over 200,000 of us, and it hit us too. And that is a stark difference to, I think, what a lot of us have experienced from Heard's testimony. Amber Heard's team is at a disadvantage here going into their closing because their toning and pacing has not been the same. Rottenborn has been better at that than Elaine has. Elaine comes across to me as a bit condescending, and we will see if she can unwind the Umbridge vibes to deliver for her client. I don't know if that will happen. I'm dying to see. Just can't wait to see. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what's happening. Thank you. Love it. Can the jury award Johnny Depp financial compensation even though they didn't ask for it? Yes, they get to decide. And he said, you get to decide. You've heard our evidence, but you don't have to. You don't have to decide. Do you ship international? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. What could Amber Heard's team need to address to the court during the race? They probably, when they approached, wanted to say we're going into these areas, and they wanted to make sure they didn't raise an objection, which is appropriate. If there's anything they had a question about, they've been very mindful of the judge. Judge A has been a fucking rock star, but they've been very mindful of the judge and making sure that they ask for things, except when they're doing these long speaking objections. So Jen said, I've got my boyfriend obsessed. Thank you. Love your commentary. Thank you so much. We will take all of the, take all the comments. Megan said, I am a direct descendant of Edmund Pendleton. It has been interesting hearing the Pendleton name cited in this case. That's fascinating. And yes, it has come up in this case. Queen, thank you, Justin. I mean, queen of my own little office in here with my pink lights. Don't forget to send an invite to Runkle You Rock. I will when they take the lunch break. I don't think there was time to try to pull him in during this. It's a lot, and this is quick, and I wanted to make sure I answered questions. Margot said my daughter turned 8. She wants purple hair. I mean, it's summertime, totally fun. And you can do the over colors that allow you to do it. It's fun. Give Johnny this day back. It was taken from him his daughter's birthday by Amber Heard in a false TRO. Justice is a verdict in his favor. We will see what the jury does. But they also, I'm not going to be mad at the jury if they take their time. If they want to listen to audio, I would rather have them take their time and feel confident in their verdict than not take their time and have somebody be like, they rushed me, and then call the whole verdict into question. I'd much rather have them take their time if they need to. They might be fucking done though. They might just be like, we are done. Jekyll Loves Hyde, thank you so much for the super chat. You're welcome. I love this community, and I love doing this. Question, what has been your favorite day from this trial? Thank you so much. Oh, I would have to sit back and reflect. There have been moments that have been so interesting, and there's been legally interesting moments, and then there's been mic drop on Elaine moments where she actually kind of had a smile on her face and was like, ooh, argumentative. I kind of loved that whole moment with TMZ. I think we've seen great cross-examination, but Camille Vasquez doing her first cross-examination of Amber Heard just showed what a competent and just powerful attorney she is, without being condescending, without raising her voice, and without this rapid fire pace of cross-examination that stylistically is just not my favorite. And I love seeing it. Hamley, I found you through Phil DeFranco. He's been such an incredible supporter of me and of the channel. He said to watch you if I wanted the truth about this trial. Thank you for your wisdom, coverage, and sage space. You are so welcome. Thank you, Roadless Traveled. And yes, we connected. I mean, I've watched Phil for years, so it was always it was weird to me when we connected to talk about Britney Spears, but his support has meant a lot. There's been so many creators on this platform that have been supportive. It's been great. Joshua Tan said hello from Singapore. Hello, Singapore. Hello. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. I love getting to do this. Do the attorneys have to submit their closing arguments? No. Can they change them during court time? Yes. They don't have to even write them out, Jara. They don't have to. They can bullet point them. I think in a case like this with multimedia, they're not going to. They can, within the bounds of ethics and the rules of the court, they can do whatever. I always bullet pointed mine and then just talked it through. Shocking. Hello from Dubai. Hello. What are your thoughts about the closing argument statements from Johnny Depp's team? I thought they were great. I thought it was a great closing. I thought they had their moments of, I don't want to say quotable, but they had their moments of quotables. What you're trying to do in closing is to paint the jury a roadmap for, this is how you get to your decision for my side. This is how you do it. They were not condescending. They were not overly aggressive. They were firm. Their pacing was easy. It wasn't like rapid fire. It didn't feel like they had a worry. They didn't feel flustered or rushed. It felt very linear and was easy to listen to, but it also gave, if there's jurors that aren't inclined towards their side, they gave the jury the words they need to go back in the jury room and say, no, you either believe it all or you don't. What is it? They are giving the jury the tools and the language to take into the jury room to fight for their side or to advocate for their side in the jury room. So they are trying to give the people that are inclined on their side those tools, and that is very powerful. Here is what you need. Here is your quiver. Here is what you need when you get into the jury room. If you are on, if you want to find for Johnny Depp, this is how you do it. Because I guarantee you, there were jurors in that OJ jury room going, the glove didn't fit. You must acquit. They gave the jury the words they needed to get to the result they wanted. The glove didn't fit. You must acquit. This is going to be that statement with Camille. You believe it all or you believe nothing. Do you believe all of her? Really? Do you believe everything Amber Heard said? If there are any juries inclined that way, or any jurors inclined that way, and it's reasonable to believe there might be a few. Stella said, I love to know what Emily thinks about whether it's better to go first or second during closing. I always went first. So I've never been in the position of going second. So I don't know. I think there's benefits to both. When you carry the burden in a criminal case, you go first and you go last. So I got to do both and I loved it. Emily, do you like to talk a lot? Yes. My teachers moved me to the back of the classroom away from my friends every single year to try to get me to stop talking. Did it work? Rarely. So I enjoyed getting to do that. And in criminal cases, when the prosecutor bears the burden, you get to go first and last. Here, they've got their rebuttal, so they get to go almost last. And then Amber Heard has a quick rebuttal at the end. So I think there's something very powerful about being the first voice the jury hears. They're not supposed to make up their mind, but they're human. And the thing that's going to happen, and you guys are going to get to experience this in real time, like the jury. Listen to the second argument and see if you're going, yeah, but Depp's team said this. See if you're checking their argument against Depp's argument, because that is what can happen to the jury too. They go, oh, but Depp said this. And if they're inclined Depp's way, in their brain, they might be going, yeah, but this was argued. Yeah, but that was argued. And that is the detriment potentially of going second. How do they randomly pick 7 jurors? Bingo balls, names in a hat, drawing straws. I don't know what this judge's preference is. Oh, you guys have done, you've done all the things. You've done all the things. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We are just getting back into court. I'm going to pull this back up. The jury's going to be coming in. We are back from break and we are going to be into, it's like Rottenborn is going to be going first with Bredehoff trying to mic him up. So we don't know this judge's normal procedure. I guess we'll see. And if they do it outside the presence of cameras, hopefully Runkle will be able to tell us I can see him in the courtroom. Can one party prevent the other from making money on this? I have not seen any orders like that. I don't know if there will be. If it happens, I'll definitely talk about it. Could the jury ask that Amber Heard retract all defamatory statements? No. But if Johnny Depp's team wins, they can ask the court for an injunction.
All right,
to
ladies
prevent
and
further
gentlemen,
statements,
boys and girls,
they could try
and
to seek
Oscar
a
Montiel.
retraction from the Washington Post, I imagine.
We
we'll
are getting back into
How was the
court.
verdict read? It would be read question
And
by question like we saw on the verdict form.
This is going to be good. We're going to get the closing argument.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Let's put it
pterodactyl,
down.
that's so kind. Thank you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy
We're
birthday.
going to get the closing arguments from Amber Heard's
a lot
bull
of
crap
you have
team. They're
found
going to
those
spread a
closing
bunch of
arguments really
shit.
healing. I
Get ready
imagine that Camille
to
Vasquez
experience
eventually might have
lies on a
packed
professional
up their
level.
words for people. But I hope
If
that
you
they
heard
do.
Johnny
I hope
Depp's
that they do know.
statements,
And
I'm not Johnny Depp,
I
but
think this is from some
Johnny
excellent
Depp's
lawyering,
team's
some meaningful
argument,
moments.
closing
Where's your
argument,
mic on? I just-
you can go ahead and start checking off all the lies.
Did Elaine turn on your mic,
I'm
Rottenborn?
trying to convince you
And,
that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof.
Okay, here we
in
go.
Proving that he was never
I like
abusive
his
to
pacing
Amber
so
on
far.
more than one occasion.
I liked him in opening
Think
too.
about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber, and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse.
That's the
everywhere.
direction we're going. Okay.
Okay.
If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen.
Oh
If you did
my
take
God.
pictures, they're fake.
Good
If
argument.
you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured.
Strong.
If
This
you
is
did
very
seek
strong
medical
here.
Treatment,
It's a bunch of lies.
you're crazy. If you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag.
Oh, he didn't say good morning at all.
And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself.
He doesn't sound good. Did Bredoff get that mic on correctly?
I know a lot of you are Team
That is
Depp.
the message that Mr.
Just try
Depp
to listen.
is asking you to send.
Put yourself in the
He doesn't
chair of the
stop there,
jurors.
because
Just
in
try.
Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you, a smear campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career. That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to. But it's not surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did, Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our
There
whole
it is.
legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You've paid attention to every witness, every piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job, to be here on this jury.
I think the way he
It's a
chose
very
to do that
important
was
role that
more
you're serving,
powerful
and we thank you very much.
by getting in his very strong bullet points and then
Let's
getting
pick
into
up where we
thank you.
started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision on.
Yeah,
in order to
I
return a
I'm reading
verdict
Emily's chat,
for Ms. Heard,
and
for Mr. Depp's
there's
claim
one
of
person who
defamation.
says, "Well,
Now,
who
we'll
the hell
talk
takes
about
pictures for
Ms.
5
Heard's
years?"
claim of defamation against
You know,
Mr.
she's a
Depp,
domestic
and
abuse
Elaine will address
victim,
most
and
of that in a
she
few minutes.
she didn't do that.
But your key question
Your
to answer
pacing
is,
is so much
does the
better.
First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article
Paper article.
on December 18th,
Sure as fuck
2018?
is.
That's the question. And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp.
Okay, this is not about the
Simply
First
It started out
Amendment.
very strong.
It's
You
not
have
about
to
the First
decide, should
Amendment.
someone
Nobody's
be able
arguing she
to
doesn't
write
have the
an
right
article like that
to
in the
write
United
that,
States of America without being sued
to
successfully,
write that
without
thing.
having to
This
go
is a
through the hell
conservative
of
lawyer. You can tell. That's not.
So
It's
let's
not
talk
like Johnny
about
Depp
that.
saying
To
she
do
doesn't
that,
have the
we'll get
right
to explain a
to
bit
write
more
that
about
that
the law that you have
op-ed.
to follow.
She doesn't
Good.
have freedom of speech.
Notice
That's not what
Depp's
he's
team
saying.
started with the facts. Heard's
This
team
is
started with the law.
op-ed piece.
Why?
I'm not going to read it to you
The
again.
law
You've
is
heard
on
me
their
read
side.
it to you in opening statements.
Yep,
I
exactly.
would
Facts
urge
are on
you, when
Depp's
you're in the
side.
deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focus on it, you know, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece.
Yes, and
This
he's
is
not
obviously
reading.
the paper
He's a
edition.
very good reader.
There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article.
And I think this is, Rebecca, my clicker. My button's not working, just like the buttons on the mic. That's frustrating.
This is one of the jury instructions that you'll
Annoying.
get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions.
Why the
to you
law
this
is
morning,
on
and
their
I know it's
side.
a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide.
He is explaining,
Because
and
I
he should be
imagine for some of the
explaining,
case, it's been kind
but
of
he's
unclear.
not
What are you being asked to decide?
condescending.
These are the things that you have to find. And you
This is
to
what you
answer
have to
yes.
do,
Mr.
is you
Chu said
can't be
have to answer
screaming
yes
at the
to
jury.
all of them in
You
order to
can't be
find in
making them
favor
feel
of
low
Mr.
about
Depp.
I
themselves.
liked Rottenborn in
So
opening
you have
too.
to find that the statement
And
was
so-
about Mr.
Didn't
Depp.
like his cross.
You can decide
Rottenborn was
that in
great
the
on opening.
context of the
He was
article.
good on
Paper
We'll get
direct.
to the arguments that Mr.
Terrible
Depp raises
cross.
on that in a minute.
Absolute
paper
You don't
bullshit.
version
have to
is
find that the
better.
statement
That's why I call him
was
rotten
false.
bitch. That's
We're
why.
going to look at the
But-
statements
Amber
here. We're
Heard.
going to look at
This
each
is
of the
good
three
right
statements.
here.
Because
And
it
in order
doesn't
to win
have
his
that
claim,
sexual violence
Mr. Depp
headline.
has to prove
That's
every
why.
single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side.
They're not trying to talk about that sexual violence headline because they know it didn't happen.
Burden of proof.
Jolene,
It is Mr. Depp's burden
thank you,
to
lady.
prove each and every one of these elements.
I've been told I'm the face of pop culture legal commentary.
If he cannot,
I embrace it.
Ms. Heard wins.
That's
If he cannot
True.
prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. There's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes.
He's hammering on
But
the things that
this is what
they
he has to
need.
prove. And he cannot do that.
Arguing the law
Rottenborn's
first.
anger seems overly manipulative with no evidence. Absolutely.
These are the 3 statements.
It's absolutely true.
Rottenborn. That's not his fault. That's just frustrating.
And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse.
He's going to argue
and
that
I
it's
felt
literally
the full
true.
force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse, designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out.
Lie?
That's apparent on the face of the
That's
article.
what she did.
And to
She
do
lied.
that, Ms. Heard talked
Do what
about
Ms. Heard
her own
did?
life experiences.
That's not a
as
very good
someone
idea.
who had
I'm just
obtained
gonna
TRO
put that
against
out
Mr.
there.
Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that.
That's
You
not what they
heard
said.
Ms. Heard herself
That's just
say,
confusing.
Of course, 2 years
And-
before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who
And he's
speak
arguing
out
that that's literally
after
true.
She obtained a temporary restraining
Will
order
he address the
against Mr.
headline?
Depp after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true.
Nope, he isn't. He's
Similarly,
not sympathetic
the
at
rare
all. I'm
vantage
reading
point
her
of
chat.
seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is
This is
absolutely
boring.
true as well, but we're going to take that
Someone said that in the
separately because
Shaman
she
like
didn't
that.
write it.
Ah,
Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win.
correct.
Now, plaintiff
Facts.
addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp.
Ah, good. There we go.
She admitted
There we
to that,
go.
but that doesn't make the
Kind of.
article or the statement
Say it.
about
She kind of
Think about it. Think
got
about
backed
every
into
piece
that
of evidence
corner.
that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks.
Yes, it would be.
Because
Oh,
he
it would
knows
be
the
very,
words-
very,
wouldn't
very
know that.
Mr.
different.
Depp says that
Lot
the
more
words now
damning.
have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are
She
the
needed
same
6 years
as
to make
saying,
up the excuses.
Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is.
You just
He
said it
has
was.
to show you
But
that any
Rottenborn.
Rottenborn,
implication
stop
is designed
lying.
and
Said.
intended
you just said, "Oh, it's about her.
designed
It's
and
about
intended
Johnny
by Ms.
Depp."
Heard to
And now,
convey
oh, it's not about Johnny
defamatory
Depp.
meaning
Oh,
that
come
he
on.
suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp and she accused him of abuse, that doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory
It's
implications
like we just
in
talked about
writing
this
about
at the break.
herself. And think about it. If Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone
Ah,
could ever make about
if you
their own
find
life
for Johnny Depp,
that implies anything, implies
Everything's
any
defamatory.
involvement with any other person could be defamatory.
All
And that's
of it's
clearly not what the First Amendment intends. She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea.
I have the smartest chat
The
in the
ACLU
world.
wrote the first draft, and
Yes,
great
Liz.
care was taken in drafting the article
make sure it
so as
wasn't
not to make
defamatory.
it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him.
Yeah, Eric
That's the
George
only
said
evidence
it was
presented about Ms. Heard's
defamatory.
motive,
Eric
except
George
her-
said that.
Her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She
They've got a
wanted to
double-edged
talk
sword with
about
this.
her experiences after Johnny Depp.
How
She
they
wanted
deal with
to
it will
own
be
her story
interesting.
after Johnny Depp and fit those into what other women experience, what other
Yeah, he
people
contradicted
experience,
himself
having
already.
accused someone of domestic abuse.
He's
and
contradicted
backlash
himself
and
more than
suffering,
once,
and then talk about
and that's a
legislative
problem.
measures that could help protect people in those positions.
Is he as
That's
easy to
what she
follow?
meant, and that's what the
for you?
article is about.
I don't think he's as easy to follow. It's
There's no
not very
hidden meaning
coherent.
here.
It's not very linear.
This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. And you can end here. You can end there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute. The headline that was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018 said, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath."
There we go.
A few points here. Number one, and this evidence is undisputed.
Yes, it
There's no
is.
dispute about this. So as you weigh
Well,
the
actually,
evidence,
no, it's
I don't-
not.
you-
I'm sorry.
you
It's
don't
not
have to expect common
undisputed.
sense at the door.
This
Um,
evidence
You
is
can weigh
disputed.
circumstantial evidence, you can weigh facts, but you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here
I'll
is
be
that
right
Ms.
back,
Heard
ladies and gentlemen.
didn't write the headline. She
Um,
didn't approve the headline.
Um,
She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice of the headline.
she republished it.
She testified, you saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced.
Oh, and it's true.
Mr. Depp. You
Okay.
saw her testify.
Well, if
about
it's
that.
true, then why do you
They're
care if she
calling
wrote
her
it
a
or not?
liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous, and it's insulting, and it's just victim blaming at its most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age, before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article,
I think
but
they
it's
should,
not by Mr. Depp.
I think they should have
Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write.
gone much
that
harder
contained
down that
something that had
road.
nothing, that was not about him.
They should have gone
And they want you
much,
to think that she
much harder down that
republished the
road.
headline, republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this.
They should have
This
gone
is the
down
tweet
that
that she
road
sent on December 19th.
weeks ago.
The hyperlink says, opinion, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version of the article. As Ms. Heard said, you can't attach, you can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link. And the jury instructions that you have make clear that a hyperlink is not republication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think.
No.
The only
It's a
way,
little disingenuous for
and
me.
the jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail now, but the republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication.
There's words.
You must
there.
determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. And if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. There was no content added to the article.
There was content added to the tweet. That's
She
disingenuous.
tweeted
Stop
above
it.
the article, simply saying, today I published this. That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it.
They're afraid
She could have
of
said,
this count.
not only did 2 years ago,
And they're
I
right to
become
be.
a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content.
I've said for weeks
This is not
that
adding new
if he
content.
wins,
But I
it's
guess
on
it's
the
no
retweet.
surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber
Apparently,
Heard
Rottenborn agrees
for
with me.
things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability. But the problem for him here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she
When
didn't
your
write
strongest
or
defense is
publish.
the Constitution, the facts are not on
But
your
here
side.
we are. Here we are. And you can decide this case without ever wading into any of the allegations the facts, the evidence that
Please
you've
don't
heard
evaluate that deeper.
about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining that those statements are true and they're protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the road ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time.
This is
And we're not just talking about physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse.
Will he say?
Financial abuse, sexual abuse.
There it is.
That's what we're talking about. Let's look at the evidence. You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood. As they reference, his mother called him one-eye because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one-eye by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one-eye worse than what he did to Miss Heard?
They're arguing
Absolutely
both.
not. You'll remember his
Also not a
expert,
good
Shannon
position
Curry,
to be
agreed
in.
with all that abuse can take many forms.
I like that they're using Dr.
And you'll
Curry.
remember that Don Hughes, Miss Heard's expert,
Don't do
talked
that.
about the reports of intimate partner violence
We don't know her.
by Miss Heard, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Miss Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Miss Heard. She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Miss Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Miss Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life, in their career, by intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior.
Agreed.
She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen.
Rebuttal will
She
happen.
said alcohol can just
after
throw
this.
lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Miss Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or non-physically, abusive to Miss Heard. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So let's look at some of that evidence. And
Notice
like
he
I said,
hasn't
you
yet
can
called
apply
Johnny
your
Depp a
own common
liar.
sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the deliberation room. I'm going to walk you through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth, his own words or the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof.
Notice
And as we
they're
go
leaning
through this
into his
evidence, I'd ask you to
witnesses.
keep this in mind as well.
not
It's not
her
about who's the better
witnesses.
spouse. It's not about whether you think Miss Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified
I
to,
hear the back.
then Amber wins. They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win,
No.
even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws.
Was he gonna
But
say
don't
JD?
fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None
He
of
was
us are.
going to say JD.
She's never pretended to be, and that's not what you're being asked to decide. One time, ladies and gentlemen, one time. If he abused her one time, Amber wins. Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship.
His drug
And he
buddy.
says, let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead.
He just leaned
Some of
into
the
that
most
F-bomb.
vile, disgusting
Respect.
language that you could ever imagine.
It is vile.
That is what he said to her at the beginning
No.
of the relationship.
No.
He said it to Paul Bettany.
Said it to, you just
So let's
said
look at
he
how
said
the
it to Paul
relationship
Bettany.
was bookended.
I'm sorry, I had to go take care of something
You
with my
remember
sister.
Mr. Depp the other day.
There's a
responding
lot I
to
wish I
text
could have
that
commented
you
on.
Later saying, I don't write like that.
Those also said incoming. Rottenborn.
This is a bookend.
Yeah, they also
indeed,
said
that
incoming,
girl's
you
over.
bitch. Fuck
I
you.
asked Mr. Depp to read
Fuck
that
you,
top
Rottenborn.
text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read, and he immediately said I didn't write that text, even though, of course, he did. Even though he wrote the text under it that said, "Hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic." That's how he
It just
bookended
flows so
their
naturally
relationship.
from him.
Ladies and gentlemen, these words
Does
are a
Rottenborn
window
curse in his
into the
off time?
heart
I think
and
so.
mind of America's favorite pirate.
I think Rottenborn loves to drop
This
an
is the
F-bomb.
real Johnny Depp. This is the real Johnny Depp after Miss Heard decided that she couldn't take it anymore.
Is he going to
Decided
read the
that she
throat
needed to leave him.
texts? The
And
throat
I'm
texts
not
are
going
going
to
to come
read
in.
this whole text to you.
Read the throat text.
This is where he says she's begging for global humiliation. She's going to get it.
That is their
He
strongest
says, I'll stop at
part of
nothing,
these
and I can
texts.
only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her.
Those are their strongest texts, I think.
It's one of the only promises to Miss Heard that Mr. Depp has ever kept.
Oh,
Huh.
there you go.
That's
Did you
how
see
we
Camille
ended the
Vasquez
relationship.
smiling?
You
She's
saw
like,
how he
"All right."
started it.
I like
Now,
how they bookended. This
Miss
is how
Heard
it started.
did
This is how it
testify on the
ended.
stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First, it started. They were very happy.
Where's the
Started dating
audio
in
proof?
2011.
Where's the
And
audio proof?
things
I
were
gotta
good.
talk about that.
She testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good,
Notice how he's trying to
when the
connect the
monster
two a
was
bit
gone,
subtly.
and then the monster would return.
Trying to connect those
You
two
heard about how
things
the first
subtly-
incident of
subtly.
violence.
He's trying to say that
incidents of
just because you
violence
do drugs,
took
that
place
means
in
you're abusive.
2012, when Miss
Well,
Heard
I've got
asked
friends and family that
Johnny
do
about
drugs
his
and they are not abusive. I
tattoo.
can tell you
He
that
said,
much.
"Known her forever,"
I've
and
got
then
family and
changed to
friends.
say, "Why no
Well, they're not
forever?"
really friends anymore,
she
but I've
laughed.
got family that are
She
abusive.
said, and he
And guess
slapped
what?
me
They
across
don't do
the
drugs.
face. She thought it was a
So
joke,
guess
and then
what?
he did it 2 more times.
Drugs
And
don't
then
have to
she
be
said,
the end all be all.
I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before. That's what he said to her.
I love how
during that
he
first
did say earlier,
incidence
you
of
can't
violence.
tweet a paper. Yeah, you can. You
don't
can take
just
a
have to
picture of
take
it.
what
And
Mr.
she did
Depp
share
said
she did
in
share
his
the
text. You can hear through his own
freaking
voice
headline.
what he called Miss Heard.
And the audio.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
What was it?
She is a fucking cunt.
That was a quick clip.
We talked about the monster. You heard Mr. Depp get
I
on the stand
wonder
and say that
if
that
that's
was
as
Miss
powerful
Heard's
as he
term.
thinks it is.
She made
I
it
don't.
up.
I mean, okay, he called
That
her a
was what
cunt. So
she
what?
used to refer to him when she was nagging him. She didn't want him to have
In a
good
jury
time.
of mostly
She didn't
men,
want him
that's
to
not
have
gonna
a
fly.
beer once in a while.
But
We're gonna
again,
see you
what
next
he's
Tuesday
implying.
a lot.
But
in
no,
court.
The
this
ju-
was a term
the-
created by Mr. Depp
the
that she heard
the
for the
jury
first
has
time
to be
in
anonymous.
2012, after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, "I thought I put the monster away." And after he sat up
This
here on the
one
stand
says
under oath and told you
outgoing.
that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's
What's
paid
he referring
millions
to
and
himself,
millions
though?
and millions of dollars. Thank you, my
I don't
darling
think so.
Kipper. He says, I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within.
Kipper, his sobriety doctor? That Kipper?
That
He
kid.
tells Stephen Duders, you know Mr. Duders. He likes to
Outgoing.
text Mr. Duders. He tells him, she thinks my Peruvian period, which is a reference to cocaine, he admitted to that.
Texted
That
his
means him using
assistant, y'all.
cocaine, has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship. Imagine that. Someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship.
Sir,
How dare she?
we've heard a lot of
He says,
evidence
need
about
to
drug
discuss
use.
the news helicopters. The monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that. He knows that. He got up here on the stand and tried to deny that to you. Talk about lack of accountability.
Oh,
Huh.
Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
Let's talk about Amber Heard's lack of accountability, motherfucker.
Cabinet
Let's
slamming
go.
Video? Maybe.
What happened?
Oh no, we're gonna get copywritten. Fuck.
What happened?
After the TMZ testimony, does this video hit the same for you? Let me know in the chat. Is this the serve that you think it
No,
is?
this is not the
Or is
serve.
the jury looking at what's happening at the
'Cause this
beginning
is-
and the end?
ah,
They
fuck,
haven't
we're gonna
seen
get
it
copyrighted.
Since the TMZ testimony. They have not seen this since TMZ said the beginning and the end were clipped. Is that what they're looking for? Or are they looking for the mega pint?
Nothing happened this morning. You know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice.
Yeah, he
We're
just
not
lost
fighting
$650
All I did was
million.
Something
I don't know. I
happened.
would break a lot of shit if
You-
I lost $650 million.
I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going. You got this going.
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? Sweet that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
I don't think this is the serve that he thinks this is, because as Morgan
You
Tremaine
see Mr.
said,
laughing in that?
this
I appreciate that they played the whole thing.
Mr. Depp in his courtroom right now is laughing and making snide remarks as that video is being played. But it's not a laughing matter.
It's a fair
Who
thing to
does
point
that?
out.
it is. He shouldn't
does
be
that?
laughing.
Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down,
Remember,
you know it will.
so I said this on
You
my
know
other
that
channel.
man will
You
come
can't
out.
bring
know
up a
that
woman's
monster will come out,
promiscuity
and you want him to change.
in a
Imagine
rape
watching
trial, but you
your
can
husband,
bring up a
the person
male's
you love,
habits in
behaving
an abuse
violently that
trial.
way,
Oh, that's funny.
like a wild animal. That is abuse.
No, it's not.
That's abuse.
No, it's not.
And you don't have
He
to
knows
look at
it's
that
not
incident
abuse.
in isolation to find that it's
That's
abuse.
not
You
abuse
can
right
look at
there.
it in the context
Fuck you,
of their whole
motherfucker. I hope
relationship.
someone abuses
This
you,
isn't about
rotten
breaking
born.
down a series of individual
And
days
I don't take that
it's
back,
about.
YouTube.
This
I
is
don't.
about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Ms.
You wanted
Heard's
to say the
relationship,
totality.
and whether that
Yes.
constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse. And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of, and she was on a plane.
How do
The
we
only
know
evidence
that?
suggests she was on an international flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it.
No.
Ms. Heard was
No.
That's not what he said.
She didn't.
That is
send
not
it
what
to
he said.
TMZ. She never.
No, he
leaked
didn't.
Anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth. Who would want that?
Who would believe anything that comes out of that bitch's mouth? Nobody would.
Again,
I
in
mean,
order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his
The
defamation
timing
claim,
is sus, though.
every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that. But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's
I was
why he
wondering if
said
this would come
he
back
hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or
in the
not.
last 12 months, but we don't
That
know when this
obviously
was
wasn't true in
signed.
the past 12
yeah,
months.
she wasn't scared. When he was slamming those cabinets, and his mom
We
just
talked about
died,
Mr.
and he
Depp.
lost $600 million. I wonder why things are going bad for Johnny.
Role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013. When Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep.
Yeah, she took pictures of
Not
that, but not
asleep,
of his
so
injuries.
he's passed
Of
out,
not of her
drunk
injuries.
and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help. I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet
Oh, the
of anyone
weed's
in this
back.
courtroom. That's Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. And all you hear
I
from
I
Mr.
love how
Depp
Amber
was
Heard's
vomit.
trying to cry,
We don't know what that is.
snickering,
but she's not crying.
And the dog hasn't even paid attention to the ice cream. I have
victim
questions.
blaming Miss Heard for taking this picture up, for trying to help. So let's talk about some of these instances of abuse. Oh,
Well, he's a lawyer. He's
March
reframing things in the
2013,
light most favorable to his
talk
client.
about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March
No,
2013,
he's not reframing
there were a
things, he's
couple
lying.
instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine.
Drinking brown
Or
liquor.
that might have been that was March 22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp back.
Oh, he drank
She felt
alcohol and
like
did
her
cocaine,
lips
ladies and
were
gentlemen.
heat.
Holy
Got a
shit!
little
Call the cops!
blood.
Call the cops! Call the cops! Someone call the cops,
He grabbed
please!
her by the arm.
Someone can
Held
someone
her
please call the
to
cops on
street.
Johnny Depp? He did cocaine. Ouch.
Come back to
That
this.
Amber Heard also did. That Whitney Heard also did. Oh, it's good for them to do it. It's
This
okay for the
is March
girls to do it, but
22nd.
when the man does it, oh, it's
This
a
is what
problem.
Mr. Depp said isn't every hour
Because
happy
there's
hour.
another one.
Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Miss Heard to remove a painting by her
Yeah, that
ex-partner.
whole
And he wanted to
viewing Emily's
admit
chat
to
still. That whole
embarrass
hey, you're
what he
smarter
has.
than that. It's like someone who's
Didn't
like,
admit
why
to
the
it because it
did you
wasn't
do
true.
this? You're so
So he decided to have some
you're not
lines of
stupid. You're
cocaine
smarter than
and some
that.
whiskey
It's
for
to make you
breakfast.
feel low.
Is that whiskey?
And then, on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed their dog,
There
their
aren't even
teacup Yorkie,
fingerprints.
and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car, and he's howling like an animal, Miss Heard said, while holding the dog out of
Yeah,
the
that's a
car.
good
That is
argument I
abuse,
saw in the
ladies
chat
and
right now.
gentlemen.
Not this chat. I wish
It's
people would
abuse.
leave comments here in the chat.
The thing is, they have
Um,
to address
let's
both
go back to
abuse
this,
and sexual
because
violence for this
that
jury.
Miss Vasquez
she's
read a
smirking,
parade
she's
of
laughing,
witnesses
she's
that she
doing all of that,
believes
and
were
it's okay.
times.
The moment Johnny
That's
does
in this
it,
case.
oh, it's a
But
problem.
as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are
The
witnesses on
fact
this
that the mug
payroll.
is in all those pictures
They're
and
all
nobody's
scared
talked
to say
about it
anything bad about him. And they've
is
seen
wild
what
to me.
happens to
It's in
people.
every
who
single
do.
one.
And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is, oh, if he didn't abuse Miss Heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, then it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case.
Accurate.
You remember her on the stand.
We agree,
when I
Ron Board. It
presented her
feels
with
like a
these
year
texts that
ago.
say, stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, oh, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Miss Heard was delusional.
Be very
She couldn't
careful
even
on the
admit
his
this.
sister's
She's
lying to
nothing
protect
but an
him
enabler.
line
the same
of
with
thought.
Sean Bett, his head of security, who's been sitting in this court.
Yeah,
for the
his
past
sister's
6
lying to
weeks.
protect him. Whitney
He's
just
right
came
there.
and told a bunch of fucking lies.
Mr. Bett,
You want to
he
see?
wanted
You want to test
testify.
that,
He
bitch?
was
We
the
can do
test
that.
that
Let's
he
take.
drinks
Let's
of
get her for
alcohol.
perjury.
He said, I wrote this down. He said, it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean
Is the
Bett
kitchen
who
video
said that
like
on
you
the
or I
evening of
when
May
we
21st,
lost a parent
2016, which
and
Elaine will talk about in a
fuck
little
tons
bit.
of money?
He
I
said
don't know.
Mr. Depp may
Y'all
have
decide.
bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see them again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged Miss Heard's closet.
He did say
You've seen the
that.
pictures. You'll see him again.
I don't doubt that.
Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas who tried to blame everything on Ms. Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp
Yes,
passed out face
it is.
down in the sand underneath a hammock, and his son Jack found him there.
I don't know who that is.
She took a
sleeping,
video
but I saw
of their
the,
cabin in the Bahamas
you're asleep.
to try to suggest to you that this assault that Ms. Heard alleges couldn't have taken place.
The camera.
But
helpfully cut
conveniently,
away.
she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp held Ms. Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Ms. Heard. She didn't do that.
Oh, but you didn't go into this
She wanted to
yesterday.
generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp.
Funny
Think
how
about
he sexually
John
assaulted
Depp
her. She never
started
seeked medical
like
attention.
Stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016.
they
He
were
learned that he was
trying.
essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. Well, we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that. He left the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Miss Heard's birthday party until 11:15.
Oh!
Okay, fine, he was late.
Oh
We
my
all know what he
God!
does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something. Mr. Bett testified. Remember, he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Miss Heard. That's what he said. That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him. He testified by the video link on the stand. And I
Sterling
said, you don't
Jenkins.
know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh, yes, I do. I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here,
Paraded.
who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all.
Oh.
Oh!
And they're telling
They're on his
you
payroll.
whatever they think they need to tell you to get you. to
Didn't
take
Amber
this
Heard
Oh,
pay off
dear.
her witnesses?
just as we previewed.
Can we
they
kill
would do in
Rottenborn?
opening.
They did do that.
But Mr. Depp would go through periods where he would apologize, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige Heard, Amber's mom, after detox on the island in 2014. He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this. There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. But then there were these days. Then there were times like this. This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes
Yeah,
it.
this all sounds like,
You'll
yeah,
remember the
everybody's
text
lying.
from a few days later.
Amber Heard's telling the truth. I'm telling the truth as Rottenborn. Everybody's lying.
referred
Everybody.
to as the disco
That's what it
bloodbath
sounds like.
text,
By who?
where Miss Heard says, is that about last Friday night by any chance? And Mr. Depp responds,
Does
how
he drop
can you make me smile
The
about
see you
such
next
a
Tuesday.
hideous
Yes, he
moment?"
does.
He testified on the stand. I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Miss Heard sure did. And this is what one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and
Mhm.
made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning?
Made it
Take
seem like what?
pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face. Look at the date that this
'Cause she
picture was
doesn't.
taken, ladies and gentlemen.
She doesn't
March
fucking have injuries.
23rd, 2013.
That's the day the text was
15
sent.
days
That's right.
after
Sir.
This incident. So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been more. This is a 2-week-old bruise.
Oh, 2-week-old.
She
That's
texted-
the
look who she
excuse
texted
now.
that to.
Like he's
She
a
texted to her
professional.
mom. They say she never told anyone. Text to mom, March 23rd, 2013.
And she's got a long blink going
Let's
there.
go to
Poor-
Hicksville. You remember Hicksville, obviously. There's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case.
It's raining
This is where
witnesses.
Mr. Depp got
Interested
jealous
to that.
that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard and maybe had her arm around her at a campfire, and everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking.
Say cuddle puddle.
And Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser.
We'll give you 10
She's
points
so
to
much
Slytherin if
stronger
you say
than he
cuddle
is.
puddle.
But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood of the whole night.
No, he
They went
didn't.
and got
He
into
killed
an
the vibe.
argument in the trailer.
No, he didn't.
Not only did he
Morgan
bash
Knight
the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom.
talked
He
about
slammed
it,
her up
and
against
he
the
said
side wall
that
of the
was
bed,
not true. He
by her
was
neck,
there.
holds her there.
Yeah, make up
And-
another lie.
No, sorry, that was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her into the bathroom of the trailer and did what he called a cavity search, where he inserted
No,
his fingers inside.
she called
of
it
her
that.
sexually
That's what
assault.
she
I didn't
said.
call it that.
Trailer.
She called
She
it that.
called it a cavity search,
And you
motherfucker.
heard
What's wrong with you?
This Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago, who said it was $62 of damage. You also heard
Morgan Knight
evidence
person.
that the way he got involved in this trial was by
Social media.
reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social
That is
media.
not, that
And you
misstates
saw that
evidence.
text.
Even
That's how he
even
injected
Elaine's
himself into
curious.
this trial.
Elaine's like,
It
what?
was way more than $62.
What are you talking about? I did that
That
questioning.
umbrella guy is in closing
Whitney Heard.
arguments.
Whitney Enriquez and
You see
Amber
Tug.
about him
You
trashing
see
the
that
trailer.
umbrella guy, ladies and
Is that
gentlemen?
really a surprise? The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets
We
angry. The
banged,
man's
thank you.
admitted that he smashed hotel rooms.
Yeah,
You
that's
saw
not
the quote that he admitted
how that
to
went.
the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions.
That's a bit disingenuous.
So in
Elaine's
Hicksville,
face was like, what the fuck's happening?
this is
Elaine's face is like,
Hicksville's
that's
late
not,
May
I don't think that's
2013.
what happened.
This is a text, another text to drug buddy Bettany, where he says,
Drug
I,
buddy
of
Bettany.
course,
Yeah, where's
pounded
Kelly
and
Sue?
sprayed ugly
I really
colors
wonder,
of Amber on
because
Miss
it
Heard.
was
I'm
Amber
the
who went over
insane person,
and
not
made
so
Johnny
very
cower
after
and afraid.
Too much of the drink.
Everybody's
Weed,
tornado alarms are
pills,
going off.
fine.
Do you hear them?
Booze,
Everyone's phones are going off
my
in court.
capacity is too large, and I won't stop.
There's a tornado
Ugly
warning in
and
Fairfax
sad.
County.
Oh, how I love it.
I saw that from the chat because chat is Bay.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I
Oh.
think we're okay.
I thought that was going to be
People are
the
getting
tornado
it on
warning.
their phones that hadn't silenced that.
Oh, okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
An Amber Alert. I
Yes,
thought
sir.
that was going to be the tornado warning.
Yeah, it's an Amber Alert. Shut the
I
fuck
guess
up.
it's a
We're
tornado
done.
watch.
That's after Hicksville. This is what I was getting to next. This, remember,
Yes, it's an Amber
uh,
Alert
the testimony about Mr.
An
Depp
Amber
being drunk
Alert
on his yacht
going off during Amber.
on the island in the Bahamas in 2013, when Mr. Depp looked a little scary by the way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry.
There's
Miss
an
Heard
Amber
comforted
Alert going
Lily
off
Rose,
during Amber
and
Heard's
then Depp
closing. I
accused
just
Amber of
This
making
is
them aware
crazy
that he was drinking
that
again.
Amber Heard's
Making his
trial
kids aware
has
of
an
this.
Amber Alert
He
going off like,
slammed her up against the sidewall.
Amber Heard's lying. Amber Heard's lying. Amber, Rotten board, stop.
You're an embarrassment. That's what he said. And then you remember what happened. Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking, and just ridiculing her.
I
trying to
I'm not
protect
over the Amber Alert. I
his
did not have
daughter.
that on my bingo card. I've seen the memes.
Sickening. This text, let's fast forward a little
I
bit.
haven't recovered yet. I'm
to-
sorry, Rotten.
Actually, before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight,
Really?
when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp. And
She took
When he
ecstasy.
hit
Oh
her
my
on the
God.
plane, when he
Oh my
threatened
God,
to
it's
break
so
the
bad. She
bone
took
in his
ecstasy.
wrist,
Someone do
this
something about it.
Vasquez,
That's their
again,
reaction to Johnny Depp
just tried to
drinking
tell you,
and having
he
ecstasy.
always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you,
She said,
has
I've never known
1248.
Johnny
Take a
not
look
to
at
wear
that.
rings.
Review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring. on his
I am
finger.
so
Some kind of
curious to see how the jury is
Fair.
feeling about this. I want
And
to
so-
know
But I'm
In
slayed.
how the
Mr.
jury's
Depp's
feeling
results,
about this.
they're gonna
Please
try to
tell
come
me.
at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On September 2013,
said
in
Amber
London,
Alert. I thought
Mr.
it would
Depp
be a
was filming
tornado
with Paul Bettany.
watch.
He missed a
The
few
court
days
said
of
Amber
work,
Alert.
going on a multi-day drug binge. And that's when he told Miss Heard that if she accepted an invitation and went to a concert with a friend that she was starring in a movie with, that the engagement would be off. Talk about coercive control. that Don Hughes
I'm
testified.
sorry,
It was
I'm lost on
abuse.
the Amber
That is
Alert.
abuse.
It's just
And there's been a lot
I can't.
mentioned
It's
in this
just-
case by Mr. Depp about Miss Heard not wanting.
After
him
all
to
the
leave.
Amber Alert memes on the internet
Miss
for
Heard
that
not
to
wanting to
happen
leave.
during
Yeah, how does he
closing is
text
This
her
is
when
why she didn't
when
want to
he's
leave,
passed out? I
because
just don't
He
understand.
goes
But the
off with his friends and he twists
Monique,
off, as he calls it.
I
He
thought
goes on
it
a
would be a
multi-day
severe weather
bender.
alert.
That's
The
why
court
she didn't want him
said
to
it's an
leave.
Amber
When he
Alert.
got spun up like that, and she could see the monster
So I'm
coming.
going with what
So
the
let's
court
fast forward
said
to
in
the
front of the
Boston
jury.
plane incident.
The court said in front of the
Mr. Depp
jury,
was
it's an
jealous that she
Amber
was
Alert.
filming a movie with James Franco. And Miss Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his car pulled up. She
He's
could
getting
guess
lost
by
in
the way
all
he
of
was
the
moving.
lies
She
because there's
knew
so
what was
many.
gonna board that plane, and it
It's
wasn't
almost
Mr. Depp,
impossible.
Man, it was Mr. Depp the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk. I already know he's using. And then when he got on the plane, he straight up started taunting her. He called her a go-getter and a slut. He started throwing things at her, ice cubes and
I
utensils.
thought it was a
and he
weather
slapped
warning.
her face
That's not what the court said.
against the window when she was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she? He kicked her in the back. She said, I feel this boot in my back. And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out in the bathroom. Let's play 221, please.
I can't recover. I thought it was probably a weather report based on what you guys were saying in the chat. I thought it was weather.
This sounds like a person who's in pain. This does. Oh,
After
I'm
all the
angry.
Audio that Depp's team played. This is your strongest audio.
This is
This
strong
is your
audio.
strongest audio, Rotten.
Really? Oh wow, I'm so
This is it.
convinced.
This is your strongest audio for closing.
Him on a plane going ah. Really?
On the plane, but he expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne.
Ooh, he had drinks on a plane.
He's talked about black.
I've had alcohol on a plane before. It was
Blackouts
gross.
where
It
he
was
doesn't
terribly
remember what
gross.
happened.
I've
He
had
doesn't
alcohol on a
remember
plane.
opiates, but we know
Oh,
they
it's
happen
so
to
apparently,
that.
guys,
He doesn't
men,
remember what's
listen to
happened.
me.
Is your
It's
weighing the
wrong to
evidence?
drink on a
You're
plane now if
assessing
you're a
Mr.
man,
Depp has
okay?
sworn his
So
verdict
for
of
all my
guilt.
men,
Think
I never
yourself.
want you to
You
drink
believe
again on a plane
Amber
because
was
apparently
drunk on the
Rottenborn
plane,
and her
or do you
team,
believe
they're basically
that
saying
person's account that you just heard?
that it's wrong
But
for a man to
actually,
drink,
you can
okay?
look at his account
On a plane.
from a few days
So
later.
if you're caught, you
The
need
Fairfax
to
County has gone
get
from
yourself
tornado
arrested.
Which he
warning
told
or tornado
again,
watch to
Paul Bettany.
warning.
He said,
Court has
drank
to
all
be
night
clued into
before I
that.
picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days.
So if there's a warning,
powders, half a bottle
that's
of
a big
whiskey,
deal.
1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne. And what do you get? An angry
I've
aggro
learned that
engine and
the
a
difference
fucking
between a
blackout,
tornado watch and a
screaming
tornado warning
obscenities
is a
and
big deal,
insulting
like the
any
difference
fuck
between a
you got
pledge and
I'm
a
done.
donation. These are
I'm admittedly in the head, spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy.
They've overplayed
but
the
pills are
text,
fine.
and I don't think anyone
He expects you to believe
cares.
that he's carrying
Yeah,
the
if
burden
all you
of
have is
showing
text
that
messages,
no abuse
an
happened.
audio of him calling her a cunt, the video of the cabinets,
have to
and
look
the
at just that.
audio of on the plane,
You can look at this text of
these
Patty
are
Smith.
very weak fucking arguments,
says,
and these texts are getting
When I was in
overdrawn.
NYC,
I wonder.
they
I
would
really
revisit
can't
and
wait for
I felt
Runkle Bailey to
charged
come
by
on,
horrific
because
fights
what
with
I want to
Amber.
know is,
I fucked
Let me put
up
my
and
headphones
drank
on 'cause I
and
hear
got
something's
shitty.
wrong.
Was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard the next day, where he says, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I'm sorry. I really
You
don't
know,
know why.
I'm
or what happened.
saying this because this is important, right?
You heard the voice of
That
complaint. Of course
the
he doesn't
I
know.
wonder how the
But I
jury
will
is
never
feeling
do it
during
again.
this
My
argument.
illness somehow
I want him to
caused
say
me
that
me.
because
Get it.
this is boring
Love
as a
is so bad for
motherfucker.
letting
Okay,
me. What his response has been
I
to
can
that
just say
stuff,
that it's
like
so
saying-
boring.
saying just
I
because
can't stand it, man. I honestly
back
can't
carrying
take
burden
it
of
anymore.
showing that abuse
This
hasn't
is
happened
so
every single time.
bad.
This is in the lead up to Australia. But before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have
Sorry
any
about
bruises.
that.
She testified herself
Oh,
that
why
she
did
was
I know
checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case. February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett Wright that where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it. He'll say it's a joke he made on his wedding day. Then we fast forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming The Danish Girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from
You mean Australia where she broke his fucking finger?
All at the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender.
Oh,
He's hanging out with
drugs.
Marilyn Manson.
Drugs,
He's
oh
taking
my
drugs
God.
from his
Oh,
sisters who
oh my
are
God.
enablers.
Oh,
Again,
drugs.
There's a reason you didn't hear them testify. in his
That's
trial.
what that sounds like.
They're getting him drugs for days and days. And then the one on the
Oh,
bottom
days
right,
and
you'll remember
days.
you've
They're
seen
giving
a
him
couple times.
drugs.
This is after he chopped his finger off. When
Oh, he
says,
chopped
"Need
his
more
finger off.
cocaine."
He didn't chop his fucking finger off. There was no
So,
fucking
and
phone
no one-
on the
surgeon
wall.
was in touch
Not
with his
there.
assistant,
There was no
but
phone.
No one told her
The
whole
surgeon even said, "Yeah, it was a
We all know what
vodka
happened
bottle."
in
Come on,
We all know that.
stop the fucking lies.
We
He
all
gets there,
know
he pulls out a bag
what
of
happened in
MDMA,
Australia.
and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that
challenge
Miss
that.
Heard
Yes, they
refused
can
to
run
do
out of
a
time. They have
post
2
knock,
hours. That's it.
calls Amber's
2 hours
domestic
total.
relations attorney, Michelle Mulrooney. You heard from her when he was drunk and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want a post knock. And then she said she remembered him slamming up against the wall. And I won't go through, you remember her testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You
I'm not gonna
remember
go
her
through it.
saying
Then
that
he goes through it.
Threw her
Lawyer.
on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face.
She
and he
did. She
told her
said
that
8
he
to
would
10.
carve up her
She said 8 to
face,
10.
that he
She
was
said 8 to
throwing
10.
bottles at her.
She
He's
said 8 to
throwing
10.
bottles one after another. and
Yeah,
you
she
could
said
feel
8 to
glass
10.
breaking
Where?
behind him.
Why
You
is there a
see the evidence of
discrepancy
that.
now? Huh, Rottenborn?
And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces.
Oh yeah, sure.
She doesn't know
How
he
the
lost
court
his
will deal
finger.
with weather
She
they might
said that she
take
saw him
lunch
smash a phone to pieces.
right when he
And
finishes.
you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony.
But
from
we
the
know
UK,
that
which was
Elaine is
different
gonna
from what he
speak
testified
after
here, where
him.
He said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with the desk phone and suggest that that was it.
I didn't know that. Paul,
It's
did
deception.
Paul Bettany know his
They're
new
trying to
nickname
deceive
is
you.
Drug Buddy Bettany?
And then you heard Ms. Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house.
Such
But
odd
not before-
testimony.
This is
No one
weird.
else.
Before
No one
she
else
went to
said
bed that night.
No one else said that.
Where Miss Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure in my pubic bone.
You.
I remember just not wanting to move.
He said, "I'm
because
not
I
gonna
didn't
break this
know
down."
if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me.
That he had inside me. Well, the evidence shows that the bottles weren't broken. That there was no medical
This is
report.
the next morning.
And the thing is,
This is what he
Rottenborn,
wrote.
you don't
when he
have the
stuck
lady
his finger.
parts.
And there's been testimony about
Yeah.
what happened to cut the finger
Why are
off.
you talking
Frankly,
about
it's
this?
broken.
irrelevant to your deliberations here. Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't curled,
Sure.
and someone was
Whatever.
standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where that
We know his
canopy
fingers
is,
weren't
and
curled.
threw it.
How do we
and
know
it
that,
somehow
sir?
managed to damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen.
What?
Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that. But here,
We will?
he writes about her ambitions, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber. He talked about controlling, jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again, and they try to blame her and say that she wrote.
He
"Call
is
Carmen
harder to
Simon."
follow, I
She didn't
know.
write that. Who was the
She didn't
lunatic
write
in the
that?
house?
Are we still going
Who
there?
Really,
writing
we're
it?
going with she didn't write it.
There's no
She
evidence
literally
wrote that,
testified
just like
yesterday.
we know who
That's
Carmen
why I
Simon
wrote the
was.
op-ed.
It's told.
Is he forgetting? He did that
This
questioning,
is
by
some
the
of
way.
evidence.
He
Mr.
did
Depp
it.
told you a couple different stories the other day
Oh
about
my
the evidence on the
God.
right. He claimed that that was the handle.
And
of
by the
vodka
way, it is
between
tough to
those
follow
two
him, but
beer cans there.
it's just because
But
he's
then
lying
under
his ass off.
cross-examination, He admitted it's not, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing, more abuse on the right. Imagining having a painting area where you're drawing two canvases and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep that night, he takes the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous rage and his desire to control Amber's career. He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013, he tells his sister, I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. He tells her in this recording,
If you look at the bigger picture,
I
what is
become
the
irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth.
Okay, but how is that abusive?
This is
It's
some
not.
of the notes of Dr. Blaustein, his therapist, called him self-destructive. Something about wait up to fight the devil.
I think he said he was destructive to
Jealous.
himself.
And I know
Oh.
it's hard to read, but you can see jealous, you see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career.
Oh, he's gonna try to make those other texts
and then he
happen
says things
again.
like, I have other uses for your throat.
Yes, the
which do not
the
include
sexting
injury."
came in.
No one
Rotten
who's-
born.
hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would
My
write, which
guy.
do not include injury.
That
But we all
is
know how
a
Mr. Depp thinks
sext.
along these lines because you
That
saw
is
these
not
two
a
texts the other
threat.
day, that he sat on the stand and denied writing. And I'm not going to read them to you again because they're the most
Sext.
vulgar, vile writing you can imagine. He said, that's not my style. I wouldn't write like that.
Bring him up again. Bring
Of
up
course
the
he would,
incoming
and
texts
he
again.
did. These
Bring
are
them up.
texts that he produced, that
Show
he
them.
gave to Amber.
Show it,
and our
bitch.
team in this
Show it.
litigation, from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders. This is
From
the way
him,
he thinks about
Hold
women.
them up.
This,
Pull them up
not what you heard
right
on the
now.
stand, that.
Yeah, you're not pulling them. You're not pulling them up, Ronborn.
Pull them
That
up right
means
now.
you're fucking lying.
He
Pull them up,
admitted that he
bitch.
cut his finger
Pull
off.
them up,
These-
motherfucker. Let's
this is
go.
evidence of him admitting
Come
to
on.
it to people
Come
other
on.
than
We're trying to
Amber.
make fetch
I
happen.
cut the top of my
Ronborn.
middle finger off. Says that to Dr. Kipper. Says it again to Dr. Kipper. The bottom one he says to Nurse Filati, I just chopped my finger off. But he does say it to Amber too. Remember, we played this one 4 times, and Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying the day that I chopped my finger off. Let's hear it one more time.
I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that.
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
The day that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to March 23rd, 2015. After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger that can be wielded like a club. And
No.
they got in an argument when Mr.
They did not
discovered that he was having
testify
an
it could be
affair
wielded
with
like a
woman named
club.
Rochelle
No,
that had been going on before
he's
the wedding,
making shit up
after the
about
wedding,
people's
and
testimony.
she confronted him about that. No surprise there. They got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him.
The thing
She
is, if
and
we're feeling
Whitney
this way, I
Enriquez say
wonder how
that
the jury's
absolutely
feeling.
didn't happen. But even if
He's
you believe,
arguing the evidence means
Mr.
something
McGivern.
different.
at some point, Mr. Depp went
It
up the
could
stairs.
go very
He went
badly if the
to
jury's
fight.
like,
This is the
that's
man who
not what
claims he
that
always
said,
wants to
though.
run, and this
It
time
just
he had a
turns them off
bodyguard
and they're
with him.
done.
So he could have just walked out the door, but he runs up the stairs, and Miss Enriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs.
Elaine still
And
has to
Amber
testify.
admitted that when she
argue.
thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as
Testify
he's
like she did
grabbing
during
at her and Amber
testimony.
with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted hand, that she said, I punched him square in the face. I punched him square in the face. And they showed you a picture
He's-
of the shiner that
was
she
happy
had,
to say that.
that Mr. Depp had. Miss Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser. her defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet. I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing clothing
I want
rack
it
down the
to look like
stairs.
the home
This is
edit.
knocking this over. This is what he did to
It just
rearrange her
doesn't.
closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit Miss Heard with, they claim. That in and of itself, that destruction of property.
The doctor
even if he
said
hadn't hit her that
he
night,
couldn't
that's
have. He would have
abuse.
damaged it
Imagine
even
being
further,
married to
you
someone and
motherfucker.
walking
I
on
want to kill
eggshells
Rockborn,
so
seriously.
thick that you don't know
God
if you
damn.
set them off if that's what's going to happen.
Are the eggshells thick or thin?
That's abuse.
Because I think they would be thin.
It's disgusting.
I
But
don't
sometimes
disagree
he'd
that
apologize.
that can be
He'd say,
abusive.
I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low.
I
to
just wonder what
spew
the
such
jury would think.
vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good. And when it was good, it was really good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, do you really want to go again, tough guy? And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back and headbutted her square in the nose and pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top. And she said, this is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's out of his mind.
This is all fake, ladies and gentlemen.
And
This is
these are the
all
pictures that they
fake.
claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making
That's
it
kind
out.
of it.
Look under
No.
her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse?
She
What, if
videotaped
she's
a
being
lot.
hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another
Sir.
hand? You heard her in one of the audio
A video
tapes
camera?
talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a door.
Elaine, you're blocking your client
As he's
from the
coming
camera.
after
Can you
her.
just move your head a little?
And of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victims, of course, of control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me,
Fair.
Johnny, and you push a door into me and I have to hit
Like,
you
fair.
to get away to protect myself, yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what
Yep.
victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And
The
again,
jury's
we're
probably
talking
already
about
made a
hoax. The
decision.
next day,
They
she
just
went on
have to
James
fill out the
Corden and they said,
forms.
"Well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have happened."
There's no evidence
She
she
would have
painted
to
on the
be-
bloody lip, is what he just said.
Dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day
That is
before.
a very good point.
But you heard Melanie
If
Iglesias,
you're
her
going to
makeup artist,
tag these
testify in
events,
great detail.
why
I didn't
tag
even
them
understand
when you're
half
in
the
public
terms
the
about
next
makeup
day?
that she
It
was
is a
using,
very good
but she
point.
testified in great detail.
And if any
about
jurors
exactly
catch
what
that,
she did
and
to
he
cover
should have
up
argued
the
it more.
bruises.
If any
The
jurors
red
catch that and are
lipstick
like,
that
right,
she
why
put
would
to
she
cover
hoax it
up
the
the
day
busted
before
lip.
she's in public?
Exactly.
And I think that's a
Why?
fair point. But
Why?
he didn't lean into that.
From a neutral party.
He's leaning into a
who
lot of
said
other
exactly what she did.
He should have
She
leaned
talked
into
about
that.
How she looked at the color.
Why
wheel
would she
to
lie if she
neutralize
knows she's
the
going to be on the
bruising.
James Corden show? Why would she pick that
They
date? Why not
claim
pick a different
it
date?
was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair.
Why now? Why this
They
date?
claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed
No,
out. To stage
Rob
this.
from
Well, I don't
Lawn
know if that's a
Lumber
pocket knife
claims-
or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Henriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day.
Mhm.
So what,
We all know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from.
Amber?
I think one of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or
Sue
so
from the
ago.
sticks? I only
I'm
ask
sending
you
it to you
try.
now. And he says,
I only ask that
I
you
forget
try
if
to
it's
give him a
text or
chance.
an email, but you can look at the X580. He says,
That's all.
yes,
I asked you
I
to try to
fucked
keep an
up
open
and
mind.
went too far in our fight.
If you have tried and are over
Because
it,
as a result of that fight and the
okay.
bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for
Rick
Christmas.
Schneider, I see you in the chat. Thank you.
All of her family saw.
refused to go to
We
the
only had
Bahamas
one family member testify.
I think the jury is
for
over Amber
Christmas.
and her team.
On that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out. And every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that. And she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his
she
kids,
dumped a
he
glass of
got up.
wine.
This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video. She didn't show you the closet. She didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber said, while holding my neck, this is in the closet. He said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom. And she said, but this time he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers
Grabbed her
inside,
by the pussy.
through my bathing
That's
suit,
what I'm
and
thinking
held
of.
me there and asked
Grabbed
me
my
if I was
vagina? What the fuck?
And then she ran out of the house. And to keep him away from her, that's when
We
he
saw the
claims,
house in
and
the
she admits
Bahamas.
she threw something at him.
It's-
Don't know what it was.
It's a
It's
room.
been testimony it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed
The
that
closet
hit
has
Mr. Depp.
beads
And
over
Mr.
it.
Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter.
And there were pictures of the
Come
bathroom
on.
and the closet.
We talked about the train ride to Asia.
Come
you
on.
saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride where Mr.
I don't
Depp
know
has
if
the
come on
same
is a
shadowing
powerful
under his eye that he does
argument
in
at
the
this
allegedly
point.
abusive picture. But in that picture, he
I
held
thought you were
Mr. or in
almost
that
done,
train ride.
Rottenborn.
Talk about a honeymoon. He held her up against the wall while she was trying to get
I
his
will
arms off her neck, and he was
be right
squeezing
back.
her
If
neck
he
against
finishes
the
up
rail
while
of
I
the
try to
car.
go to the bathroom,
And at
I'm
some
gonna be
point, I pull the lapel of his
personally
shirt.
offended.
He rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast forward to her birthday party just very quickly. He experienced terrible financial news that night. He came over, they got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk. He chest bumped me. He fell to the floor. I fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders. And that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down. And you'll remember Miss Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Miss Heard says it actually does on page 64 and pointed out to Miss Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse. It's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016.
Thanks for doing
And
a solid Rottenborn.
We're going to skip through a little bit of this now. And Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim. But these are the pictures.
Oh, Elaine's not going to go during this part.
These are
She's not going to
pictures,
go till the
And now they're
counterclaim.
claiming that they must have been
Smart.
faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no
Except for the
testimony that marks
pictures.
you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line from below her eye. to
You
the
mean
top
on
of
this
her
photo
eye
edited
that
photo?
lines up directly
Yeah,
with the
these
phone.
photos are
There's been
fucking
no
edited.
testimony that those are fake.
It lines up directly with the
Mr. Depp
phone.
went through the house. He
How does
destroyed
it line up
pictures.
directly with the
There's
phone?
no
That's
testimony of
abuse.
that
Property
either.
destruction like that.
Exactly.
Is
In
he
and of
saying the
itself
phone
is
hit
abuse.
her this way?
He
Because
destroyed her
I
office.
always assumed the
He destroyed
phone
her friend Rocky
was
Pennington's,
being told to come in this way.
preparation for the feed show that she was
Not-
at. He spilled
What?
wine in the hallway that you'll notice.
How
the
do you know
police
it lines
deny,
up with the
there was
phone
no
this
spilled wine
way?
in the hallway." Well, even Isaac Baruch
I-
testified that he saw this in the hallway.
I have questions.
No, he
And
didn't.
They said she never sent anything to her medical.
Those are the
providers.
same.
These are the texts that she
Where is
sent
this
to
one?
her
There is the
nurse,
same
Erin
photo of
Kawai,
this one.
the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom.
And the nurse talked about her having a cyst.
We're not going
And
to
her
play
neck.
this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling you cut
It's not a
me
text,
or
it's
I
an
will."
audio.
You all remember playing that. It was awful.
It was awful.
I'm not going to play it again.
It was awful, and
It
they
was-
both sounded
it
like
was-
they
it
were
was
in pain.
horrible. That in and of itself
was horrible.
abusive. This is the document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said
Yeah,
that
but
then.
after
could've
the
lost
divorce
then,
was signed,
but he didn't because he
after
knew
they
the
got
allegations were
divorced.
true.
That's what we said.
But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely
That's not what he said. She was
overwhelming.
never replaced. She was never
should've said no.
underpaid.
One time.
She was never
That's all
not
you have to
paid,
do.
like she didn't pay
Mr.
the
Depp simply
ACLU,
cannot
who's a
prove to you that
co-conspirator,
he
or
never
the
once
Children's
abused
Hospital
Amber.
of Los
If
Angeles.
you don't, no, you have to return a verdict for Miss Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you
Okay, I
always
wouldn't
have
go
to do
here.
more.
I would
No matter
not do
what
that to the
document,
jury.
you always have to document.
Because
it.
now
No
you're-
matter whom you
no,
tell,
I
you
wouldn't
always
do
have to
that.
tell
That could
more people.
backfire.
No matter
That-
how honest
exactly.
you
I
are
would
about
not
your
do
own
that to the
imperfections
juries. That's a good
argument,
and your
but it
own
could backfire.
shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to
You're
believe
putting them into a
Nobody
corner. You shouldn't do
believes
that.
That you have to be a perfect
Don't
victim.
send that message. That's what he wants you to send. So I'm going to quickly get to another point that
You
have
should have
to
fucking
find
stopped
in order
there,
to
bro.
prove
That was your
there is a
closing
rule
line.
from Mr. Depp.
That
You
was
have
Why
it.
are you still
misheard
talking?
actual
Stop
was
talking.
malice. Now,
That's
what you
it.
did
Why
was
do you
fucking
keep
close.
going?
find this by clear and convincing
Don't
evidence.
send
So
that
this is much
message.
higher
That's what
than
he
the
wants you
greater
to
weight of the
send.
evidence standard.
That's it.
The other claims.
And now you're moving
The
on.
evidence, the claim.
What
Clear
is
and
wrong
convincing
with you?
Then
is evidence that creates in your minds
Oh.
a firm belief or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue.
Jesus Christ. What's wrong with you, Ron
Board?
Board?
Fuck it up by keep talking.
Writing her op-ed, then
You
must
had your
have
moment.
misheard it or misheard, even if you think that he never abused her.
Huh?
But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this. The
haven't talked about
op-ed,
the
you look at
counterclaim
words,
yet.
it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She visited her attorney, Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it. So you cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way to ask her lawyer if it was okay.
Yeah, and
They will say it doesn't
because
matter
she
if
knew
lying.
it would be
Even
defamatory.
if that isn't,
She wanted to make sure it
they will
wasn't
say that
defamatory.
doesn't
That's what he
matter if it's
said.
lying, but even that isn't true, because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp, the article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here, we'll talk about Mr. Waldman in a second, but that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law. Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is Mr. Depp's damages. The man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems, everyone but himself. You heard
He took a lot of responsibility in
us
his
reading a
testimony.
stack
I
of
thought.
articles dating years before he broke up with Amber, before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops, talking about the fact that he was late to the set, he's unreliable as an actor. A word of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory, nothing else. Any damage to Mr. Depp's career is self-caused. Then think about the testimony.
They're
that you've heard
arguing
from his
against
former
damages.
business
I wouldn't
manager,
even bother.
Joel
I'd be like,
Mandel,
it's true.
said
There's
that
no
Depp had issues with
damages.
drugs
I
and
wouldn't even
alcohol
argue
that
they're
damaged his
self-caused.
career.
I
Depp
wouldn't.
sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never
What?
committed to Pirates 6.
They never fired her.
Disney's
She's
corporate
doing the
representative,
fucking
Tina Newman,
movie.
said that there was no record in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact, Catherine Arnold, our damages expert, testified that the paper version of the article that allegedly they say came out.
All the attorneys look a
the
little
op-ed
confounded.
was published the same day as the op-ed.
Yeah,
Said that
He wanted a good closing, Rottenborn.
Catherine
Same
Arnold
day.
lied.
I need him to turn to the camera.
Catherine Arnold was just like fucking
There's
torn
no
to
record
shreds
of any
by
contract
Johnny
Disney
Depp's expert Richard
for Pirates
Marks.
6. His agent Jack
Catherine
Wrigley
Arnold was
couldn't identify a
fucking,
contract.
like,
His former agent, Christian
Obliterated.
Torino,
Fuck
said
Catherine
there's no
Arnold. She
contract.
lied.
He didn't lose anything as a result of this op-ed. Anything
Yes,
that
he
was
did.
lost is the result of his own choice.
Yes, he did.
If
You also
you
heard him lie.
believe
You heard him tell you
The
that
guy
this is-
literally
that
told
this
you,
is true,
sorry,
don't even
Bruckheimer,
fuck with the
That's not
damages.
true.
that
He could have
after
Trust
that
your
op-ed was
counterclaim.
released,
He could
it
have
was
said,
impossible to get him a
He chose
studio
not to do
film.
that. He could
Motherfucker.
have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose
If
not
I
to
see
do
Ron
that.
Board on the street,
Instead,
I'm
he
gonna
signed
beat his
a
ass to
statement
death.
saying
I swear to
no one had
God.
falsified any statements. He only filed this suit.
I'm just
after
gonna
he
beat him
met
up.
Adam Waldman, the same Adam Waldman who convinced him to file suit
There-
against his former business manager.
I'm not going
File suit
to
against
say
his
anything
law
about
firm,
them not objecting.
Fire them and blame them for things.
Her face says it all.
But by the time that Amber wrote
But
the
I
op-ed,
think
Mr. Depp already had
They
another
have the
op-ed.
advantage of looking at how the jury's responding.
He
And if the
filed a
jury's like,
case in the
WTF,
UK
why
against
object?
the Sun
Let him keep going.
for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he
you
had
know-
many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days.
Don't try to
He
use
got
that
tell the
case to
fact finder
leverage
in the
this
UK
case.
Whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that either.
Because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with this testimony from the UK.
Did we
But
though?
he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life.
Tell the world.
Tell him to let Amber
Tell
move
the
on
world,
first.
Johnny, that you're a victim of domestic
Stand
abuse.
up for the freedom of speech.
Stand up for the
Stand
freedom of
up for the
speech.
First Amendment.
What the fuck is wrong with
This
you?
trial is
That's
about
not what it's
so much
about.
more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard.
Hmm.
It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber. And now you'll hear from Ms. Beretta Hoff.
Oh no, now we got
Oh,
Elaine.
shit.
Fuck.
Thank you.
I thought she wasn't going to the rebuttal. How long have they been talking? I feel like they've been talking 100 years. Chat, I'm going to get to a few that he didn't address the counterclaim. I feel like he's been talking forever. But when you're leaning into stand up for the First Amendment, stand up for the Constitution, why aren't you saying stand up for my client? Stand up for a victim of horrific abuse.
I get
Tell-
to say good afternoon. And I know you've been listening to everybody for a long time here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this.
Like,
extreme
why
service
not
and
lean
extraordinary
in?
Oh,
service. We
please.
really appreciate
To
it.
her being a
I'm gonna
client,
go
of
really
a
fast,
victim of horrific abuse.
and try to
Don't,
go
please
as
don't
quick
go
as I
really
can
fast.
So that you can
We
get
don't like it when you
a
do
break
that.
from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point. But this is very important to us, and we appreciate your listening, and we appreciate your being here.
It should be important to your
I'm going to stay on
client.
this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by
We were
Mr.
promised the
Depp.
counterclaim.
When you
Please
see
just
the
go there.
actual damages, go down to the last paragraph.
I think the
if you
reason
will.
they're spending
It
time on
says,
damages is because they're
"Mr.
worried.
Depp
I think they are
cannot
worried they're going to
recover
lose.
damages for
And that's why they're
any
talking about damages.
harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here.
Why waste
and
your time
told
on
you through
damages?
Mr. Chu this
I
morning
wouldn't do this at all.
has nothing to
I
do
really wouldn't do this
with
at all.
case.
I like
He
Ben
had
Chu's
his
argument. Don't
chance
give us
in the
money.
UK.
Just give us the win.
The
Boom.
lawsuit was
Michael
filed
Lane.
June
Wow.
2018,
Yeah, please fix the
6
mic.
months
It sounds
before the
muffled.
op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020. And his damages stopped then. He can't get
These all look
reputational
crooked to me.
damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't get anything after that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that, but the court told you
They said
that.
they don't give a shit
And
about the
that's a
money.
very,
That's why they
very
didn't tell you that.
important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one because here we
She
are.
didn't specify where those lies were
6
coming
weeks
from.
of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time, for what? For nothing, only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going after Amber.
This trial is
for nothing
psychological abuse.
because he wants to put her through this again, the third time.
The third time.
So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim. She finally has said enough, enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the world, his agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life. But we're asking you to accept, to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax. for the
Concept?
defamation that he has
She
committed,
didn't say
that you have heard
concept of
so
a
much
hoax.
about, that
She said
just
concept
took
of a
wildfire
hoax.
And went off into
Interesting.
negative media. And
Wow,
made it
this
was
is
like
getting good.
pure hell up to this day. We're asking you to
I'm
do
gonna go
that,
get some water
to
real quick.
compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible, so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life and raise her child. So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything. So now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear on all three statements. I'll show them to you in a minute.
You'll never see
that he
my eyes
says
again.
Adam Waldman,
Elaine?
Mr. Depp's attorney.
Be
says these
careful,
things.
girl.
Now,
Mocking
Mr. Depp
him is
says,
not gonna
I
go
didn't even know about
well."
those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true because Mr. Waldman's
She might
testimony
start
was
mocking him
2 months
more.
before those statements were made in February of
Little
2020. Mr.
argumentative,
Depp
Elaine.
accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all 3 of these statements were published. And he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse. He went with him. He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here.
Does it coincide
And
with the
that is Mr.
hashtags though,
Waldman,
Elaine?
but
Could
it's
maybe
Mr.
you
Depp. The
finally
judge
tie
gave
the
you 3
audio
different
to the
instructions. You all
hashtags?
have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the
Please tie the
authority.
audio to the
So
hashtags, because
Mr.
you
Depp
almost got
is
there.
standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp.
They're spending a lot of time here. They might not have much
Michelle,
time
can
for
you
rebuttal.
please bring up
They have to address the
first
counterclaims.
statement.
They've kind of thrown it away. But why spend so much time telling the jury how to get to damages if you're not
Says,
afraid that they might? If
Amber
you
and
believe
her
the
friends
jury's
in
not
the
going to rule
media
against you,
use
you say,
fake
look,
sexual
look at the
violence
damages.
allegations as both a sword
And you leave it.
shield, depending on their needs.
They have to get to the
selected
counterclaim.
Some of her sexual violence hoax facts.
I
as
like
the
how she
sword,
said-
inflicting them on the
Congratulations on the
public and
retirement,
Mr. Depp.
Barbara.
I like how she said that.
Now,
Oh, we're
what
gonna get
this
to the counterclaim.
statement is
Johnny
meant
Depp's
to
lying.
imply is
Can't
that
maintain his
Amber
legacy.
is lying about the
Him and
sexual
Waldman knew,
assaults
Yes, that's what
and
that
using
even
them
though the
seems to
Waldman
with the
statements
media
came
to
way
try to
after
discredit
Aquaman.
Mr. Depp.
16
That's the
months.
clear implications of this.
16
Now,
months.
the first part of this is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual
They get 2 hours
assault
total. They have
happened
to
was in
apportion
this
it.
case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK.
Yep.
And instead of
Elaine
Amber Heard trying to put this
is your
out in
least
the
favorite
media,
teacher
she
lecturing
did
you about why
exactly
you
the
suck.
opposite. Now, this article
just- it's an umbrage vibe.
At least some of
This
you
is
will remember
terrible.
it being
All of
shown
this
at
is
one
fucking
point with the
stupid.
title
Elaine
that
is just.
said that Amber
I think
was
she's
obsessed
I agree
sinking it
with
even
you.
being
further.
able to treat her
They should be able to
allegations
read
of
the jury.
sexual violence confidential in that proceeding, and it was treated confidential.
They've used
She did
1.5
exactly
years of
the
my life
opposite.
with this
She
closing.
didn't want to tell people this, and you know that. You watched her on the stand. It was heart-rendering for her to have to
It was
do this
heart-rendering.
with the cameras, no less.
It was heart-rendering.
But what else is false about this
Heart-rendering.
statement? It's that there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all 4 of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony, and interestingly enough,
I'm
you
not going to
didn't
repeat it. You
hear
heard the testimony.
any
Proceeds to
stories
repeat
that
it
differed
with the
from that
testimony.
Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, no, this didn't happen, to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia. He can't remember anything, likely. But if you just look at
Likely?
the pictures of the distress,
Likely? What do you mean
his
likely?
house, I mean, imagine painting those canvases and how long that took and how much hatred and rage. you
Objection
have to
states facts
have
not in
for
evidence.
somebody
Heart
to do something
was not
like that.
rendered.
Writing on the walls, tearing up her nightgown and wrapping pieces of raw
There's
steak and putting it all over the house.
That's such
Remember that
a
she
weird
also
thing to
testified that he
argue.
took her
I don't
clothes
even know where
and
this is
swiped
going,
them
ladies and
through
gentlemen. I'm
all the
sorry.
paint.
I don't know where this is
That's
going
not
at
what
all.
Ben King said.
You know.
I don't know
these things
exactly.
happened.
Do they?
With respect to the malice on this one, you know he knows. that
You know
did
he
these
knows.
things. You know that he knows he was out of it for 3
How?
days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts here.
If he was
But you
out of
can
it, how does
find
he know,
whatever
Elaine?
Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form.
He
They
knows these
stand in
things,
each
but he
other's
was out
shoes.
of it.
When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial.
I can't
Amber's
follow you,
testimony,
Elaine.
She was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual malice. And she was
Yeah, I
quite
saw someone in the
upset,
chat
and you
talking
heard
about
her
misstates
mocking
testimony
Johnny
the
Depp.
law.
He was
Yeah,
just
and
inflicting
yes,
it
that
on
does
her.
That
mistake
misstates
the
the
law.
law.
It does. It does mistake the
I would have
law.
objected.
But
to
mocking
misstates the law.
Johnny
Until
Depp,
he testified truthfully 4 years ago.
I
about
kind of
the
wouldn't
drugs
do
and
it.
alcohol,
I
and he
wouldn't.
stopped talking to him. There was a couple of really important
She
things that Bruce
slipped
Witkin said.
into the
One of the
gossipy
things is
bit.
he said he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any dirt on the Mandels?" And he said no, and that was it. Then he didn't care. He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack and
All he
put
wants to
dirt
do
on
is
people.
win,
The second thing that
win no
Witkin
matter
said
what.
that I think was
Is that what
pretty
you're saying, Elaine?
instructive was
Come on,
that-
Elaine. You are
that
giving this
Johnny
case
Depp
to
has
Johnny Depp,
deep-seated
and it's funny to
anger
watch.
issues
Feels-
that have nothing to do with
Her
him.
pacing is a
He
bit
remembered
frenetic,
even back when
and it
Johnny was married
feels-
to his
feels
sister-in-law,
panicked.
like
he
she's
had extreme
grasping.
jealousy even back then.
Grasping
And
for
I think that's
straws, my
pretty
lady.
scary. Remember, Mr. Witkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when Johnny would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, how is it that they can be sober doctors, for these years, and he's never sober? He's even taking
Hopefully the
pot all
doctors are
time, but
sober.
he'd be sober. I thought that was quite
I wonder how
But
is
in any event,
Whitney
going
never
back
sober?
to that's the
Whitney
first
said,
statement. The second
"I was
statement,
rarely
so
ever
if we can
sober."
bring that one up.
So I wonder how that doesn't come up.
Before I go
I
there,
wonder how
I'll talk
that's
about a few
okay,
more things
but
to
Johnny
talk
not
about
being
this
sober,
time.
oh, that's a problem.
JK.
Your,
Oh my God, we
highlight
need to
to
do
find
something.
Additional malice with him. Remember, he
Johnny's
was
not
one
being
that
sober.
after the UK trial went
That's
to
a
the LAPD
that's a huge
with
problem,
no
and I think we need to take care of Johnny not
You're
being sober.
bringing up the
Wow.
perjury on your own?
What are you doing? Bringing up perjury, Elaine? Oh my God!
But he then
He said
went
go to the
a German
sheriff's.
newspaper
Oh,
and
Jesus
said,
Christ!
Amber is being investigated by the NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember
Did you see
that?
Camille going like, no,
That's
that's
malice. That's showing his
No.
intent to do harm.
Oh my God.
misstates
He
the law.
also admitted that
That's
he
not
speaks
the
to
legal
that.
How is there no
Somebody
objection?
needs to object.
Come, Camille,
She's
please
missing
object.
the law of
That
malice.
umbrella
Please
is
object,
the big
Camille.
lead of
Why
the
are they not objecting?
positive,
Why?
social media that is putting all the negative out on Amber Heard.
Oh my God,
And he
Johnny Depp's
also
team is pissing me
ended
off
up
right
getting
now.
knocked out of Twitter because
They should
he was
object.
using-
They should fucking object
Um,
real good
not
right
with
now,
the second
and they're not
time
fucking
around.
objecting. What
And
the
that's
fuck
quite
is wrong
funny.
with
This
them?
was an
Looks like they were
ambush, a
talking
hoax.
about it.
They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their
You're
story
wasting
straight
time.
under
You
the
already
direction of
did
a lawyer
this.
and publicist, then placed a second call.
This
to
is a huge
911.
waste of time,
Now,
Elaine.
this is May 21.
I wouldn't want to do
Now,
this.
The clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together with her friends. They decided they were going to set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence.
2
And so they called the
hours
police and they tried to
total
make up this whole
each
story,
side.
get him arrested, but
That's
the
it.
police said there's no evidence here and went away and they said, darn. And so they spilled wine and they, busted up
The
the
jury might
place,
believe
and
that's
they
what
called
happened.
911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist, called 911
There's
and tried
evidence that they
again to
called a
get
lawyer.
Johnny charged. That's what this says.
That's not
Now, we all know
what it
it's
says.
false, and it's heinously false.
I don't know why there's not an
after
objection
these
here.
events happened, and
That's
then
not what
I
it
feel
says.
attacked, but I'll talk about the rest of it in a minute.
If Emily feels attacked and she's a lawyer and I feel attacked and I'm
But
an
we
idiot
all know
YouTuber,
Amber did
blind
everything
YouTuber,
in her
Running out of
power
time doesn't
not
I
matter.
wonder
to
how
have
the
him
I wonder how
charged,
the
not to
jury
press
feels.
charges, not to have him arrested.
I feel
The
yelled at.
exact opposite of this. But
Mom,
what were the facts
can you
of May
pick me up?
21st? He
I'm
comes
scared.
over, he's already been drinking, he's already high, and he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month ago. And
Everybody's
remember
talking
how
about the
Amber
poop.
talked about when he gets into these drugs.
You never proved the fecal phobia, though, Elaine.
These paranoias, and he gets some
Or the
idea in his head,
pincasso.
and he just won't
Still
let
pissed.
it go. And that was his this time.
It feels like
There's
she's chiding the
somebody
jury.
put
It
that
does.
feces in the bed a month ago. That was his spin. So she gets Io Tillett on the phone. He's in New York at the time. He's going, they thought, this is ridiculous. Of course nobody did. And by the way,
This is
Boo
just
has
as
this huge
disjointed
problem.
as
Of
her
course
opening.
was
I
Boo.
fucking
He was
hate
always
it.
doing this. But Johnny just won't get there. So then they laugh. That makes him mad. Then he throws the phone at Amber. Amber screams out and says, ow, you just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts. Io says, Amber, get out of there. Johnny gets madder, pulls her hair.
They're not even at the
starts hitting her.
rebuttal yet.
They're not
Oh my
allowed to
God.
say, well, they could have objected, they didn't.
She comes
They'll
over
probably
as
address it on
quickly as she
rebuttal.
can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up.
That's
on his
probably
chest.
true.
That's
He
a
pushes
If
her
Camille
around.
Vasquez and them are
And
getting
then
together,
she
they're going to address what she
continues
says in
between them.
rebuttal,
Elaine, you're just
and they're going to try and explain to the jury, hey, this is exactly why they're actually wrong. This is misstating the law. Here's how.
Get the fuck up, loudly. Then his bodyguards hear this. They come in, they break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this,
Elaine
remember
has not known
Josh
what the
Drew,
assignment is.
and I think Elizabeth Mars was amazing in this one. Remember their testimony?
I think Elizabeth Mars was
After
amazing.
that, he
He was
goes and he
vouching.
has to, he always leaves a
Alice Bozo, I think your name is.
He always ends a path of destruction. $62.
My
So
original
Elaine,
channel, so this is Chase
Girl?
Sports, the sports channel. I'm posting here only because YouTube shut down my other channel for me. So,
Robin Bourne's work is being undone at this point.
the other channel is Get the Memo.
The next day, and he comes in storming in, and he says, "Get your bitch out of here!" And he's got the big Magnum, and he's
Oh my
mad.
God.
And Elizabeth is terrified. She barely
Wow,
knows
this just.
She moved into his place.
Yeah, she did move into his place. What the fuck is this?
Out of there too. Then what does he do? He rearranges the furniture, or he might have knocked something off, one of the countertops or something. I think is the testimony of his bodyguard. But you saw the pictures. He went through. And
This
tried
is
to
uncomfortable.
find as he
Like,
left.
I'm uncomfortable.
Now, the next
Chad.
part of this is the
Chad.
police coming.
All of you that just
Io
texted
calls the police.
Coach
He's in
Chad,
New York. He calls the New York Police 911.
You're bae.
He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15.
I want to
He
call
came
Couch.
in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence.
Parlay.
And he's
Parlay.
terrified that Amber's still in there. The police haven't come and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend in
Parsnip.
LA and says,
Parsley.
please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast. So she calls 911. So we have two calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those two calls really close in proximity here. So it's not them, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up the place and make a second one. You'll see that they're like 8 minutes apart up there. But it took 2 hours to dispatch the two different ones, and Amber never even had any idea.
This is exactly how Dr. Hughes talks. I wonder if
The
they're
first
friends.
one's come, and we talked about it, we've shown you the pictures.
We're already at
Police
3 hours,
officers
baby. 3 hours,
admitted
60 minutes.
that
Yeah.
those
I wanted
pictures
this to be
could
good.
very much have been what was there that night.
The
Remember
only
that
one with
Officer
vomitus
Academy
in this
was his
courtroom
first
right
week
now
on the
is
job.
Elaine, and it's
Officer
word
Summons was
vomitus.
three years on the job at that point. They say, they told Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report and make an arrest. She wouldn't do it. You did hear from Detective Sandanaga. That's the domestic violence.
Oh, they finally stepped into the misstating the testimony. Are you also going to call time on her? Y'all, I'm going to try to get to the super chats. Just thank you, Ben Chu, for making it fucking stop at this point. Like, all we needed was for that to stop for a minute. Everyone can just fluff their aura, and we will try to get to this chat. You guys are cracking me up. I'm so glad we're in this together. Thank you. The jury must feel that they are being assaulted with words, and I can understand their feeling. Like, it's
You recall
oh
Josh
Jesus,
saying
right
the
back
police
into it.
officer told
Fuck.
him, she'll give a name, we'll make an arrest. He definitely said that.
Something's
But
happening.
in any event, she would not.
You're
She would not
welcome.
cooperate.
Thank
She
you.
didn't want to. But Detective Sandanaga, their domestic relations,
At least she got right back into
or
it.
domestic violence person, said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime, because domestic violence.
Camille's like, no, girl, no, girl, no,
And
girl.
it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen.
Congratulations
so
on
she said they
finals.
should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she
That's not
also
what it
when
said.
They put verbal dispute only in those calls. It is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report. So they, to say that's why we didn't.
It's not a code. It's not a code.
But in any event, whether the police officers, forgot about it 2 months later when they were first asked about it,
Girl.
whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report, they're insisting that for the
Same.
second set. It doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still false.
I
This
need an
statement is
emotional
still
support
false
animal. Where is my
because
cat?
Amber did everything but try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. They're, and the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have
What
dogs. So
statement
they
are we
cleaned up
on?
A lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by.
I did
And they
not
certainly
see
didn't
that.
call them, and they certainly didn't talk, they never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them,
can't
anything.
breathe.
She said, I'm not going to cooperate at all. So the second one's coming,
This
you
is-
saw that. You've got the video cameras in there. You see, there's no
This is
effort by
as
them
bad
to try to get now these
as-
officers to press charges against Johnny Depp.
This is as
Just
bad
the
as the
opposite.
opening.
Josh Drew doesn't want to even let him in the place.
She promised.
They come through quickly.
Fecal
Everything's
phobia
fine. They
and
wave,
makeup.
everything's fine. Are they trying
And
to
a peen
press
Picasso.
charges against Johnny? No, they're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there.
She's
which
supposed to be
makes this
sticking to the
statement
script, and
100% false.
I don't know
Was
what
it made with
happened.
malice? Absolutely. There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night. Johnny knew that. But the
She's
other
not
thing
gonna
that's
have
very
time for a
helpful, and
rebuttal.
what you should
That'll
look
be
at
a
is
blessing.
Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773. Because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in two different
He
text messages, that's 772 and 773, he says, my profound apologies in one of them, and my apologies are eternal in the other one. What is he apologizing for
Christine, I
the
don't
next
doubt that.
day on May 22nd? If he didn't know that he did all of those things. And by the way, remember Isaac Baruch even remembers the wine
Or who?
in the hallway. The police, none of
I
the police
pledged
officers
$7 million
remember
to make it
the
stop.
wine.
I pledge $1
And that's
billion
'cause they're
to
busy
make
and they
it
got
stop.
a zillion other things going, and they didn't remember this call 2 months later when they were asked about it. So that's the next one. So clearly, that's 100% false. Clearly, they knew it. Clearly, there's malice
I'm
in making that statement.
Also waiting
They're
for
trying
this
to
one time at
suggest
band camp.
that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame.
This is
this
so
I will get to that
bad.
at the
Nothing
break.
could be further from
This
the
is
truth
also
on that
bad.
one. And there's not, she did
I
not
hope they
want
take
those
a break soon.
officers to
I'm
press
glad Ben
charges.
Chu
Hours.
stopped it
Now
for
let's
like
go to
30
the third
seconds.
one.
The third
Oh,
statement?
and let's talk about the makeup. this
Shit.
moment.
Oh my god.
This
The
thing,
makeup?
fresh face, natural.
You really
This
wanna
is
go into
what
the
Adam
makeup?
Waldman planted these. When he talked to the ECB people, remember the testimony.
He
We kept asking
planted
Mr.
the
Waldman,
witness
Mr. Waldman,
testimony?
Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman
How
was
did he
trying to
plant the
in
witness
all of
testimony?
people's minds
Objection, Your
that
Honor.
somehow
Please.
she wasn't-
No.
The approach?
That is so inappropriate. Elaine, there is no evidence that Adam Waldman planted these stories with witnesses who are now testifying in court. There are lines that have been crossed, but what the fuck?
Wow.
I would love I would love to know the look on the judge's face as they are talking right now.
Yeah.
Camera, can we pan? I want to see the judge's face.
Come
Hold
on.
specific.
This is that just
let's
happened.
see.
She just
If-
accused Adam Waldman
No, this is
of
behind.
planting
this is well
testimony.
behind. Hold on.
What
Let's see
in
if
the
this
hell
actually
is
here.
going on right now?
So
Darn it.
I didn't say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waldman planted
Yes,
that.
you
I'm
did.
Yes, you did.
He planted it. That's me arguing he planted. And that's because
The
it's
judge
all the same
admonished
thing.
her.
She wasn't wearing any makeup.
The judge
She
admonished
was
her.
Natural. She
Yeah,
wasn't wearing a
that's
stick
I didn't
probably
say.
true.
One of them says it. It's the exact same thing. Well, why would you say that? She's an actor. She's not going to go outside her house, without putting makeup on. And if she has bruises, why on earth, when she's been covering them up for 4 years, why on earth would she not put makeup on so that she would cover those up? Why on earth would she not want to cover up those bruises? It makes no sense. But you know what? You guys saw her here. You guys saw
Is that an Oura ring?
You saw Amber on the stand. There were days
like an
where
Oura
she
ring.
didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on. She has different looks, and some of them are with eye makeup, and some of them are
We were
without.
trying to show you,
And
ladies and
people
gentlemen.
misunderstand, especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men, frankly, go, oh, then she probably doesn't have makeup.
Look at
And that's where
her
that
looking at the
mistake
jury.
happens.
Ladies and
But you
gentlemen,
heard her testimony.
gentlemen
You
of the
heard
jury,
her
you don't
makeup
know.
artist
You don't know.
testimony saying she doesn't go
You don't
out
know.
of her room without concealer and foundation.
That is not what
knows
her
how
makeup
quickly
artist
it comes
said.
in.
She said she
And
goes
you saw
natural and
defendant's
wears
exhibit
a
155 and you'll
light-tinted
have the actual
moisturizer.
thing in there.
Elaine.
That's the type of palette
Oh,
she used.
bring up
and
the
she was
Milani
very
palette
adept at
again.
telling you what colors she puts on for the different days of bruises.
After
This
foundation.
is a woman who for 4 years did everything she could to cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you honestly think she's just going to walk around for the week with her bruises exposed? Of course she's not.
Yeah, I saw something in
Now-
Emily's chat. How is it that she
All right, I'm
left the
done.
Let's go
house?
to the third one.
I'm done.
We're not covering the makeup.
And this is
She didn't
The
cover the.
abuse of-
I'm sorry. How is it that she
We've
didn't
reached the
put makeup
beginning
on
of the end of
when she
Ms.
went to
Heard's
the court to get the
abuse
TRO?
against Johnny Depp.
I mean, come on.
Now,
This
the-
is so bad.
obviously the
This is
defamatory
so
meaning of that
bad.
Is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax, but there is no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things, but I will point out.
It was a
couple
better
things
job than
for you.
this.
And
Definitely
that
a
is,
way better
remember
job.
Bonnie
How the
Jacobs,
fuck
the
did Elaine
therapist.
get a
Dr. Hughes and
law
Dr.
license?
Spiegel testified
How did that
about
happen?
You're really going to
Yes,
Dr.
and
Spiegel?
remember that I was
Don't
told
go
you
to
that you
Dr.
don't get to
Spiegel.
see
Don't
them.
go. Don't.
But they
Don't.
testified
Please
that they
don't
went
go
there,
to
and
Dr.
Hughes
Spiegel,
testified that
please.
She also spoke with Bonnie
Dr.
Jacobs.
Dr.
She
Spiegel's
kept
our hope.
contemporaneous notes from 2011
Really?
when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes,
Oh, boy.
what Dr. Hughes
Oh, boy.
testified to. They start in 2012, both physical and sexual
Objection, Your
abuse.
Honor.
That Dr. Hughes
Admit-
testified to that.
Shut
Listen
up.
to her arguing. Dr. Hughes testified to that. No, she didn't. I want to see if we can see the bench on the split screen, and we're not. We're seeing the parties on the split screen. I was hoping we would see the court. Y'all, the reason these objections are happening is because she is very clearly now crossing the line with misstating evidence, in my opinion.
Yep.
I think that line has been crossed. We will see what the judge does with this.
This is terrible.
But after misstating the malice, which I think she misstated the law on, and oh, we binged. Look at us. Thanks, y'all. With her misstating, where are we when we're binging? With her misstating that, oh my, that's why it's binging. Thank you. With her misstating that, we are seeing them going, you saw not Rottenborn, you saw Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez talking because she was misstating malice. They can argue that she misstated malice, but then the lawyer spidey senses have woken back up, and now they're like, no, she continues to misstate. We have to object. And the fact that they're still up at the bench this long means that the judge is now having to tell Elaine Bredehoff, you are outside of the boundaries. Because otherwise it would be like, no, Mr. Chu, we're going to move on. That is how quickly that would normally go. So the fact that they're still up at the bench feels like there is some explaining going on. I just wish one of the court cameras would switch to the bench so we could see it. I mean, she is speaking at a rapid pace in a way that feels like I am being scolded or yelled at. I don't know if any of you feel like that, but I feel like we are being scolded and yelled at. Did Elaine forget that she walked around the courthouse with a bruise? It's just, it's very, very hard because this part is not Amber Heard's fault, and she has no control over how
Dr. Hughes
unappealing
Dr. Jacobs,
her attorney is right now.
Bonnie Jacobs' notes is reflecting both contemporaneous physical abuse.
She
and
had to
sexual
backtrack again.
throughout that time.
She had to fix it again.
Dr. Spiegel confirmed that later and said the same. When I asked Dr. Curry if she had reviewed those.
Your
notes,
mic's on,
she
Ben
said
Chu.
yes,
Dr.
but she
Spiegel was
had
a
no
shit show. We all know.
comment.
Your Honor,
Did not
objection.
know that was in there.
This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. There shouldn't be this many bench conferences in closing. I think it looks bad to the jury. I don't know if the jury knows how bad it is, but it's bad. I just wish we could see the bench. It is not good. Let's see how she
Spiegel confirmed that he had reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes as well.
did. The judge just
And
tell
when
her
I
what
asked
she could
Dr.
say.
Curry, she said she had reviewed them, but she had no comment, but she
Wow.
also didn't deny that those were in there. Amber Heard testified that she went back and because of
Depp's
Bonnie
team is
Jacobs'
now
notes,
on their
she
toes
realized
watching
for the
out for
first
Elaine
time
doing
that
shit
the
that she
abuse
shouldn't be
started much
doing.
earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2013.
I think this looks very bad in front of the
When she went
jury.
back and saw Bonnie
I really
Jacobs'
do.
notes, she realized that
I
had
think it looks
started
bad.
much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that. Now, significantly,
I think those
you
conferences
remember
absolutely
that
go
she
against her
testified
time.
about how
Elaine
she
shouldn't be doing
went-
that. It
she
should
was
count
first
against her
called
time.
upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she went through and took the notes, took photos, she took everything she had, calendars, everything, put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages of detailed accountability of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any of that. Remember, they tried to impeach her and say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes, I did, on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it, and she put it in great detail. Now, let's talk for a
Elaine
moment
is
about the
fucking up
motive.
so bad. She's messing
She
up.
keeps
because-
checking her watch.
They have said
Yeah,
that
she does.
That doesn't
has
feel
raised
confident.
false hopes, and I think Ben's
This
done a
feels
nice
like they
job
are
of showing that
scrambling.
can't possibly
Not only
be that.
scrambling, like they just made this
But what
argument up
was
this morning, not
Amber's
last night,
motive
not yesterday when they had
for
hours to
creating
do
hoax,
so
for creating
because court ended
enemies,
early.
or making
And
enemies
Elaine is
of
making so many
That's a
legal
big question.
mistakes.
They call
The
her a
jury is
bullshit,
seeing
right?
this.
But
They're going to see that she
obviously
misstated
couldn't have done it
testimony.
for money.
This
Because
is
first
bad,
of
and I'm
all,
glad that
remember
bench who
the
finally,
testimony of Laura
finally
Bush, the
Call
started
her
objecting.
gold digger.
She said that California is a no-fault state and community property. So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse.
The
She-
fact that
she could
they're
have-
arguing no
she could have
motive
divorced
is
him for
telling.
irreconcilable differences, for
Yes, it
abandonment,
is.
If it's
for
true,
adultery,
why
for
are you even
anything.
addressing
She doesn't
motive?
need an excuse.
It doesn't
And she
make
gets
sense to address
50% of
motive.
Whatever he earns during the time of the marriage, unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney.
If they
was that
felt
Amber
confident in their
completely
position, they don't
cooperated
even
with the
address
prenup
motive. They
and
say there's no
postnup.
motive to
But it
telling
was
the
Johnny
truth
Depp
other
who,
than
when
telling
you
the
already heard
truth.
from Ben,
And you move on.
called her up and fired her.
They're trying
He
to
didn't
prove
want
it.
a postnup or a prenup. So
Mm.
she's entitled to 50% of
Mm-mm-mm.
everything he
Mm-mm.
earns during that time. Now, we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence, and look at page 69. It says how much he made in 2015. It was 43 million. Remember Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made 22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5. She was entitled to that money. So she didn't need to say anything. She could have just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of
Your
your
Honor.
hair. I'm going to divorce you.
Your
She would
Honor,
have been
we're
entitled
going
to
to
that.
object again.
He really doesn't want to. Objecting during closing is not something anyone wants to have to do. It is not regularly done. It is only when there are misstatements of the law and evidence, truly. And we're seeing that happening here, which is
In real time, by the
really
way.
wild.
In
that
real
they're
time.
going up to the bench, and every time they come back from the bench, these aren't quick. If Ben Chu was wrong, the court would say, no, Mr. Chu, and then send them right back to the table. Every time they come back, Elaine has to backtrack and restate something. That's telling me that every time they go up to the bench, the judge is looking at Elaine and saying, no. I think they're going to run out of time for their rebuttal because there's nothing you can do on rebuttal in 5 minutes. And I'm stunned because, again, in opening, this is exactly what we saw. Rottenborn got up there and was like, the law is on our side. And Elaine got up there and went, and then it all became a mess. Let's talk about the makeup. Let's talk about this. It's all over the place. I feel like I'm being yelled at, and I just want it to stop. These objections feel like such a pleasant break. Whew. Thank you for offering all the splendid insights about this trial. Does the losing side tend to do their closing argument like this? It sounds rather divergent in an opening rather than convergent. What's telling to me, ooh, my throat's getting dry. What's telling to me is that they are hammering on the points that they need to if they lose. They are talking about damages. They are talking about motive. If you're talking about motive, it's because you're saying, see, she doesn't have a motive, therefore believe her, instead of saying there's no motive because what she's saying is true and there's no defamation. They, I feel like, are trying to patch holes at this point. And instead of saying, our client told you the truth, there is no defamation here. do not take away her voice. They are trying to plug the hole of every
So,
argument.
If you do the math.
And that doesn't
Amber's
feel
entitled
strong.
to At least 31.5. What does she take?
Oh.
7 million. What does she do?
She had
with
to
the
fix it
7
again.
million? She
Backtracking.
did 30.
This
Or
is the
she
problem
refused to give
What?
when you're
30.
misstating the law.
Do about the pledge versus donation.
Because it's a big fucking deal.
There's a big difference between pledge and donation, you bitch!
Donation and pledge are
Well,
interchangeable.
come on!
These are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said you typically do pledges because of the tax benefits. And that's what she said.
What the
She pledged it
fuck
over
is
a period
going
of
on?
time
Never
Because of the tax
paid it.
implications.
Oh
to it
my,
and because
Amber
she was
never
getting
even
paid
paid
over
it.
time.
There's
Now,
a
she
difference
started to
between
make
pledge and
these
donation.
donations, and you'll
On my
see
channel,
that
Get the
first
Memo,
one
I did a
was
video on
behalf
that.
of
I
Mr.
did a
Depp's,
video where I went
business
over
manager,
pledge
Mr.
and
White,
donation.
actually sent the letters
Don't
with
insult the jury,
100,000 for
Elaine.
each of those.
Why would
That
you
was
insult the jury
initial
when
He was trying to take credit
your
for those,
fate
and in
is in
fact,
their hands,
both
or
the
Amber's
ACLU
fate is in their
and the
hands?
Children's Hospital got confused. and
Holy
gave the credit to
shit.
Mr. Depp, not to Amber for those. Then she made payments to both, and Elon Musk also made payments to both for 500,000.
Yeah,
which she
but
didn't
they're
count
not
to her pledge,
Amber's
but they have
payments.
those organizations. At the end of the day, she's made $1 million in
Her
pledge
boyfriend
and
Elon Musk
payments
made
to
it,
them.
yeah,
But then
but
she
they're
got
not-
sued here.
they're
and
in
hasn't
honor
been
of
able to
hers,
pay
granted,
not her
$6 million
payments.
in attorney's fees. That is unrefuted. She still intends to pay those pledges, honor those pledges. And she said that throughout. And I elicited from both the ACLU and from Children's Hospital, they haven't expired. She can pay them
Big.
whenever she wants
Huge.
to, and she fully intends to.
They never
But she has to get
expire.
out
Fully
from
intends
under
to.
this first.
They'll take
There
the
were
money
13
whenever.
months.
13 months before Johnny sued her, she had the fucking money. 13 months. She had
There were
$7 million
13 months.
sitting there, and she never submitted it.
Now, Mr. Mandel testified that Johnny Depp is not a charitable person, and he hasn't written any big checks for him. Mr. Depp got on the stand and says he does it anonymously.
Unanimously?
But Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks. He says that didn't happen. Now let's go to damages, because I promised you I was going to go pretty fast here.
You're not keeping that promise to us, Elaine,
No,
just like
you're
you didn't
not.
prove fecal
There's
phobia.
a few different types
No,
of
you're
damages.
not.
Or
One of the things
Picasso.
that the court has talked to you about, she told you
Why
that
talk about
because we have
damages?
defamation,
I would not go to damages.
therefore it's very
I mean,
difficult
if
to
I'm the
prove
jury and someone tells me, don't give me money, just give me the win, I'm giving them the win. I'm sorry, but this argument's shitty. It's stupid. But also, now you're going into damages?
And
What's
one
wrong with
great
you?
Example of that
Defamation per
is the
se.
testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers.
Huh.
He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So
what?
he didn't
What the
read
fuck?
anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody
What?
before his deposition. He
What are we
said
doing?
that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract.
For
But,
what?
oh yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then we
That's
didn't
not what he
change the
said.
script, but Amber got the script, and yes, they did change it. Then
Yeah,
he said,
because there was no
you guys know
chemistry.
We never negotiate
Scripts never
salaries,
change.
but oh yeah, we did renegotiate Jason Momoa's and Gal Gadot's. So he just
He's
doesn't wanna
Jason
admit to any of these
Momoa.
things. But what came out in Hamada's deposition, and I hope you were listening carefully to this, was the email from James Wan, the director, and Jason Momoa, her co-star, who said they guarantee if they are in the film, she is going to be in the film. Why would they do that unless they thought Warner Brothers was being unfair to her? And why did she get almost knocked out of it? Because of the
Why
defamatory
didn't she get
statements.
almost
When
knocked
they
out of
came
it?
out, they took on a life of their own. Ron Schnell, the young Sheldon, I call him the Doogie Howser, our expert on
I
IT,
called him Doogie Howser
took you
too.
through and tracked how they tracked the defamatory statements.
Say
the
Amber
language
Turd.
from the defamatory
Say Amber
statements,
Turd and closing
how
Elaine.
that went through the
Say it.
social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago, over
Your lip gloss, 'cause I'm so upset.
2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams,
He
negative
also thought that
social
hashtag
media
justice for
comments
Johnny Depp was
about
negative.
Amber that relate specifically to the
Please say
information
justice for Johnny
that is
Depp.
in those
Please do it.
That's not what he said.
statements.
Please do
It
it.
took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to
No,
this day.
They never
followed
said that.
her
They
everywhere.
never said get Amber
Everybody
Heard
that
fired
stopped
from
one
Johnny
was
Depp.
L'Oreal.
Oh,
He
get
was
from Aquaman too.
on-
They should
Well,
have,
chat,
but they
you
never
told me
did.
They put it up
opportunities that were
today.
discussed with her.
Chat, you
The
told
most
me they put up the
significant part of
L'Oreal
that, though, is that
today.
Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films. It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was
Big,
her
huge.
opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted this was her blockbuster. This was her
They
mega.
didn't say that.
But what happened instead, as she's going through, as it's coming out, and in that 16 months, they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal contract. She got The Stand. All of those things were happening because of Aquaman. And then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity.
Everything shut down in
for The Stand.
2020?
She wasn't
Weird.
allowed to, she hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal. She got shut down from her charitable organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon movie. And then they gave her a hard time about Aquaman 2. And instead of the career trajectory of the other,
She knows.
Give her a
They
tough
were
time
very
about
clear
Amber
yesterday.
about
by the
Aquaman.
way,
There
all
was
the
no
experts
chemistry.
admit
She still got
that
$2 million.
career trajectory went well
They
for all the
don't
rest of
all
it. She's
admit.
the only one that didn't have it. And the reason
The
is
stenographer
because
earned
of
her
the
check and a mega
defamatory
pint of
statements.
whiskey today.
So you have some very good information
that's
to
her
help you on ascertaining those damages. Now,
Camille's
Jessica
ready to go. Look at her.
Kowalski,
She's mic'd up.
and I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent. She
Ladies
said,
and gentlemen,
"Everybody
we have
just
friend of the
stop
show,
talking.
Oscar Montiel, on. What's
Producers
up,
They
don't
Oscar?
run out of
want her,
time. The court will
directors
say
don't want her,
counsel,
nobody wants her. We just can't
approach,
get the
or counsel,
traction
you're
we
at
should have
time.
been able to get the traction, and they say it's because of those statements. So
Camille's so ready.
Catherine Arnold
Camille's like,
gave you
yes,
some
let's
good estimates
go.
on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't
feeling
use
very
Jason
overwhelmed.
Momoa's or Gal Gadot's. or the
I'm
others.
sorry, ladies
She
and
used
gentlemen.
Amber's, but used those comparators to
I should be
show
explaining
that they
more,
got
but as
big
you can
movies,
tell,
they got
this
commercial
bitch's
opportunities,
testimony
they
is
got these
god
TV opportunities.
awful.
But she
And I
used
mean
the base
awful.
that Amber
I don't
had.
even
So
know where
used
she
a
is.
$4 million
I am lost.
I want
When's
upside.
lunch?
That would be 3. She used the stands, how much
My
they got
parlay
paid
was
per movie.
denied.
And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took
Oh,
that for
man.
the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between 47 and 50
They're trying to
million
prove Amber
dollars
Heard's
that she
damages
could have had,
rushed
instead
at
of
the
her
end
star
here.
being completely
Yeah, she
extinguished.
should have stuck
And
to the.
that's what's
If she
happened.
wanted to do
The
damages,
emotional
she shouldn't have
distress
misstated the
damages
law so much
are even
and gone
more
into the
significant.
damages
I think
more.
Earl Huff
And
is
that
also
is,
exhausted.
Don Hughes
This is
testified
bad.
extensively about the PTSD.
This
and
is
what she
so
goes
bad.
through.
It's so
Every
rushed.
time she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to relive all of it. She talks about the panic
Aw.
attacks, the nervousness, the intrusive thoughts, the nightmares, all of the
I wonder
sweats,
what
the
Johnny
the
suffered,
anxiety that
because
goes through all
Johnny
of
got
this.
This is
fired.
needle
Johnny
balls.
went through all of
Significant,
this.
But probably the most compelling testimony that you could ever hear was from Amber.
No, this is just
yesterday
like
and
this
when
is
she
just
took
like
the
her
stand
opening
before.
was. It's
It
just
has
a
destroyed
Shitty.
her life. This has
This
consumed
is so
her.
bad.
She's getting death threats. Her daughter.
I don't know what
they're
she's doing.
Threatening to put her daughter in a microwave, for God's sakes. She can't get away from this. It's everywhere. This
She did this
media,
to herself.
the social media
I don't
that
care
has
if they
just
say they're
taken
gonna
on
put her kid in a
has just
microwave. I
consumed
don't
her
care if
life.
she's getting death
As
threats.
she
I don't
said,
care if they're calling her an abuser and a liar and a hoax and a fraud and a fake and an abuser. It doesn't matter to
Johnny
me.
Depp
She did this to
sued
herself
for
by
$100
lying
million
about
or for
Johnny,
$50
and this is
million.
exactly why she's
$100
here.
Sent a
million.
message back saying, fine, and we're going to sue for $100 million.
Oh,
because
good.
look what you've done to her. We're not,
What
we're not
you've
asking
done to
you
her.
to give $100 million. We're asking you to just look at the damages in this case and just be fair and reasonable in whatever you determine by following the evidence and the instructions. But we do ask that you fully and fairly.
Well, now we know how they picked
compensate
it.
Amber
Just like I
for
said,
everything
fuck
that
you, we're
she's
doubling
been
it.
through, both in terms of reputation and emotional distress. The very last point is punitive damages, and you surely have those in this case. We've asked for $350,000 for the punitive damages, and we would ask that you award that.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's over. Yay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal
Okay.
closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay? All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other and do not do any outside research, okay?
Back at what time? So we're back in about an hour.
I've got videos to show you guys. So
Wow.
that just happened.
So let's come back at 2:10. And just for the record, plaintiffs
Time.
have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes.
Defendants have
No.
6.
I didn't take any time off from the sidebars. 0 off
That's
from the sidebars. It's all
generous.
from testimony.
That's
okay?
generous.
All right, thank you.
That's generous.
It's very generous. She should have
I'm
taken
gonna put a
time off the
check
sidebars.
in.
She should have. Oh, but if it was Johnny Depp, she would have.
Has 39
Again.
minutes.
Again, double standard.
Heard has 6 minutes.
Heard has 6 minutes of
Wow,
rebuttal.
Wow.
This
wow. I'm going to answer some
is
questions.
awesome.
And then we will take a short lunch break here before we switch over to the afternoon stream. Holy shit. That was a lot from Elaine. They have 6 minutes in rebuttal. I don't think Elaine can say hi in 6 minutes. Oh, wow.
They have
Wow.
6 minutes
Wow.
of
I'm going to answer some
rebuttal.
questions.
And Johnny
I
Depp
can't
has
believe it. Also, to the 225,000 of you here.
39
Baker,
minutes.
ultra legal commentator.
They
thank you for
can't do
subscribing to my
anything with
channel.
6
It's
minutes.
been
Anything.
Absolutely unprecedented, I guess.
Oh
We're
my
on the road to
God.
600K. So thank you all for doing the YouTube likey, subscribing things. Let's answer some questions, some super chats, and try to like reclaim
Wow.
our brains, because my brain
is
has
fried.
been,
My brain is done.
rattled around in my
Oh
skull
my God.
by Elaine trying to rapid fire 6 weeks of testimony in an illogical fashion into the jury. There is a huge
That was
difference
more than
in the way
illogical.
these
That
two
was
legal
borderline
teams have
stupid.
run their case.
All that stupidity was on Elaine. We
and you
all
see
know
it.
that.
You see the difference.
That was
and there's
horrifying.
no doubt that the jury feels that difference. So I am just flabbergasted by that. Just truly, truly flabbergasted by that. Wow.
Oh man. I'm trying to
I'm just
get my
sending a
words
message,
together.
Real quick. I am rarely speechless.
Yeah,
But
me too.
that was so
Huh.
undeniably painful that I just don't have words. Wearing my Law and Order special victims
I not only
unit
not
shirt
don't
for
have
this,
words.
I think it's appropriate.
My
I think
brain
the
is trying to
jury feels
compile
like
thoughts
they have
and comprise
suffered
them of
some
something. I don't know
type
what
of
the hell to do here.
unbelievable and
I don't.
undeniable pummeling by Elaine Bredehoff. And the thing is, she didn't have a point. It's like her redirect of Amber Heard. She just kind of gave up. But I have suspected as we've talked on this channel and as I've talked around the internet, people have asked, why did they pick $100 million? And I always said, I think it was, you sued for 50 million, 50 million, 50 million. There's your 100 million, Johnny Depp. Fuck you. And she said it in closing. Why did we sue for $100 million? To send a message. We're not asking for $100 million. We're asking for $350,000 in punitive damages is essentially what they asked for. She just kind of gave up. Michelle said, I tried other channels for different perspectives, but yours is the only.
And not only
highest
that,
one and so clear that you
she's
are
like,
just
we
a dope
sued it for
person."
what you've done to
Thank
her.
you. We
What
need to
you've
talk
done
to
to
the
her.
law. For all the tea, you're welcome.
What you've done to her, my fucking ass.
Show it or
What
tell
the
it
fuck
as
is
I
wrong
see it.
with this?
And when I'm getting annoyed,
Jury,
I
please
tell you
come
that
back
I'm getting
today.
annoyed
Please
one
come back
side
today. Please
or
come back
the
today.
other.
Because
My
that
Apple
could be a
Watch
death
showed my
win.
heart
Oh my
rate
god.
so elevated.
Oh my god.
Was talking the fact that it's Ben Chew's stuffed alpaca with that picture is giving me life. Thank you for bringing a little bit of levity to me. How in the heck have you found time to get your nails done? I went last night. You're always here for us, but they look awesome nonetheless. I went last night. I absolutely love. I'm sure she meant unbiased. I'm sure. I never want to assume though. I want to make sure all voices are heard on this channel. And if somebody has a question, I'm happy to answer questions. I'm always here to engage in a conversation. Do you know how I could send the reporter a bottle of wine? Probably not. I think any gifts coming to the court might feel odd to the court staff. I think just sending up that the reporter was amazing is kind of where it's at, and just, being like, damn, that stenographer was getting it. But I think the court staff might feel weird. At the DA's office, we weren't allowed to accept gifts. And when people would send stuff to court and stuff, it was always like, I can't, it's awkward. So those are the purple nails, I'll share them on social. You'll see them on Insta. Why did they have Elaine do closing? I don't know.
Good question.
Didn't Amber's team see she didn't land well?
Good
with the viewers?
question.
I don't know.
Oh my
I don't
god.
No.
You should have had
Rotten Blood's
Nidohoff do
closing,
it.
Though I don't always love his style, was at least linear, and you could follow it most of the time.
No, it was
Elaine
not linear,
felt
but you could
exactly
follow
like
parts
Dr.
of it.
Hughes. And then she said this, and then she said that, and then this happened, but then there was this, and let's talk about the makeup. And it was like, where are
Slow
you?
down,
You've lost me,
please.
And that's not what you got from Depp's closing. I felt real emotion from Ben Chu, that he's fighting for his client's dignity. And if the things that Amber Heard said in court are true, then Elaine Bredehoff should feel like she is fighting for the dignity of someone who has been a victim of horrific abuse. And that is not what I got from that closing. I got that someone is on the back foot trying to throw spaghetti at the wall to hope that they can salvage this case. And I don't know if it's going to work. The jury deserves a 3-month vacation. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Also, I think sending things to court, I don't want other courts to be nervous about what's happened here. I did an interview last night with Inside Edition, and I was talking about this. I don't know if it'll make it to air, but I was talking about when the Britney Spears audio leaked and the court just shut it all down, all of the audio program. I don't want stuff influencing this court to be like, oh, other courts aren't going to want to take a case like this on camera. And that I don't want. Elaine was grasping at straws, and then she spilled all of them on the floor and maybe tried to pick them up in front of the jury. Elaine and 1 million minions running through her brain. And the thing is, I often have a million minions running through my brain, but for closing argument, you just have to get in there and do it. But I saw a super chat come through about a filibuster. It's just, she did. She sounded like that in opening statement too. It was awkward and uncomfortable. Thank you so much, Cam. And the law nerds are not, you don't have to be a lawyer to be a law nerd. You just have to enjoy what we do here on this channel. So thank you so much. I think I saw all the messages in chat saying that's not I get it. Apple thinks I'm saying ducking. I'm never saying ducking, Apple. I never say ducking. It's never what I mean. Question, please tell us that you did not hear it. What happened with L'Oreal? I saw in the chat everybody saying that a L'Oreal campaign dropped today. And then she was saying that L'Oreal has dropped her. So that's what I'm seeing in the chat, that they said that new L'Oreal stuff dropped today. But I don't know if that dropped today. So I don't know if that happened today. That's what I saw in the chat. Chat is so wise. I rely on the chat. Sweet baby Ray, I know this is unethical, but are they tanking on purpose? No. I can't explain what's happening any other way than incompetence. They're not tanking on purpose. It would be completely unethical. It's something I think are zealous at. They're trying to be zealous advocates for their client, or they should be trying to be zealous advocates for their client. But lawyers don't tank cases on purpose, not just because we like to win, and because it can be reputationally damaging, but an appellate court's not going to save this. There's nothing here on appeal that I've seen that is going to be, there's been rulings both ways that have been hard. Depp's medical expert was kept out. Some of the testimony that Heard wanted in has been kept out. And we saw that yesterday, but no, the lawyers do not try to tank things on purpose. They want to win their cases for their clients, and they don't want their clients to turn around and try to sue them. Why on earth would she not cover up those bruises? What about the time she got the TRO? Elaine, that was the time. Is there a penalty when an attorney misrepresents evidence repeatedly or makes a serious error? There can be. The court will address it outside the presence of the jury, and those objections where the court was admonishing or at least redirecting Elaine is part of that, but that can be addressed at a later time. I don't think it's going to impact this case substantially, but I think it makes Elaine look bad. If she's misrepresenting things to the jury, is it because Amber Heard's entire team just lies so fluidly that they can't parse the truth? And that is where having a, 33-minute advantage in rebuttal is going to come in, because there is going to be nothing but time for Camille Vasquez to come in and say, ladies and gentlemen, you want to know what's preposterous and disgusting?
Elaine
These attorneys standing up here and lying to you.
Yeah.
And she's going to have all the time
in the world. to
Chapter 8
tell
said,
them that.
interesting that he made a huge deal about Johnny Depp apologizing to Amber Heard and scoffed at the idea when he'd apologized to appease her. But now Amber Heard apologizing to JD is proof that she was appeasing him because that's what DV victims do. Yeah, they've changed position a lot. They've changed positions a lot. Is the rebuttal restricted within the 2 hours allotted for each side? Yes, it is. Just found your channel. Welcome. How can they keep pushing the essay claim with no proof?
Can you imagine if they
are
only
relying
had
on
3
Amber
minutes
Heard's testimony.
for a rebuttal?
Testimonial
I'd
evidence
laugh my
is
fucking
evidence.
ass off. Your Honor,
Cases
oh, you're
can be
done.
made just on witness testimony. Generally, in criminal cases, you need
I want that
more
to
than just
happen.
witness testimony, but this is a civil case.
You know,
And
like,
they
I want
say
there to be like
Amber
a,
Heard's testimony.
you
is
only have 3
evidence.
minutes. Oh,
Whether
fuck.
the jury believes that evidence is a whole separate issue. Thank you, Troll Drool. Rottenborn told the jury they could be made an accomplice to Depp's abuse if they declare Amber guilty. Maybe it's just my ADHD, but if I was on that jury, I'd feel like I was being gaslit. I think
No
he should have
kidding.
ended on that. He should have just stopped, but he was saying essentially that's what he wants you to do. And they didn't say it just about Amber Heard. They said all. If you do this, it signals to all victims. They took it so big. Don't do this, ladies and gentlemen. Think about what you will do to society. If they believe their case, what the fuck does society matter? What this case is about is this woman sitting in this courtroom who has been subject to horrific abuse, not the actress, this woman, this human, this mother, this not a level 3 sommelier, maybe a level 2 sommelier, but this woman has been subject to horrific domestic and sexual violence. So whatever happens outside the 4 walls of this courtroom, tell her that you believe her, because that's what this case is about. They didn't do that.
No, they did not.
They also
They
tried
did not.
to make this case so
This was so bad.
big, the way that their client did on the stand. Johnny Depp's team tried to make this case smaller. This is Johnny Depp asking you to free him from the prison that these
That he's been
lies
locked in
have held
for
him in
6
for the last 6 years.
6 years. And on his
What is the
daughter's
jury gonna do?
birthday.
I
Ah,
thought yesterday that there was
man,
no
that's amazing.
flying fuck of a chance that this jury could come back today. And after these closings, I see it.
Oh my
after
God.
these closings,
Oh my God, if they
I
come
can
back.
see this jury.
If they
going
come back after
pulling
tonight.
up that
Oh,
sheet that I
fuck.
shared on Twitter, pulling up the
Fuck.
verdict form, and just being like, yes, 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 yes.
Oh
yes,
my God.
yes.
This would
Yes.
be.
I am salty as fuck about the wine trading. I can't get over the wine trading. I am
Hold on.
so
Let me.
damn salty about
I
it.
have to
chat.
go.
You know
I gotta
why?
go
Because
put this
it's
down because I gotta give
aggrandizing
my
to
reflection.
try to make herself
This
seem
is
more or
incredible.
better than, and it's disingenuous on the stand.
Well, let's put it down right now. All right. Let me give my reflection here. Johnny Depp's testimony, or Johnny Depp's team's closing argument was brilliant. That's what it was. Let me tell you, right, so this is Camille first. Let me tell you exactly how she lied. Let me give you the facts here. First, she said that, there was wine spilled on the floor. Well, the cops didn't see it. Morgan Tremaine said there was no, that they got the video and that they could copyright it in 15 minutes because it came directly from the source. She says she touched down. There's internet on that fucking plane. Come on. There's no way there's no internet. You're not going to be that rich and have a plane and not have internet. And so she touched down and there's no internet. And it doesn't matter. Amber Heard owned that video. Perfect. And then Morgan Knight came in and talked about how in that trailer there was no damages except for a light fixture. Kelly Sue, nothing happened where Johnny Depp grabbed her arm and said, "Oh, I could, depending on the pressure, I could break your arm." Never did that happen. Never did they see drugs. And then she goes into the sexual assault thing. How did this happen? How was there no medical reports? Let's list out the 10 doctors on this fucking list that says that she could have gone to and filed a medical report. And she never, ever, 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 ever did. That's the big thing right there. And she never did it. That's a huge argument right there. And let's share how she was abusive. I didn't hit you. At least I didn't. I didn't fucking deck you. I hit you. I'm sorry my hand didn't do this. But you're fine. You're such a baby. Oh yeah, let me lay out how she said that he's a baby for running away from a fight. For running away from his domestic abuser. Yeah. What the fuck? And then... And this is great. I mean, she aligned the audios absolutely perfectly. She aligned those audios. It was like chocolate chip cookies with ice cream. It just came together absolutely amazingly well. Just like when Dallas beat Washington. Remember that, Oscar? I just had to bring that up. But I mean, just like oh my God. So then we get to Ben Shu and he's like, listen. His first argument was like a little kind of like, whatever. But let me tell you how to do this jury form. You should answer the form like this. I'm going to give you an out on how to come back tonight. So you guys can go home. Rid yourselves of this trial and just go back to your normal lives. We don't just fill out these questions. Here are these 3 circumstances, these three allegations. Here are the 7 questions for each. Check the box. Yes, here, yes, there, yes, there. Boom! And then it's we know that she defamed him. We knew she published it. Did she do it with malice? And I love how he clarified what malice means, because what you don't want is for that jury to sit there going, like if me and Oscar and our friend Naeem were sitting there and we were part of the jury, oh God, and we were to say, hey, Oscar were to say, I think malice means this. I would say no, I think it means this. Naeem would say, well, it could mean that. I could agree, but I think it means that. You don't want the jury doing that. What you want the jury to do is go, did she do it to ruin Johnny Depp? That was what Ben Shu essentially said. That's the central definition. Leave that there. That's absolutely perfect. Perfect. He said just check these boxes and you can go home. And by the way, I don't want any damages. Yes, the money would be nice, but guess what? He doesn't need the money. Don't give us any money. Fine. You know what? Give us $1. You know what? Give us $0. Don't even award us any damages. If you want, fine. But guess what? You don't have to. If you do, then go in this box and say how much he should get. Guess what? We don't need that. Just give us the win. Just give us the win. And that's it. I'm giving you an out on how to come back in a day. Yeah! Perfect close. That's my summary of that. Now. Do I have more water? I do. Let's summarize Rottenborn and Elaine. Rottenborn. Oh, if you didn't take a picture, it didn't happen. If you didn't tell your friends, it didn't happen. If you tell anybody, that's crazy. If this is he's saying that's what Johnny Depp was saying. No, you idiot motherfucker. You cunt. That's not what he's saying. That's not what they're saying, Rottenborn. What they're saying is Amber Heard was taking pictures from day one of their relationships. Of their relationship. I got a text coming in, so that's why I got distracted. She started taking pictures on day one. She took a picture of whiskey bottles, of wine glasses, of cocaine. And by the way, how is it that the cocaine is on her side but not on his side with the jacket in the ashtray? That's a good question that I saw in Emily's chat. Then she's taking pictures of him sleeping. And by the way, he said, oh, he's texting her this and that. How is he texting her if he's passed out? What they're saying is, if she was able to take pictures of all of that, how was she not able to take pictures of her bruises? Why didn't she do medical reports? Why didn't she go to her friends and say, someone get me the f*** out of here? I've had friends, female friends come to me, girls come in and say, what do I do, Jason? And I've said, well, there's this shelter, and they've gone. Okay? Why didn't she do that? Why didn't she report it medically? And then he's trying to use the audio of him going, on the airplane. It feels weird to do, but that sounds like a guy who's in pain, Not a guy who's, monster. You can take a picture and video and audio of that, but you can't get anything of how he abused you. And on the cabinets, I'm going to get copyrighted by fucking TMZ. Thanks, Amber Heard. They showed that video, Oscar and everybody else. Guess what? They think they're going to say, oh, that's abusive. That's abusive. The jury could see it as that until Elaine ruined it. But then he lost $650 million to his manager and attorney. How the fuck would you not be mad? I'd be angry. And by the way, I got to go back to Camille in a little bit. But, these text messages, what's he proving with them? Nothing. Oh, and that audio, because you're a cunt. Because you're fucking cunt. She is. What are you proving with that? That's the best you have of audio? That's the best. That's it. Really, Rottenborn. Okay. Let's get to Camille before I get to Elaine. Let's go back. When she said, hey, she punched him and got furious because they testified to that. That he showed up late. I'm sorry, his mom died. I'm sorry, his mom, well, she was sick too. I'm sorry, but he just had a meeting with his managers. Wow. I would be grateful that my girlfriend at least came. I wouldn't punch her. And that's right. The Ben Chu mentioned something. And I think it was Camille or Ben Chu. Let's put Johnny Depp in the audio saying, I didn't punch you, I hit you. You're fine, you're such a baby. Johnny Depp would be in jail. They would be investigating her, the LAPD would. Investigating him, the LAPD would, and they're not investigating Amber Heard for that. Fucking stupid. This whole Believe Women Act is so stupid. So now let's get to Elaine. Elaine is misstating evidence, misstating facts, and more importantly, misstating testimony. Well, she said this, they said that, they said that. Rottenborn kind of did it too, but he did it in an artful manner. That's why Ben Chu had to object. And I was like, why didn't you object earlier? And like Emily said, it's not something you want to do because it shows you're trying to, you're kind of being a dick and an ass, and the jury doesn't like that. But here they had to, because she's misstating testimony. And by the way, the reason she had to backtrack and say, well, I wasn't saying this, I only said that, was because the judge admonished her. She is a double standard judge, but still. Her closing argument was as bad as, or even worse, as her closing, as her opening statement. Holy shit, it was that bad. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my God. And then, we want the $7 million, but we only want the $100 million. We only want $350,000 in damages. She gave up. She was grasping for straws. It was terrible. Oh my God. If anyone has anything else to say, please.
Completely exhausted
Tell me.
Every little bit of patience. They have made it very clear that they basically said, in the past, we've given warnings for things. Today, you're going to get a tap on the shoulder and you're out.
Immediate
yeah, they have been super clear about that. And from what we saw, there was somebody who got yeeted before they even started.
Okay.
Somebody walked out of the courthouse and, or out of the courtroom, and I was pretty sure I saw a deputy with a cut bracelet. So, or a cut wristband. So that's like before anything even begins. That's a hell of a thing, right?
Yeah.
So they have no sense of humor right now. But
They don't.
she, when these alarms started going off, I initially thought, is this a fire alarm? And, that was, but she was like, it's an Amber Alert. We're just going to let it go. People are
closing.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is closing is a terrible place to get that kind of interruption. And it was such a bad interruption because it's so loud and it keeps happening. Like one starts and stops and he's like, okay, let me start. And then somebody else's goes off.
Cell phone carriers get them out at different rates. So different phones will go off on those alerts. And even if your phone is silent, they go off. Did your phone go off?
I keep my phone off in there.
Oh, turned off, not just silent.
I have it on silent. I have all of my alarms turned off, and then I have the phone turned off because I do not want to risk getting thrown out.
Yeah, my phone went off once in court. My ringtone was Khalees's "My Milkshakes Bring All the Boys to the Yards." It was mortifying, and the judge read me about it the rest of the time I worked at that courthouse, almost every time.
And if you did that today, you would be out of that courtroom.
Well, absolutely. That wouldn't happen today. It was one of those days where I was digging through my bag. But the jury instructions went by pretty quickly. Nothing big. No instruction on discovery is what I noticed. That was the big thing for me.
Yeah, and I actually thought the jury instructions were really well done. They were very clear and very quick, which
yes, they were
excellent. Because sometimes jury instructions just go forever, and I was kind of expecting that they would go forever today, and that we'd see a lot of people tuned out.
They didn't. They did go pretty quickly.
Yeah,
and they were pretty. I like their form because I got to look at their verdict form, and they go to each element. Not all jurisdictions do that. It's really nice to see that on defamation they find each element, and then they have to find the malice separate, because the malice does have that slightly different legal standard.
I am trying to hold on a second.
What are you doing?
For the love of God, Elaine. For the love of God, Elaine is where we were. So.
I was sitting there going, like, I actually wrote just as a note, like, TikTok, Elaine, come on. I actually was starting to think that the judge was just going to call time on her. And that would have been so bad because defense is supposed to have the last word on this one.
They don't have much. And begging for time at the end. She's like, what about the sidebars, Your Honor? And it's like, she could have taken time at the sidebars because those sidebars were due to Elaine misstating evidence very clearly. Yep. She could have clocked her out, and she did not time her out. And she has 6 minutes. It's just enough time that it's not going to be an issue on appeal, but not enough time to do anything with.
When you're begging for a couple of extra minutes, because that's really what that was, is please, can I have some extra time? She's like, I already gave it to you.
Yeah. I've got to say,
there's nothing left.
The one thing I was about with Ben Chu is that he was leaning in to the First Amendment argument. I'm like, if you believe your client is a victim of this level of horrific abuse, you don't need the First Amendment. The only time I've been in trial where defense attorneys have started arguing the Constitution is when their client is on videotape doing the thing, and then they have an audio recorded confession, and then they also have a signed confession, and then there's nothing else they can do. And they get up there and they're like, everyone has the right to a trial. Guilty until proven innocent. This is the standard of law because there's nothing else to argue but the Constitution. And once he started getting into the Constitution, I'm like, oh, you think that you're fucked on this? And then they started arguing why Depp shouldn't get damages. And I'm like, if you think you're winning, you don't even waste your breath on damages.
Yeah. I thought there was a lot where I was just like, what are we doing here? Like
Rottenborn, not I don't say Ben, sorry, y'all. I meant Rottenborn.
Yeah, it's Chu had the line of this is a Me Too without a Me Too. And juror H was nodding along with that. She was in agreement with that. But given how finely technical, there's a couple of possibilities. Possibility one is that they just walk into, the jury room and go, we all hate her, right? And then at that point, they just pick numbers.
They go, this is defamation. Here's the verdict form. Fill it out. And he really leaned in. You said, ask for $1. And he said, we're not here for money. We're here to clear our name. He didn't even argue it. He didn't. Well, he just said, you guys get to pick the number. Yep. And I actually thought that was really interesting because I was sitting there going, ask for the $1, ask for the $1.
And he didn't. And I actually think that my thought about ask for the
That-
dollar was
I
wrong
think-
in hindsight.
I think, yeah.
Because eventually Elaine came back to it and she made an argument, and I took a note of it. She was expecting him to have asked for the dollar.
That's right.
She was, basically she made a big argument about how they're wasting, their time and so forth. And I'm like, him not picking a number gutted that argument.
Yes.
And I thought that was really that was a point where I was going, I was wrong on that.
Yeah,
he
and I
had
think,
the better approach.
and I think
They're able to say,
I was wrong on that.
hold on a second.
He had the best.
you get to pick what's Johnny Depp and say, remember, you get to decide what's justice for Johnny Depp. They haven't said that yet. I think
So I made
they're
a
saving
mistake.
it for the rebuttal. They have said
I just have to say, I think he was wrong on that, and I think it was better for Johnny Depp's team to say, we don't want anything. We don't want you to give us anything, except for freeing him from this prison and getting his name back on the popular stands. Just please help us there. And I thought it was a good idea because I knew they were going to come for damages on Amber Heard's side. I knew they were going to want money. That's all they're about. That's all Amber Heard's about. She doesn't care about the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, who are co-conspirators, by the way. And Ryan Bourne, I forgot to admit this, or to say this, he admitted that, yeah, they look at the drafts. Why would they be involved? That makes no sense. And it does if they want to be co-conspirators. But I thought it was the right move for Ben Chu to say, look, don't give us anything, just give us his name back, and let him out of this prison. And Amber Heard's team was expecting him to say, give us the $50 million, and that's why Elaine got caught up at the end. It was a smart move, like pull the rug from under you type shit, trip you up. I thought it was great, and that was a pretty good argument right there. I mean, I thought Ben Chu did a pretty great job arguing that fact. I'm arguing with the cords of my microphone, so I'm going to pull out the drawer a little bit more. But, yeah, I thought that was awesome.
There was a discussion about how she couldn't have possibly done the thing because she was on a transatlantic flight. And Juror G sort of did a,
That's not what the
now
really was.
I am pretty sure that Juror G is somehow involved in tech. He gets real interested every time there's a tech guy.
Area, not surprising in this area of the U.S. outside of D.C. that you would have people who are involved in tech. Not surprising at all.
Absolutely. And when I actually think this something similar of Juror A. I'm not as sure about A, but when they had that sort of boy genius there talking about Unix. Juror G was super into hearing his qualifications, and then got less interested once he sort of got into the stats and how there really wasn't any sort of computer sciencey stuff in it. It was just, my thought on that is that he's probably been on a plane and he's probably used the in-flight Wi-Fi.
Yep.
It's I'm just like, I think he knows what in-flight Wi-Fi is. I bet he pays for it on every flight.
It's like,
And
send an email on a plane? Really? There are people in this stream that have messaged that they are watching this stream from planes.
well, and the other thing that's just kind of wild is I was walking through the courthouse cafeteria and somebody who I haven't seen in the jury room was listening to your stream. So, hi, other cafeteria person.
Hello, anyone watching at the courthouse. Thank you. Yes, apparently I am now the face of pop culture legal commentary, and I have never been so thrilled. I am thrilled by it. So we're here for it. But it's your observations are so tremendously helpful. I know you need some food. I want to be mindful of your time. You only have about 20 minutes left to get back into court. Do you want to give some final observations before you have to get back into court?
I think the jury doesn't like there were moments when Rottenborn is making arguments and people were making an expression like they just didn't like what they were being fed. But that doesn't mean that they weren't listening to it. I think that they're like, I don't like this argument, but I also can't reject it out of hand. So I'm not going to tune it out, but I don't like it. I think that they find Amber very dislikable. I think that I think that they've reached the conclusion that she's lied on at least some things. And So what I suspect there's going to be a big argument about is, do we think that there was at least some abuse? And then there's going to be the issue of, was this, was this tweet republication?
Yes.
My read on, if I was putting money on this, if I'm at the track putting, dollars on this, I'm going to say he's going to lose on 2 out of 3 of the claims. And I think he's going to win on the third. That's my read. And that'll be the tweet.
I agree. You and I have agreed on this for weeks now, that the tweet is the strongest. And they didn't notice that Rottenborn didn't touch on it much. He touched on it, but he was like, you can't find this. But he tried to stay away from it. I think they know that's their loser. The chat very much wants me to ask, did you hear Ben Chu get choked up as he was wrapping up his closing?
Yeah. And I mean, I think that they both believe in their client, and, like lawyers, we represent, you represent clients that you don't necessarily believe in, because everybody deserves representation, right? And you can, criminal defense, you can be like,
Bailey is a criminal defense attorney. And so,
I don't, people go, hey, how can you, I'm like, I don't necessarily like the people who walk in my door, but they deserve a full representation and so forth. And the same happens in corporate commercial, in property law. You can have somebody who is completely dislikable, but they're still in the right on some fence dispute or something like that. The read I get from both Camille Vasquez and Ben Chu, and I suspect the rest of his team, it's just kind of, those are the ones we see the most, is I think that they believe very strongly that that their client is righteous in this.
They do.
And my read on Elaine is less so. And my read on Rottenborn is none so. I don't think Rottenborn cares much for, they do sort of this kissy face at the beginning when she walked in. And I don't think he terribly liked that moment. I think that, he's leaning very heavily into the, you can argue that there was abuse here, and like slamming the doors is abuse. So I think
if Rottenborn is very frustrated because he came into this case with a path to victory.
Yeah.
And I think that's not what I want to do. And he wanted to win. And I feels like his client has undermined his ability to win, because they came in with the stronger legal case.
Yep. And I mean, that's the thing, is when I say I think that they have a path to victory here, it's because the test is so high. I think that, my personal feelings is that it is unfair if Depp doesn't walk away with a judgment in his favor. But the law isn't always fair. The law is the law. And, we don't necessarily like it. There's situations where, you might have a mother of 6 kids who's old and, infirm, and her landlord wants to throw her out on the street, and the landlord might actually be right in law. And, that sucks.
All the time, Ian, I say morality and legality are not always the same. And we talk about it because there is often a split between, in my gut, this feels awful, but in the law, this is proper. And that's where I always encourage my audience. If that split feels disgusting to you, you get to vote for the people who write the laws. So if you're looking at the split going, that feels.
So I am going to go talk to family real quick. And I will be right back, because I want to go over these videos.
Doesn't feel right. It's like right, but also irrelevant. Like how it feels is irrelevant at the end of the day. Legal, not legal.
And I mean, unless you get to the point where the jury just hates her so much that they take that form and say, we just really dislike her. And that is a possibility. I think she's come off as really dislikable. So, I don't think the jury cares for her much at all. And, it'll really come down to just how much they're going to say, how much weight they're going to put on the legal argument. Yeah. But I think my bet on this is that they're going to find a way to get to that ruling on that third issue. So I'll let you go here just so I can stuff some sushi into my face. But thank you for having me on here again. And
Well,
yeah,
look,
it's
observations. I really appreciate not just the compassion that you address the law in this case with, but also really breaking it down, even when you know sometimes it's an unpopular opinion. Look, Rottenborn had some good moments in closing. I think he's upset that everybody else is just fucking up his win, and that's what's happening here. So thank you for being here.
thank you again, and I'll probably see you again soon.
Yep, absolutely. Bye. All right, y'all, we are going to start wrapping up. If I didn't get to a super chat, I'm sorry. There was one that I saw that I really wanted to get to that was from way earlier in the day. And the question was, do you think the First Amendment will sit well with a majority POC jury that may have dealt with racism under the guise of the First Amendment? I want to be mindful to say, I don't know that experience. It's not been my experience, but it's something I think the attorneys should have been mindful of when looking at the makeup of their jury in arguing that. I can't speak to how they might feel just because it's not my experience, but I think it's something the lawyers should have thought of in making that argument. And I appreciate the point being brought up. Can Vasquez come in during their turn after all of this and pull a my cousin Vinny? Everything they just said is BS and sit back down. I mean, she could, but she has so much time left. I would like to see her delight in it a little bit. Thank you guys for all of this. Much love from Fairfax, 4 blocks from the court. Found me on TikTok. I do not do the TikToky things much, but thank you. I'm glad we could pull this up again. Pterodactyl, happy birthday. Y'all, we've already populated the other stream. I will be back on that stream in literally just a few minutes. So I'm going to take a moment to do the human-y things while you do the YouTube-y things. Please and thank you for doing the YouTube things. We're now just on the road to 600K. I don't know. We're just doing it. So we're just doing that. I see my child walking. I'm wrapping. Can you give me 30 seconds and I'll be right there? Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you all for being here. I hope to see all of you back. I'm going to hold each and every one of the 211 of you to it. We will be right back on the other stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Go take a minute. Everybody take a breath. We're going to be back with Camille Vasquez with 39 glorious minutes to do her rebuttal, and I can't wait. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being law nerds. Take care of yourselves, and I will see you in just a moment. Connect with me everywhere. I'm at the Emily D. Baker. If you guys want to join the text, just text Emily.com. If you want to join the channel, lawnerdsunite.com. Happy to have you. Support what we do here on the YouTube.
All right. So before we go to her new stream to watch the trial, I want to share a couple videos with you just because I think it's important and funny. So let me grab the first one. Let me hold on a second because I don't remember what I sent myself first or last. So let me check. Oh, all right. This one's going to be hilarious and fun. Why is my YouTube video not playing? All right. So, this is let's do this new tab. All right. Let's go back to the tab. And we're going to share our screen because this is a golden moment. My brother was just here, and we were just talking about this moment here. Okay. They had a TMZ employee, an ex-employee, go and testify for Johnny Depp. And Elaine decided... Why is this doing this? Hold on a second. Alright, it's... For some reason... It won't let me, but let's just play this. He decided to snap back. Well, hold on. Something happened. Ah. I know why. Alright. So he decided to snap back, and this is the most glorious moment ever.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Now, if you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained. Sustained. Next question.
I'm not aware.
Okay, you know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Oh, ruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in a target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
Oh!
Argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that...
Purely objective. Thank you. Oh! Oh, that hurt. That hurt. Oh! Man, that hurt. Oh, man. All right, we got to show another video. I'm probably going to be late. But you know what? We'll show the other videos after we get to after we get done with the arguments. Let me see if I can go find that real quick. Cause man, I hope you guys like that one. Oh wait. Okay, so we are going to get back to the trial in a bit. I'm going to go pull up the tab, and we will... Here, let me grab this. Let me go share it. Okay, we're here. We're going to get out of here. While I share this, my favorite part of that TMZ clip was of that guy was the fact that Amber Heard's lawyer Elaine was like, "I didn't expect you to do that. Nobody else has been snarky with me. I've been taking advantage of that." Oh, hold on. I need to. All right. Okay. So, but she's like, no one's ever done that to me before. What the heck is going on? And she's like, glory, hallelujah, baby, hallelujah, perfect, baby. Delicious. You know what's gonna even be even more delicious? Camille's ass taking her down. Oh yes, that's perfect. It's amazing. She's my new girl boss queen. This is gonna be so good. All right, hold on a second. All right, so let me see if I can. Is this I want to see if it's playing. Oh wait. All right, so she's not live yet.
Going off on the phones in the courtroom, and it looked like it could have been a weather alert based on the chat, but the judge said to Mr. Rottenborn, who was looking around like, what is going on? They are Amber Alerts. Phones are going off even though they were turned off, and it just kept happening. It reminded me of that scene in Pitch Perfect 2 when Reveille starts playing or taps Pardon Tap starts playing while they're singing. And it was just that kind of moment in court during closing argument. But it wasn't just that. There was a fast and furious type of closing argument from Elaine Bredehoff, but I thought a very connected and strong argument from Camille Vasquez and Ben Chu. When we resume after lunch, we've got a time issue here, folks. Team Depp has, oh, that's right, 39 minutes to give their rebuttal. Team Heard has 6 minutes to give their Sir rebuttal. I don't know what they're going to be able to get done in 6 minutes. It should be from Ben Rottenborn. I don't know what he is going to be able to do in 6 minutes because Camille Vasquez has a lot of time to work in her rebuttal. And that's what we're going to see when court resumes in just a few minutes. Yes, Fred and George are wandering around the office. They are ready to see what happens in this case too. This case is going to the jury in less than an hour from when court starts. Will they then come back this afternoon? The court said they can stay there as long as they like, but that the court doesn't serve dinner. It is going to be very interesting. We should just get into it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being law nerds. If you have anyone you want to watch this with, don't forget to share the stream and do the YouTube things. Let's go. Hey there. If we haven't met yet, I'm Emily D. Baker, the badass lawyer and everyone's favorite legal commentator. I'm the host of The Emily Show, and I break down the legal shit behind the news and pop culture stories we all want to talk about. I have been a licensed attorney for over 15 years, but this is not legal advice. I should warn you, I'm a big fan of the cursey words. This channel is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not fuckery. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to get to a few questions.
And while she gives her intro, I will give my intro. Welcome to J Sports. My name is Jason Alamillo. I am your host for today. And hopefully tonight for the jury verdict, baby. Anyway, I am Jason Alamillo. I'm your host. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. Press that post notification bell so you never miss another one of these live streams or a live stream on this channel anyway. I try and keep content outside of sports out. Content outside of sports, outside of the how do I put this? Outside of the outside of the sports world, and keep it in the politics realm. But of course, YouTube shut down my other channel, so we got to be here. But for anything Los Angeles Dodgers, Cowboys, or the Golden Knights, make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. Press that post notification bell because we're going to go over a lot of things with the Dodgers. I've been off lately, especially because of the trial in school. So I promise you that it's going to happen. We got more to talk about the Golden Knights. I'm going to rip them a new one. We got to talk about the Dodgers and compliment them. I'm going to be fair in my criticisms there too. And then we got to talk about the Dallas Cowboys as well, the failures that Jerry Jones and all of them are. So if you like that and you want to watch that kind of thing, this is not what I cover on this channel. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe to this channel and press the post notification one of these videos. And if you do like this kind of stuff, this is going to be a new category on my political channel, and we talk politics on that other channel. If you like that kind of thing, also technology and finance and all of that, we have a lot that we talk about on that channel. And now trials. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. Get the memo. So I will put this volume up. I'm going to charge my AirPods. I will go get some water, and this is gonna be great.
Hamada, who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career on Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp. And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Shell. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record. Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying. She lied 6 years ago on May 27th, 2016, when she walked into court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
Her
You heard
attorneys
the evidence
dialed down on that.
about what she donated, and you watched her. You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators. She's come too far. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people. So when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation
More and more
that Mr.
extreme
Depp had
abuse.
raped her with a bottle in Australia. And she keeps making new claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year, she had testified previously, was magic and bliss.
And she even said that in this trial.
Yep, she
Her
did.
story is
And
a constantly
she
moving
keeps, like I
target.
said, what did I
It
tell you
never
guys
stays
yesterday
the
and the
same.
day before? I think it was
Mr.
the day
Depp
before.
owns his
I'm
mistake.
losing time now,
He owns
track and
all
all
of
that
them.
time. And on the
You
other
saw
channel,
him do it
she is
on the stand in a raw,
adding and
powerful
adding and
way.
adding, stacking,
But in
and
this
it's
trial,
not
Ms.
making
Heard
sense.
has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused, and she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story. It doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get
You
caught
watched her
in lie
performance.
after lie.
Lie
The time has
after
come for those
lie.
lies
She
to
lies,
come to
lies,
an
lies,
end.
lies,
The
lies.
time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth. I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this in this trial about the First Amendment. They've
Get
talked
it.
about the importance of free speech.
Get it.
And we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that. The
Damn.
First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame people.
There you
There's
go.
a difference.
Get it.
Ms. Heard has no right to tell the world that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true.
There you
That's
go.
not protected speech. Our U.S. Constitution doesn't protect that speech. And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in this country.
I'm
a person's life cannot
surprised.
and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend yourself.
I'm surprised they
That's why
went
Mr.
into
Depp
the
had to bring this
Constitution.
claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and gentlemen, would be tasked with deciding once and for all Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process.
Exposed. Lies exposed.
When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard
Camille's
apparently
getting
decided
it.
she needed to sue him.
God
And
damn.
because there were no statements made by Mr.
Holy
Depp
crap.
on which she
Camille's
could
just
base
going
her
for it,
claim,
gunning for
she
it, baby.
sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman,
Oh.
calling Ms. Heard's
Oof.
accusations of abuse a hoax. Make no mistake, though, they are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of
damn.
abuse.
Make no
and then she
mistake.
gave
Make
a
no
performance where she
mistake. Zero,
passionately
Zelane.
repeated those made-up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying, committing perjury?
It's a good argument.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify
Elaine
on
walked
behalf
right into
of
that
Mr.
argument,
Depp,
too.
they're all
Yeah, she
lying.
did.
Elaine walked
She
right into
needs you
that
to believe
argument.
that the
She brought up
witnesses you heard
perjury.
from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying.
All of them.
Covering up for Mr. Depp.
Everybody, yeah,
She's
protecting the
actually
powerful
believing
man.
That she's the one telling the truth, and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence. This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Miss Heard. This case is about whether you believe Miss Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp. Who doesn't work for Mr. Depp? Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department.
Doesn't work for Mr. Depp.
Malcolm Connolly, he worked in the prisons in the UK.
Yep.
Starling Jenkins, a former US Marine. Travis McGivern, also another former police officer.
Member of ZZ
Ben
Top.
King, he worked for the Queen of England.
He worked for the
David
fucking
Kipper.
queen.
The Queen!
Kipper.
The Queen!
That's my favorite part of this so
And
far.
yes, Mr. Depp's doctor. Debbie Lloyd, a nurse. Aaron Filati, Miss Heard's personal nurse.
Oh, so she's trying to
Officer
protect Johnny.
Sines, an LA police officer with training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy, yes, in his first week, studying to pick up on these signs of domestic abuse. Officer Gatlin, Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building. Kate James, Miss Heard's former personal assistant. Tara Roberts, Alejandro Romero.
Get it.
He took his deposition from his car
And vaped and drove
because he
away.
had to go to work. But it didn't stop him from telling the truth.
It was very human of him
Edward
to be
White,
in his car.
Mr. Depp's
It is.
business manager. Laura Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California. Morgan Knight,
Perhaps beyond that.
Beverly
Yeah.
Leonard, Morgan Tremaine, and Kate Moss.
Kate
All
Moss,
the other
baby.
witnesses whose stories support Mr. Depp's description of what took
The one who said she was not pushed
Nothing
down the
to
stairs.
gain.
And Amber Heard said, I didn't
But
expect
just
her to be
believe your
there.
own ears and your
have
own
everything
eyes.
to lose.
Whatever you
You have
saw
seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence
from
in this
us
case.
is true. Whatever
When you
you
look at
heard
them,
is
you can
true.
tell that
Whatever
the key
you heard
point
from
Mr.
them is
Waldman
not
was
true. Whatever
making
you saw
in
from them
each
is
of these
not true.
statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong. She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words, she has to prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice.
Yes.
It is Ms.
Go.
Heard's
Go.
burden to prove
Get it.
that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual
With
malice.
actual malice.
Legal malice.
Actual malice means
Legal malice.
meanness.
knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth. But here, there's clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive, the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record. It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency of the employment, when he made the statements, Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record.
Nothing.
Ms. Heard is also
Nothing in the
suffering
record.
from PTSD and claims that she has something to
They
do
didn't bring that
with
up.
Mr. Waldman's statements.
Nope.
Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD.
Nope.
Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently, of Ms. Heard lying.
Oh, get it.
Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her
Lies.
with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms.
Go
Heard's
for it.
exaggeration during
Go.
testing,
Go.
because Dr. Hughes
Go.
used an
Oh my
improper
God.
malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it.
She was
One that
trying
is
to make
meant
fetch happen.
identify an
Yep.
examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD.
Not
Dr. Hughes
PTSD.
diagnosed Ms. Heard with
That's an
PTSD
interesting argument.
without administering the gold standard diagnostic test
I'll talk about
used
this
for
at the break.
PTSD. She diagnosed
That's
her,
right.
think about that. She diagnosed her with PTSD before administering the test she admitted was the gold
The
standard.
TSM-5 or the CAPS
she
5.
2 years after diagnosing
That
Ms.
she
Heard
did.
with PTSD, and curiously, shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her evaluation of Ms. Heard, but before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to
timing matters.
administer the gold standard.
Mm, I wonder why she did
Nevertheless,
that.
Even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test,
I
there
wonder.
were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test.
That's right.
You
She
saw them,
she didn't fill in the blanks.
including
She
her
filled
failure
her
to
notes.
Even follow the instructions that render her diagnosis
There you go.
unreliable.
Don't trust that doctor. She didn't do it right.
Ms. Heard's
She didn't
claims
diagnose her
monetary damages
correct.
related
That's
to
why
Mr.
she doesn't
Waldman's
have
statements,
PTSD. Our
frankly,
doctor said
is
this is
BS.
why too.
Ms. Heard
Boom.
speculates wildly
Bitch.
that she has somehow been damaged by Mr. Waldman's statements. But in reality, Ms. Heard has not shown any damage at all that was because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements. There's evidence of a mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating in Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face. But none of that has anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements.
True.
And
That's
Ms. Heard
right.
has presented no evidence, none,
And
of any film or
Yep.
other project that she has lost
yep,
True.
because of the statements.
16
In
months
fact, we
after
heard from Warner Brothers
Aquaman
president Walter Hamada,
was the
who
thing.
explained that Ms. Heard suffered
statements.
no loss,
Huh.
none,
No loss.
no loss of compensation or other adverse effect
Nope.
on her major film, Aquaman 2.
Other than the fact that she didn't
heard
have
it
chemistry
straight from him.
and they had to edit it.
Ms. Heard's
Magically.
expert, Catherine
edit
Arnold,
it.
testified.
Get
But
her.
for the statements
Get
of
her.
Mr. Waldman,
Get
Ms.
Catherine
Heard would
Arnold.
be a much
Do it,
more
Camille.
successful in her career.
Oh shit, this is happening.
Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman, Chris Pine, Gal Gadot, and Zendaya. But as Richard Marks, who does deals every day, that's his job, not testifying here
respect
for
on her
a
name.
paycheck, does deals. in
He makes
Hollywood.
these deals. He
And Doug
pretty much
Barnwell
makes these
both
deals.
testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Ms. Heard.
Non-comparable
After all,
actors.
Jason Momoa
Is
he was
Jason
Aquaman.
fucking
Chris
Momoa?
Pine, he was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot,
Wonder Woman.
Zendaya, she's been acting since she
MJ.
was 13 years old on the Disney Channel. And she's in every single Spider-Man movie.
And she's MJ. She's amazing.
Further, the Q scores of these actors are not at all comparable with Ms. Heard's Q scores.
Boom.
As Mr. Banya testified,
Get her.
rating was less compared
Oh,
to these actors,
baby.
and all of Ms. Heard's Q scores ratings were less favorable
One
than the average
name.
of all performers.
That was great testimony.
As you heard
She
from
goes by
Michael
one
Sinler,
name.
because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries
One name.
of these comparable actors to calculate Ms. Heard's damages,
Oh.
Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection. Further and more fatally for Ms. Heard's damages,
And
claim
more
is
fatally.
that there's no connection to the Waldman statements. to
No
Mr.
connection.
Waldman's statements. Even if
Keep
you find
aligning it
damage
for the jury. Keep
to her
going.
career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements. There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Ms. Heard's counterclaims. Specifically, Ms. Heard's expert, Mr. Ron Schell, presented a flawed methodology
Chanel.
that included picking out hashtags
Oh,
at random,
flawed.
including justice for Johnny Depp.
Ah! Yes! Say it!
Counting accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she hasn't suffered any damages from those statements.
Yes, she
Buried at the
does.
bottom of articles in the
And
New York Times, the Daily
experts
Mail.
have come in to say that.
And the statements are substantially true, since all they do really is point out that Ms. Heard's abuse allegations are false. Ms. Heard's counsel argued that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which stated, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." It does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Ms. Heard
bring it up.
republished the defamatory.
Yes, get it, get it,
That
get it.
instruction states in part that you should find Ms. Heard republished this article if she, quote, retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement.
Yes.
She posted it on her Twitter.
On her Twitter and said, "Look what I wrote. Look what I published in the Washington
Better be
Post."
Twitter. I'm hoping it's Twitter. So again, this is where that time deficit is going to
This
come
is
in.
the tweet Ms. Heard sent. She retweeted
She
the
can
Washington
show
Post
evidence
tweet
'cause
I
she
wonder if
has
they took
time.
the image out.
her own Twitter followers. And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in
was
the
hoping she would do
Washington
that.
Post."
I published this
Didn't
op-ed in the
quibble
Washington
with the
Post.
title.
I did it.
She said proudly, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." The title of the op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet.
Yup.
That is enough for you, members of the jury, to find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own. She can and should be held liable and responsible for that statement. Ms. Heard tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury
Okay.
after her allegations
Thank
of
you
abuse
for
were
letting me know,
made
Tanya.
against Mr. Depp.
We're just here.
Also
Come on, get it.
Things.
that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury.
Ooh,
Making his statements true.
that's right.
Mr. Ronborn argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered. That it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have
I
suffered.
like that she's addressing this.
Get it. That's right.
That is a twisted argument.
She needs to do this.
First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action,
Oh.
that Ms. Heard is a woman
Woo.
who's documenting things throughout their relationship.
That's right.
And it is
Go for it.
instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence.
Ah.
She documented Mr. Depp sleeping.
Yep.
She
Drinking.
documented lines of cocaine,
Mm-hmm.
featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan out company or production company, Infinitum. Stage photographs.
The mug came
That's
up.
what she documented.
The mug came up. The mug came up.
Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument
That's
assumes
enough.
that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved
Nod to the mug.
because
Mm-hmm.
despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusations with actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What
Get
we
it.
have put to you is that given how brutal and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries.
That's right.
That's a fact. She would have had serious injuries
That,
that would have been
face.
observable
Woo.
in the pictures we
That
looked
face.
at and by the
It's
witnesses
a
we
fair
heard from,
argument.
and would have required
It is a
medical
fair argument.
attention.
It's a fair
That's it.
argument.
Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see.
Multiple
What you have
people
in the
didn't
end is
see.
Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it?
Ooh.
We are not here because
She
Ms.
paused to
Heard
let them think.
told the world Mr. Depp was verbally abusive.
She paused to let them come
This
up
is
with the
not
answer in
about
their head.
the word
That's
used
brilliant.
by
I
Mr.
didn't
Depp.
think of that. Thanks, Emily.
We are here because Ms. Heard told the world
She
that Mr. Depp was
paused.
physically
Think
and
about it.
sexually abusive. That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse.
Get it.
She was not alleging emotional
Get it.
or psychological abuse. She was alleging
That's
physical
fair.
and sexual abuse.
Because it doesn't diminish
Ms.
the
Heard
other
cannot
types
run
of
away
abuse.
from her own allegations
It just says
now.
that's not what she
You have
meant.
all heard the evidence of what she
A
alleged
very good
against Mr.
argument.
Depp.
This is very good.
Without
You
diminishing
have
anything.
all heard her incredibly dramatic, over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse.
Over
That
dramatic,
story
over the
is a
top.
defamatory lie.
Overly dramatic.
Ms. Heard tried to argue
Get
that
it.
you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once
I like
in
that they
order
don't
to
say
find
her
her
attorneys.
favor,
Miss
because that makes her a
Heard
victim
is
of
arguing.
abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations.
Common sense.
You saw her on the
Use
stand.
common sense. Oh, I
Like
love
we
it.
all did. She gave the performance of her life, telling you story after story of abuse.
And then yeah.
And not just any abuse, but extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific.
Almost
but
like in a
true.
movie.
You either believe all of it,
Or you believe
none
none
of
of it. Get
Either
it,
she's
Camille.
telling the truth, including in her most extreme allegations.
Don't just believe
she's
one
lying.
thing or a couple. Believe all of it or none.
Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person
That she didn't
who
seek
would get on the
medical
stand in this courtroom
advice for.
and lie to you and the world about being raped. And if she would lie about that, what wouldn't she lie about? You can't find
Oh,
that
that's
Mr. Depp hit her
perfect.
once. Either he hit her countless times.
Oh,
or you
man.
can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth.
Oh.
And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed? That's an important question. It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty word to her once. It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators.
That's right. I
Words
like how she's putting that
matter.
together. Words matter.
Ms. Heard has shown you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp with some very vivid language.
Get it. Go
As I
for the
told you at the
messages.
start of this trial,
Go for them.
Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use.
I mean, that's one way to say it.
You probably don't use either. But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor.
Yes,
Not
he
everyone's
does.
cup of tea, but it's who he is. And Mr. Depp owns text messages. He acknowledges that he said those things, and he said things that he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser.
Of course.
And ironically,
Keep getting it.
as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence. In her own words, you've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence. Ms. Heard can try to distract you with text messages showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a dark sense of humor. But none of that, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse.
None.
Hitting your husband. is
Zero.
evidence of abuse.
Oh, that's amazing.
I mean,
Mr. Ronhorn talked about the burden of proof. Let's talk about that for a minute.
Let's talk
Mr.
about
Depp
it.
has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false, that it is more likely than not that they have a defamatory implication. that it is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp. And the evidence on these points is clear. Ms. Heard made these allegations 6 years ago today, May 27th, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public, tipping off TMZ.
I like that they keep talking about the timing.
When she published
Keep
the
the
op-ed,
timing going.
she was reminding
And keep
everyone
the
in
fact that
Hollywood
she did
and
this
the world
maliciously.
of her
Keep
abuse
going. She
claims.
went out of her way to
And
do
those
this.
claims are a lie.
Lie, lie, lie.
Consider
Keep
what the
saying
true
that.
purpose of the article.
Yes.
Mr. Ronborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote Ms. Heard. It was trying to be
Narcissist.
released at the same
That's what
time
she's
as
pointing
Aquaman
out.
That's
on December
good
21st,
argument.
2018. And it was timed to
elevate her
coincide with her
visibility.
announcement of her ambassadorship at the ACLU
Yep.
for women's rights.
There
And
you
her
go.
witnesses
That's not a
testified to that.
coincidence. It was
Not his,
designed
hers.
that way.
Hers. They witnessed.
That was
Her
not a
witnesses
statement
testified
about
to that
legislative
happening.
reforms. This was about
That coincidence.
burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense of Mr. Depp's. It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself as a heroic survivor of abuse. And on the question of actual malice, that just means whether or not Ms. Heard knew the allegations were false. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established. You may have noticed that no one showed up for Ms. Heard in this courtroom other than herself.
Oh! Oh! She's going here! Oh!
This is a woman who burns bridges.
Oh!
Mr. Rottenborn tried to discredit
Yeah!
Mr. Depp's witnesses by suggesting they're all on Mr. Depp's payroll.
Oh, get
He
it!
doubled down on the hoax theory that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keaton Wyatt is on his payroll. Ben King isn't on his payroll. Officer Melissa Sines isn't on his payroll.
Get it.
Morgan Tremaine.
Get it.
If they argue that he pays
Officer
taxes and
Tyler
therefore the
Haddon,
LAPD is on his
he's not
payroll,
on
I
his
will
payroll.
laugh.
Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero,
Yep.
Brandon Patterson,
Keep going.
Powerful.
Morgan Knight. None of those people are on his payroll.
Exactly.
Needs no one's
Kate
payroll.
Moss is most definitely not on Mr. Depp's payroll.
She's also not seeking her 15 minutes of
Ms.
fame.
Heard wants you to believe that
Exactly.
all these people are lying. Let's talk about the Boston plane.
She's
Ms. Heard wants
just
you to
getting
believe that
it.
The recording you heard is from the Boston plane.
They're
flight.
addressing that it's not
But
from the
that's quite
flight.
telling. What did Ms. Heard capture of this supposed rampage? Mr. Depp moaning in distress? That's what she chose to record. What sort of person records something like that?
Get it. That's right.
Sort
Why
of
would you
person
record
takes
that?
pictures of their
Why?
husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with sobriety, nodding off with ice cream dripping down his leg,
And then tells their expert it's
his
vomit.
hand in his pocket,
And then tells their expert it's
or
vomit.
asleep on the ground.
Exactly.
What sort of person does that? Definitely not someone that's afraid of him. And Ms. Heard's attorney told a story of May 21 that was completely, utterly inconsistent with the testimonies of Officers Sines and Haddon.
Go get
Who
it.
testified
Go get
clearly
it,
that they
Camille.
saw
Get it.
No signs of injury, no sign of property damage. And she told a story about how Officer Sadanaga's testimony was also wrong. She
Oh,
testified
yeah,
that the
everyone's
report
lying.
was only required.
Everyone's
on the
lying.
basis
That's
of
what.
a
That's the
crime.
point that she's trying to say.
Ms. Heard's
they're
attorneys
making.
tried to tell you that Mr. Depp apologized on May 22nd because he had hit Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp didn't apologize to Ms. Heard on May 22nd for hitting her. He apologized because he was leaving Ms. Heard.
Huh.
And this was a woman that, in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp, he loved her.
Damn. Get it.
He had been with her for years. Of
That's
course,
right.
he apologized when he finally broke it off.
Finally.
Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away,
Huh.
and to not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st, 2016.
That's funny because she called the cops.
She did
Take
say
a
that.
minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later, 6 years ago today. She
Think
walked into
about it.
court with a visible mark on her face, not wearing makeup that day.
Oh,
She tipped off TMZ.
not wearing
She
makeup.
made it public. And
She
showed
made
up
it
on the
public.
cover of People magazine with a mark on her.
Huh, she showed up on a magazine, tipped off TMZ.
Was that protecting Mr. Depp?
That's not protecting Mr.
Or was she
Depp.
trying to destroy
No.
him?
And she asked those questions in cross, and it just comes right back
Mr.
around.
Rottenborn asked
Were
you
you
to consider
protecting
why
Mr.
you're
Depp
here.
then? Were
Yeah.
you
So why
protecting
are you
Mr.
here?
Depp then?
Or were you protecting
You're
yourself?
here because of a lie.
Oh,
And that was a lie that Mr.
you're
repeated
here
in
because
the
of
op-ed.
a lie. Oh, that's
At the start
powerful.
of
She's
this
almost done, I
trial,
think.
We told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that Ms. Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse.
Camille's out here so confident in her argument,
is
she's
the
not
best
even wearing a
evidence
watch. She
of
doesn't
that
even need it.
abuse?
Damn. She's like, fuck this
A
watch.
video of Mr. Depp
I'm not even going to look down.
banging cabinets
I'm
around.
just going to be. Oh, get the
And text
cabinet video.
messages of Mr. Depp using
Get
bad
it.
words
Mr.
and
Rottenborn
dark,
only
ugly
has
humor,
6 minutes.
but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best
Get
evidence.
it. Get it.
It's a strong
Ms.
argument.
Heard herself. Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, the face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos, just not me's.
There
Ms.
are no
Heard
Me
does not
Toos,
deserve to be known as a representative
just not
of
me.
survivors of abuse. And Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as a representative of perpetrators of abuse. That is what this case is about. It's not about money. It's about giving Mr. Depp
It's
his life
not
back.
about
6 years ago when she took
money.
it away. While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this.
He chose
Expose
to sue.
every embarrassing detail of his life on national television.
It's horrific text
If he was
messages.
guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to
She's
tell Ms.
not
Heard
the
that what
advocate.
she did was wrong.
Advocate. Oh
Thank you
my
very much,
God.
ladies and gentlemen.
Great, thank you, ma'am. Rebuttal.
Woo! All right, Rottenborn, let's see what you got, sir.
He's only got 6.
You only got
Minutes.
6 minutes, sir. Come on, make it worth it.
She did a great job. There is nothing else to say.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Rottenborn has been their strongest in arguing. Let's see. He's got to post it. Set your timer and go off to the races.
Go. Go. Start talking.
Start the clock.
Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting that in both their opening and their rebuttal closing, that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms. Heard's witnesses. They listed their own, who didn't see, who are on his payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew,
They
Rocky
did. They said they were all
Pennington,
lying.
Liz Mars,
Yeah.
who were all there on May 21st.
This is where you're
Melanie
going?
Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's
Oh, wow.
bruises.
She
They say that
she
no one showed
she
up.
didn't mention the
No
witnesses.
one showed up for her,
Come
but then they
on.
say that these people aren't friends
This is
anymore.
where the
They're not
argument's
friends
going.
anymore.
Why would they show up?
Then why
Exactly.
would they be doing what they would suggest are lying for her? Why would they be corroborating everything that she says?
Her own witnesses gave her
It's this
away.
simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever, in any of the various forms of abuse,
I think that misstates the
not
law.
only physical, verbal, emotional, psychological, sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. And you can not only deny Mr. Depp's claim, but you can fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez
Headline.
just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She
Really?
said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse.
No, she didn't say
No,
that.
she did
That's
not say
That's not
that.
what she said.
What Dr.
She
Curry
did
said,
That's
not
what
say
she
that.
said.
that's not what
I would
Dr.
object
Cruz
here.
That's
said.
not what she said.
She did
It's not
not
what-
say
you know
that.
what
She said that's what the
You know
op-ed
that
said,
you haven't seen
Rottenborn.
Exactly.
all sorts of abuse.
And
You're
she
smarter
said
than
There's a
that
reason
psychological
they're running
abuse
as
and all of
fast
that.
as
She
they
didn't
can
talk about
from
that.
those
She
sorts
talked
of
about
abuse.
physical
Who's running?
They
abuse.
know that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are a hoax is vicious and vile.
Huh.
Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now.
Your
but he
argument
can't
is
say
vile.
or change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. The evidence shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes, not about sexual violence, not about May 21st, 2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp or Mr. Waldman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false, that that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. The evidence shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was, and their witnesses even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her. Ms. Vasquez talked about actual malice. She says because Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. And as Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's.
I wouldn't go there. That's not
Mr.
what I would
Depp's
say there at all.
Is Mr. Waldman's malice.
Probably, yeah, I wouldn't go there.
He acted with actual malice when he made these statements.
No, he didn't.
Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard took, Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career 3 months before she was sued. She had withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman.
She timed the release
And his own
of the
jealousy
op-ed.
as his career went down
Timed
the
the
drain
op-ed
before her op-ed.
with the
for reasons
release
having
of the
nothing to
op-ed,
do
with
Ms.
the release
Heard.
of Aquaman,
But
with
once
her
the lawsuit against Ms. Heard was
announcement
filed,
of her
his
ambassadorship to the
campaign, he
ACLU.
promised to
Huh.
destroy her.
That's
entered a new
important
phase.
to say.
And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together and decide to plant statements that were defamatory of Ms. Heard.
She's the one who
in the
said that,
spring of
that he
2020,
abused
leading
her.
up to the UK trial.
What the hell?
You've heard Amber and her agent, Jessica Kovacevic, talk about the impact to Amber's career. She can't get hired because of the negative treatment she gets. Studios.
What
like
about
her,
the negative? What about the
co-stars
fact that
like
she didn't
her,
get
she
hired
tests well,
with the
but she
16
can't
between the
get
16 months
opportunities
of
because
Adam
of
Waldman's
the
statements and the release of Aquaman?
associated
Why didn't she have any big projects
Mr.
or
Depp,
endorsements
Mr.
then
Wald.
before the statements came out?
You heard
What about that?
Amber Heard
And she's still in
on the stand
Aquaman.
yesterday,
Johnny Depp has no
telling you
job.
Exactly what she has experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation. That promise, to paraphrase Catherine Arnold, Ms. Heard's damages expert, that promise was a spark.
Oh wait, she did mention
That
other
promise
witnesses,
he
Dr.
kept
Hughes and
because
Catherine
he had told
Arnold.
her again
She
and
did mention
again,
that. Camille
the only way
did.
out of this is death. And when she chose a different path out of it, he decided to make that promise.
He made it or he
He
kept
decided
it?
Yeah, there's
to throw that
a
spark.
difference. Making
when
it and
Mr.
keeping it are
Waldman
two
became
different things.
involved, that spark became a forest fire. That forest fire has continued to this day. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you hold Mr. Depp accountable for his actions.
Hold Miss Heard
down.
accountable. Is he done?
Stand up
Oh.
for victims of domestic abuse
What
everywhere
the
who
fuck
suffer
are
in
you
silence.
doing? Don't do that.
Stand up
Don't
for the
don't.
freedom of speech,
Oh
the
my
freedom to
God.
speak about your life that the First Amendment protects.
That's
It's
not
going back to
Give
all.
Amber Heard
Oh my
her voice back.
her voice back. She's
Give
had her
Amber
voice the
Heard
entire
her
time.
life back. Thank you so much for your service on this jury.
Thank you, Mr. Rottenborn.
Wow.
Members
Pretty
of the jury,
stupid.
this is an important case
Goes
to
to the
both the
jury.
plaintiff and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on
Unanimous.
that verdict. In other words, your
Has to
verdict
be
must
unanimous.
be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you go back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the
person.
deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position,
The final
even when shown that
instructions.
such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her views and change his
Don't
or
be
her
afraid to
opinion
change
if
your
convinced
mind.
it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence.
Only
You
the
will also
exhibits.
have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. You'll also have a laptop, and that laptop will have just 2 files on it, and Deputy Lusa will set it up for you in the jury room. One is the plaintiff's files for audio and video files, and one's the defendant's files for audio and video files, and you'll be able to hear and watch those as well, the ones that were submitted into evidence. During your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, and the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside of the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will also have, I know the attorneys discussed briefly about the verdict forms. You'll have 2 sets of verdict forms, one for Mr. Depp's case and one for Ms. Heard's case, okay? Now, when you have these verdict forms, the first 3 pages of both verdict forms have each of the statements separately. Okay, so when you're going through it, you're going to look at each statement separately and answer the questions that are on the page, okay? Now, if you decide yes for every question for a statement, then that's when you go to the last page of the verdict form, which is for damages. So for example, if you find yes for all of statement 1, then you could go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you find yes for all of statement 1 and statement 2, you still go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you say yes for statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3, you obviously go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you answer no on any of the pages for any of the statements, you don't go to 4 and 5. Okay, so that will be for all of them. And then when you do come to a verdict, make sure the foreperson signs it and dates it, and then just let the deputy know about that. Okay. All right, now for the tough part.
Yep.
You may remember at the beginning of this case.
Oh, I gotta yeet 2 of you.
I told you we would randomly select 4 people
suck
to be the alternates.
so much.
We still have 2 alternates left.
It would suck so much.
And the numbers were placed in the envelope in the very beginning of the case. So let me just say
Really?
before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge
Which
sacrifice
numbers?
for all of you. And I have taken,
my
and
God.
you've taken away from your life for weeks on end here. And I know I
6
speak for
weeks.
all of us associated with the case, and
6
I want to thank you for your
weeks
service in this
and
matter.
not be able to
I know how hard it
deliberate
is to come this far and
would
not get a chance to deliberate,
suck.
but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you are still under order of this
Yes,
court
to not
to do any
discuss.
outside research in this case or to talk to anyone about this case at this time. And you're still under your oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during
Deliberating.
deliberations, I will call you back for service. And you will join the deliberations and they'll start again and you'll be part of the
You're
jury.
not done yet.
So you are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. We will contact you once this has occurred and then you'll be free from your obligations, okay? But again, thank you for your service, all right? So in this matter, the alternate jurors are juror number 3 and 14, all right? So at this time,
I don't know where they're sitting. We'll
those
have to
jurors
wait
are
for
excused and
Runkle.
also the remaining jurors can retire now to the jury room to begin their deliberations, okay? So thank you all, okay?
That would suck, but at least they tell us how they came about it. And those jurors will not get to deliberate. And they cannot discuss this case with anyone. They sat there for 6 weeks and they still can't have a conversation about it. And that would suck. Yes, F in the chat for the alternates. It would just be so frustrating.
I would still
Hopefully, once
fucking
the
talk
attorneys
about
are done,
it.
we will
This
get
is why, like,
from
I could
Runkle
never be a part of a jury
because they
because
said jurors
I
3
would
and
sit
14.
there and go,
But where the why did this freeze?
So
why did this
what
freeze?
are we
Why
talking
are you
about?
frozen?
You right?
No. Do
I
not
so
cut
would.
the court feed. All right, let me go see if I can find
I so
a
would.
backup feed real quick because that feed is still.
So it'll always be
back.
at the top of the hour. So for example, if I get the verdict at 10:20 in the morning, it wouldn't be read until noon. So it's always going to be at the top of the hour, at least 60 minutes later, if that makes sense. That gives you time.
Okay.
I would ask that at least one attorney is close enough within a 10-minute range for any questions. I'd appreciate that. Okay. And I know some of the attorneys are going to be leaving, so I just wanted to thank all of you for your professionalism and your hard work during this case. It's much easier being a judge when you have excellent trial attorneys in front of you. It does make it easier. And I also want to thank the attorneys and litigants for the kindness and the great demeanor you've shown to my staff and to the courthouse staff and to the deputies in the sheriff's department. I really appreciate it. It means a great deal to me. Okay. And I also appreciate Judy because she's a rock star. Okay.
Judy is a rock star. The
yes,
the stenographer.
Well, that's the first. Okay.
Your mic, Elaine. Elaine. Your mic, Elaine.
That is one thing on which
She
Ms.
still can't get her
Fennerhoff
mic
and we
through.
Respectfully
Working.
agree. Completely.
He couldn't even say agree. Well, good. I'm glad on the last day we finally have an agreement.
Thank you, Arnie. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
You want to approach? Sure.
That's a nice moment of kind of levity at the end as we begin Verdict Watch 2022. But I think it's just to do those last minute wrap ups. This feed keeps stuttering. No.
How long has this live stream been going?
No. Let's see if we can get another feed up. No, don't do that. All right, they cut that feed, so we're gonna go find another one real quick, chat, and then I will be right back with
Try this again.
full attention because I want to see what's happening in the courtroom. We're on Verdict Watch. You can't just cut out of the courtroom. What are you doing? There we go. All right. There's still no audio in the courtroom though. Questions. Gosh, they are done with 6 weeks of trial. I'm not surprised that we saw a moment with the attorneys thanking the judge, thanking the court staff. This has been a very, very long trial. This court staff will have worked very hard. The judicial assistants will have worked very hard. This judge was tremendously patient. I am not surprised that there are people lining up who want to see possibly the attorneys. And then we're going to have everyone exit the court. The court indicated that some of the attorneys will be leaving, meaning leaving the state and getting back to work. I wonder who is going to stay for the questions and for the verdict. It'll be interesting to see. We have indication that the court has said that the parties, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, do not need to be present for the verdict. And I imagine that they will not be present for the verdict. And it looks like we've got the entire legal team. Like this is all legal team back here on Team Depp. That is a lot of people. And I am not surprised. This team has worked well. They have worked hard. It is a 6-week trial. And you're seeing the audience all waving at Johnny Depp. He seems to wave to them every single day. And we're not seeing that. We're not getting to see all of Amber Heard's legal team. Hopefully they'll zoom back over there. But lots of attorneys in the courtroom today for closing, because closing's the fucking best. Closing is the best. Damn it. Closing is the best. Do not make me go to the channel that shall not be named. Though I might have to. All right, let's just take a look and see if anyone else is still live out of this court. Even if, nope, all of the court feeds. And just like that, they're like, yeet. So we will absolutely ask Runkle. That is the end. We are on Verdict Watch. So I'm just going to say real quick, if you want to know when I am going live, don't just subscribe to the channel and hit the bell. I encourage you to do that. If you're in North America, text Emily.com. If you are not in North America, for all of our international law nerds, you can go ahead and follow me on Twitter and Instagram. I will be updating links when they go live. I'm going to stay alive. Yes. Hopefully, I'm going to stay live for a little bit longer this afternoon. And what the court told us is that when there is notice of a verdict is going to go to the media. Notice of the verdict is going to go out, and then it will be read on the following hour. So there's at least an hour. So she said, for example, if it comes in at like 10:20, we have a verdict, it will not be read till noon, so that the parties will have a full hour to get to the court for a verdict. So there will be time, and I will be letting you know we have a verdict. So you can join the text crew. You can follow me on social media at the Emily D. Baker. I'm going to answer questions. I'm going to see if we can get Runkle out of court here and see which jurors got excused. I need to send him a new link because I didn't. And then we will chat for a little bit, answer some questions, and then I don't know if they're going to come back with a verdict. Let's see. It's 3:00 on the East. They get to deliberate until they're done. If they are close, they might want to come back with a verdict today. If not, there are no deliberations Friday or Saturday and Sunday. And Monday is a holiday here in the US. So if they do not reach a verdict today, then they will not resume deliberations until Tuesday. And they will resume deliberations by 9:00 in the morning. They can resume sooner. So if you want to stay in the loop, text Emily.com just from your cell phone, and it will get you right into the text crew. I know a lot of you have been enjoying the new merch that we put up. Thank you so much. I'm going to get to questions in just a second, but we did put some new stuff up for you, including our objection hearsay. We've got a few variations of objection hearsay and the very popular this morning grumpy mug. I love this mug so much. I love it so much. I just do. I love it. I can't wait to get mine. These are up so fast that I don't even have mine yet. So those are up on lawnerdshop.com. The one last place to find me before we get to questions is at lawnerdsunite.com, which is where our community lives. And that is where I'm going to be communicating with you as well. So if you are in the members, either a member here on YouTube or over on Patreon at Law Nerds Unite, you can join me there. I'm going to be doing kind of a summary of all the things on our members only podcast, I Have Thoughts, which is the name of my members only podcast because I have thoughts. So with that, let's get to all of your questions. What are the possible outcomes from here? I should swoop. We haven't done a swoop in a fucking minute. I have thoughts. You have questions. What are the outcomes from here? The jury can deliberate. If the jury wants to listen to all that audio, they're not coming back today. If the jury's fucking done, it's possible. So we will see. The jury could find no one is liable. No one defamed no one. No one defamed anyone. No defamation at all. Everyone loses. The jury can find that one side wins. I do not see a path to both sides winning on defamation. If you believe that Amber Heard didn't defame Johnny Depp, then you can get to them calling her a hoaxer is in fact defamatory. If you think that she didn't defame Johnny Depp, then, or if you think she did defame Johnny Depp, then calling her a hoaxer or a liar is not necessarily going to be defamation in your eyes. I don't think both can win. I think both can lose. This jury can hang. If there is a person or two on the jury, because it has to be unanimous, 7 are deliberating, it has to be unanimous. If there are a few, 1, 2, whatever, on the jury that believe vehemently one side or the other, if you believe, think about how you're feeling right now. Do you believe one side or the other strongly? If at the end of that closing, you believe one side or the other strongly, how do you come about to the other side? Because
on jury instructions, okay?
Oh, they are replaying. Let's see. This is not still live. Bummer. So if we see any other live feeds, we will hop on them. I see a couple of you sharing those, but police tape. I am not seeing that. So I will go look around the interwebs. But if you believe one side really strongly, could a juror saying you have to find that they defame the other person sway you? Because if you believe that Amber Heard lied about Johnny Depp, are you ever going to say, no, Amber Heard didn't defame Johnny Depp? And if you believe that Johnny Depp perpetrated horrific abuse on Amber Heard, are you ever going to say, no, she defamed Johnny Depp? And that's where you end up with a potential for a hung jury. The potential for the hung jury is that, if you believe one side strongly, nothing is going to sway you. And that is where that potentiality lives. So what do I think will happen? I think if we see a win for Johnny Depp, what we will see is the retweet. I think on the law, that is his clearest path to victory. Absolutely. So I think on the law, that is the clearest path to victory. So let us get to the questions. Go ahead and put question marks in it, and we will see. So this jury, if they take their time, and they are entitled to, after 6 weeks, they are absolutely entitled to take some time. I've said from the beginning, it could be 3 to 6 days. This jury was given an out by Ben Chu when he said, we're here to clear his name, not for damages. They were given a path. They were given a path to a speed pass. I don't know if they'll get there. And I don't know if they will exercise that option. I don't know if they want the fast pass. What I will say is, in my own personal life, I have a plane flight scheduled for Thursday. So if I had to put money on when this jury would come back, I would put money on Thursday or Friday based on the nonsense and fuckery that pops off every time I hop onto a plane. Because every time, since this channel has grown since 2020, and since I've started covering these cases, verdicts have come down while I'm on a plane. Once we have had wild motions leaked by James Spears while I was on a plane. The things that happen when I hop onto a plane. So if this jury doesn't come back today, I'm thinking Thursday or Friday, because of course it is. It looks like there is one feed that is still showing the courtroom. I don't know if people are waiting for something to happen. No, this must be from earlier. Yeah, earlier testimony. I was going to say this must be from earlier. Isn't it nice to have a whole news organization so you can like loop stuff? We're just... we're a smaller team, but we're mighty. We're fighting back. And we've had more live concurrent viewers. Fighting back. Let's get to questions. I swooped. They never mentioned sanctions. Sure didn't. There was no jury instruction on the evidence. There was no limiting instruction on discovery violations. And I want to know what happens. I want to know. I don't know if we will ever know. I just don't know if we will ever know how that ruling went. Maybe it'll get put onto the court website. Maybe there will be a memorialization of a ruling. I want to know so much, and I hate that I don't. Thank you for making this bearable. Effie Wild, you're welcome. I thought this trial was immensely interesting. Sad at points, wild at points, hard to understand at points, exhausting at points. It was just really interesting. Why can't the jury use the dictionary? Because the dictionary definition and the legal definition of things are different. The dictionary definition of malice and the legal definition of malice is different. So that's why. So they need to go by what the jury instructions said and their common sense. Did they say if the verdict was going to be read on stream? They did not, but I can't imagine that it won't be. I just can't imagine that it won't be. So, but they did not clarify that. So can you explain why 2 jurors are alternates and what's the purpose of that? Love you. Thank you, Brittany. Yes, I can. So especially in a 6-week trial, but in any length of trial, shit can happen. We saw it in the Cardi B, Tasha K case that one of the jurors had a exposure to the panini. One of the jurors was talking to another juror about evidence, like actual evidence, and got kicked off the jury. He got yeeted immediately. So things happen, but you have to have the set number, whatever the set number is in that jurisdiction. You have to have that number of jurors. And if you lose jurors, so if your set number is 7 and you lose a juror and you only have 6, it's a mistrial and you have to start over again at the beginning because you don't have enough jurors to decide the case. So things happen. People get sick. People get into car accidents. People are exposed to the trial elsewhere in media. People have life that happens, and the longer the trial, the more likely it is that life happens, and an alternate has to come in. Additionally, if the jurors are in the middle of deliberation and one of them can't continue deliberating, then you have to tap in an alternate, and that's really interesting too. So that's why they have alternates, because you never know. And the longer the case is predicted for, the more alternates they might have. So, thank you for making the insane sane. This trial has been wild. Like, it's been wild. We've had sass, like the amount of sass, and I don't know if that is because this is a celebrity trial. I don't know if that's because there's cameras in the courtroom. I don't know if that courtroom had no cameras in it, would the sass still happen? Like if a tree falls in the woods, would we still have the sass for Morgan Tremaine? I don't know. I've seen clapbacks on the stand. Like I've seen some clapbacks that have had me at counsel table like this, because when you have a reaction in court, or especially when you're at counsel table, I have been like, oh, that's happening. But the amount of moments in this trial have been wild, just wild, just wild. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's your verdict? I'm not a deliberating juror. I also have information about this case from the internet that has come out that is not in evidence. But if Johnny Depp wins, I think it's on the tweet. At the beginning of this case, I didn't see how there was a path to victory. The law and the law and the op-ed were not working for me well. And I was like, this is going to be very, very hard, because the law and the op-ed weren't mathing. After seeing 6 weeks of this trial, I understand why they chose to take this to trial. And I see that Johnny Depp has a potential to win. And that is a huge win, I think, for them, because that wasn't where I was at the beginning of this case. So that. So my verdict is, if there's a win, it's that. I still think this jury could go with nobody wins. I still think this jury could hang. I never put that aside. I also don't like betting on verdicts. I didn't like doing that with my own verdicts. When you start getting questions, if we start getting questions out from the jury, I will read the tea leaves on the questions all day long. You never know what it means. Though I was in a homicide trial and the jury said, when we render a verdict, can we be escorted out by the sheriffs? So that question gave me a pretty solid indication of what they were worried about. So sometimes. JC, great question. Will sidebars be included in the court transcript? Yes, in the appellate transcript, if there is an appeal. No, in any readback that the jury gets. So yes, for its purpose. Hello from Abu Dhabi, somewhere I very much want to go. Thank you for covering this trial. It was super helpful. You're welcome. Question, why wasn't Kate Moss cross-examined? Kate Moss, no cross, because they wanted us to be able to have the meme of Kate Moss, no cross. No, I think it was for time. There was nothing to get from it. There was nothing to gain from it. It was limited and they were down on time. So I think that was a strategic time decision. Absolutely. There was nothing to get there. If Amber pleads not guilty, do you think there will be an uproar on social media? Brooklyn, great question. That's not an option. There is no pleading here. There is only, this has gone to jury. This is a civil case. It either settles or it goes to the jury. This case has not settled. It is going to the jury. So there is no guilty, not guilty. This is a civil case. So just for a reminder, in a civil case, it is liable or not liable. We are looking for liability. Who is responsible? Who is liable for defaming the other, if anyone? Let's go over this verdict form real quick, and then I'll see if there's one up on the court site too. Let's go up on the verdict form. Let's look at the verdict form real quick. I posted it on the Twitter at the Emily D. Baker on the Twitter.
All right. I'm gonna hate having to stop the share. I pretty much freaking hate that. But let's go ahead. I want to show you. She talked about clips that have been wild. I want to show you a clip from Ben Chu. I'm going to show you a few clips now that the trial's over. Well, we just need the verdict. So I want to share this right here. I'm going to click this. And then we're going to go. Oh, did I not? Oh, I didn't. All right, hold on. I thought I had already. All right, now I'm going to go share this. So, Let's get this here. Chrome tab, and let's see what tabs we have here. All right, Ben Chu, the amazing lawyer Ben Chu, brought Amber Heard down. So they had a motion to strike the first time, a couple weeks ago. Well, Amber Heard was apparently feeling it because she was asking her lawyers to do a motion to strike, or a motion to end the trial. Well, when it was time for Ben Chu to argue, he did this. Oh, hold on. He did not do that. Okay. Wait, hold on. Here we go. I'm sorry about that. All right. When it was time for Ben Chu to argue, right? When it was time for... It was the wrong... Oh, so it didn't even play for you guys, but for me, it played the wrong thing. When it was time for him to argue against Amber Heard's motion to strike, here's what he said. He did this.
Consistent. The third point is that it's all about games. They didn't sue Mr. Waldman on the 3 statements. They didn't try to fill the hole. They've been telling us for a week that they're going to call Mr. Depp to try to fill the hole in their counterclaims. They didn't do that. And it's very consistent with the game playing. Let's go into court after the police have found no problem, and after witness who had no relationship with each other said there are no visible marks. Let's not give Mr. Depp's lawyer the required 24-hour notice before the TRO. Let's march into court with our publicist, with our lawyer, with our best friend who no longer talks to her. Let's get the TRO. And when the Me Too folks say, why are you taking $7 million from an abuser? They said, I didn't take money from the abuser. I gave it all to charity. Well, they didn't. I don't think anybody should feel bad about them stiffing the ACLU, given what the ACLU did in this case, which is a monstrosity. But she did stiff the sick and dying children. It is gamesmanship, and that's what she's doing here today. But the law is the law, and they have not fulfilled their burden with respect to the counterclaims. There is virtually no nexus between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to these statements at issue, except for the fact that he is an attorney, and that is not sufficient in a case where they have not even established that Mr. Depp was aware of these statements. And they knew that they couldn't do it, and they didn't even try. And it's more of the gamesmanship when Ms. Heard plays word games with Mr. Depp about, oh, I didn't punch you, Johnny, I just hit you. Imagine if the shoe were on the other foot and Mr. Depp, a man, was saying to a woman, oh, woman up, I only hit you, I didn't punch you. And when it was chilling, when she warned him on the tape, you go tell a judge, you go tell a jury,
go tell them,
man were abused. See if they're going to...
See if they believe you, Johnny. Go do it. That's what she said.
It is an abuse of the system, and she's done it throughout. Finally, Your Honor, and Mr. Rottenborn makes an excellent point.
I love that. I love that so much. It was amazing. They didn't donate that money. They said they did, but they didn't. Oh, and by the way, her best friend, she didn't even talk to her anymore. By the way, she didn't even talk to her anymore. Oh my God. They knew they couldn't do it, so they didn't do it. They knew they wouldn't go after the statement. That was, when I saw that on YouTube, I was like, whoa. All right. That was one of my favorite moments. Hilarity ensued. That was perfect. All right, let me see. Let's close this out. Let me get another one for you. Now, if you didn't have enough of Ben Chu, because I haven't, I'm going to miss these lawyers. I'm really going to miss them because they annihilated Amber's team, and hopefully that shows in the verdict. So, let me grab this one here. All right. If you like Ben Chu and you've not had enough of Ben Chu, well, I've got another one for you. It's a doozy. It's very short. It's only about 47 seconds long. But what it shows is Ben's got balls. Ben's got balls. I'm sorry. I mean, Camille is a boss-ass queen. But let's just do this. All right. So this one is Johnny Depp shut the mouth of Amber Heard's lawyer. And I completely agree. So let's go ahead. We're going to go here. All right. I hope you are all ready for some greatness. So, if you haven't had enough of Ben Chu, just remember, Ben has balls. Wait, something's happening. All right. Remember, Ben has balls.
And what did Ms. Vasquez say to you?
Your Honor, this is beyond, we object on the grounds that it's beyond the scope of the voir dire,
No,
which is
I
limited
think
to the
whatever
three
she said
criteria.
to him
But
is
may I
very
please finish stating my objection, Your Honor?
Get it.
The objection is that it's beyond the scope of the voir dire, Your Honor, enumerating the three criteria which are relevant here. And this is a rebuttal witness, so.
Your Honor, whatever Ms. Vasquez shared with him is going to be very important here because they knew by this time he was going to be a witness. So.
Well, that was last night, so
Right.
how does that fit into one of the three factors of deciding whether or not he's going to testify?
Well, one of the three factors, Your Honor, may I approach the.
Well, you know, I don't want to list the three factors, Your Honor, because then I'm in trouble. Because, yeah, and that was with the... That was with the TMZ witness, who later handed her ass. So Elaine got her ass handed to her. Let me see if I can find another one. All right. Just having a little bit of fun. That's all I'm doing. Because it's hilarious. So let's go ahead and do this. We'll close this tab. We will go here. Okay. All right. So, when Johnny and Amber have been leaving the courtroom and walking out to their nice fancy cars, hilarious. They have been greeted by fans. And for Johnny, it's a little bit more like they're cheering for him, right? And they're not afraid to show him how much they love him compared to Amber. Now, let me grab it for you. All right. Look at how much the fans love him. There's Johnny, he's coming out, and all the people are freaking loving it. They all love Johnny. Look at that. My goodness. That doesn't seem like a guy who's abused anyone to me. That's incredible. Look at that. All those fans for Johnny Depp. All for Johnny. Look at that. Pretty good, right?
Whoa, you're rolling.
Oh man, I love that. Just that's gotta make him feel amazing. That's gotta make him feel so good that people are on his side and that, you know, at least in the court of public opinion, Johnny's correct. And I can guarantee you he's loving that. All right. I have to get another moment. I think I have. Oh, I know I have another one. All right. If you like that, I wonder how Amber Heard was treated by the fans. I wonder, in all honesty, I wonder, how was Amber Heard treated? How did the fans like Amber Heard? I just wonder. Because it seems to me that no one really likes her. And everyone loves Johnny Depp, right? So you would assume if Amber Heard was correct, if, you know, she would have a group of screaming fans. And not only that, but I wonder why she didn't use this, what I'm going to share. I wonder why she doesn't complain about this. I wonder if she thinks this is damages caused by Johnny. So, oh wait. No. I clicked on the wrong tab. Alright. Here we go. Alright. This was Amber Heard's this is the reaction to Amber Heard. Obviously, you know, she says she's right on the issue. I don't know. Let's ask these fans here.
Boo!
Boo! Get her out of here. Get off the stage, bitch. I mean, I hope you can see the difference. Now let me... All right. So I don't have any more moments. It looks like this trial was wild enough that I don't think I need any more. There was just way too much. It was awesome. Hold on a second. All right. So let me share this again. We're going to listen to Emily. And then I will tell you what I'm going to do for this verdict.
Of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication. Defamation by implication. To someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. If you answered yes to each subpart of the question 3A, answer the following question. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? So they have to answer yes to this and yes to that to come back with a verdict. And that would mean liable. Best arguing. So that's why it says that. Do we know why cops went running into the court? I have no idea what that's regarding. So no, I don't. Could the jury come back with a verdict and have everyone come back to the court, even though everyone maybe settled at yeah. If there's a verdict, everybody comes back to court. Something happened at court. I don't have a feed. Let me go take a look. I hope nothing happened in court. So you guys are like, something is going down. All right, let me see if I can find a feed, and I'll have the mods look for a feed too. So if you guys are watching on a particular channel, let us know, because I will go look. Let me go over to, let's see if there's anything on. Those who shall not be named first. Let's see. Nope. I'm just looking for a court feed. We're holding out for a hero. Let's see. Who is live? Yeah, I don't see anything. And again, I am not getting news feeds because I am talking to y'all. Let's see. Nope. And all the feeds I'm seeing are playing back old testimony. So if we get one, then I will pull it up. But I don't see a live at all unless there's tweets. If there's tweets, let me know. So I don't know if there's a disturbance at the courthouse, but Runkle is at the courthouse. So if he's tweeting, let's see. That might be the only way we're going to get news out of the court. And I haven't seen anything yet. So we'll just keep going. And if we see anything, the mods are also monitoring the chat to let me know. So I don't see any lives that have it. So you guys, I appreciate it, but we will see. And if the news comes out, I'm sure it will be either on Court TV's Twitter, Chanley Pater's Twitter, or Runkle the Bailey's Twitter, or he will tell us later. So I'm not seeing anything there yet.
All right.
Do you think the jury will have the mentality of a lie for one is a lie for all? Or do you think the Depp team is going to suffer from the one instance example presented in closing?
All right. I'm just going to say, while you guys are watching that, I am going to end the broadcast here soon. In fact, let's go ahead. I'm just going to close the tab here. What I want is for this jury to come back and not convict, but give Johnny Depp the win here. I would love him to win on all three statements, but if all he can win by is the tweet and they assess damages, great. If they don't assess damages, fine. I am tired. I'm going to take a nap after lunch. I just ordered my lunch, by the way. Thank you to my brother for giving me $30. I appreciate it. Kind of low on money after the trial. So, but I would hope that they do come back with Johnny winning. I do see a case for Heard winning. I don't want her to win. So knock on wood, hopefully she doesn't win. They have to award this to Depp. We've been live for 6 hours and 8 minutes. Probably the most on this channel. I don't know. But I'm just hoping that the jury comes back and gives us a quick verdict today. If they come back today, there's, like Emily said, then that means that they're not going to listen to all the audio. They're deliberating right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. This is going on. It's the end of the trial. So, let me see if anyone left any comments in the chat. I doubt it. There's no one else. And, okay. So, I'm sorry about this. Only had a little bit of water. So, like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. Now, we will have a verdict. We will have a verdict soon, hopefully. The minute that I find out there's a verdict, if I find out it's going to go live and someone's going to read, we will come back. And we will come back. I don't know if we will do a live stream. I might just do a video on it. More than likely, I'll do a live stream. It is likely. However, I'm not sure. If you're excited for it, make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. Press the post notification bell so you never miss another one of these live streams, especially the sports ones. Or videos. We're gonna after this trial's over, we're just gonna do sports on this channel. So, like, comment, share, and subscribe. Like I said, press the post notification bell so you never miss anything. And I will see you all next time. Thanks for watching, everybody.